have to step on you, I don't think you have anybody to blame. You definitely have yourself to blame for it. I can't go on a set where somebody's looking down on me. You abandon me. I don't get to do my work. You don't feed
but
me.
You're a celebrity.
No, I'm just using myself to give an example.
For
like,
them.
let's say I'm just a regular person that is not out there. I'm talking about who I am.
Okay.
You know, and I allow myself to sit on a particular location, and then someone is neglecting me. You don't give me food, and then the next day I take my shower and I come back to the same set again. I mean, I should put a value to myself and say, no, I'm not for this. Because first, if you know what you have, what you just need is time and the right opportunity. And if you keep pushing, the time and the right opportunity will come. I think what these upcoming actors should do is try to invest in themselves. What I mean investing in this is not about buying clothes and buying shoes. It's about intellectual investment.
Okay.
Read up books, go to classes, watch interesting movies, define who you want to be, and then place yourself where you want to be. You know, it's not about being aggressive or being disrespectful. It's about knowing what you want and how you want it and how you want to channel your life. You know, I make a lot of sacrifices. People also have to understand that success comes with a lot of sacrifices.
Yeah.
It doesn't come with you wanting everything to work for you just immediately you get into it. Okay. I mean, you have to go to audition.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lele. In the headlines, Abuja court stops People's Democratic Party from holding its elective convention scheduled for Ibadan on November 16. Umahi gives November deadline for ENUGU Port Harcourt Expressway completion. China sends its youngest astronaut to Heavenly Palace Space Station. And Zelensky vows to stop Russian assault across Ukraine. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A federal high court in Abuja, presided over by Justice James Omotosho, on Friday stopped the PDP elective convention scheduled to hold in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, on November 16. In anticipation of the outcome of the case, Court 7, where Justice Omotosho presided, was overflowing with party members, interest groups, INEC officials, and lawyers. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedimma reports.
The judgment, which came barely a month to the planned PDP National Convention, has temporarily halted all preparations by the party's leadership. Justice James Omotosho, in a ruling that lasted over 2 hours, held that the process leading to the proposed November 16 convention breached key provisions of the Electoral Act, particularly Section 8.2, which mandates that notices for such conventions be jointly signed by the national chairman and national secretary of the party. The court further ruled that the notice issued solely by the acting national chairman without the signature of the national secretary was defective, thereby invalidating the planned convention.
It has invalidated the notices
It has set aside the convention and has asked the party to do the right thing, which is first the state congresses. Some congresses were not held in some states in line with the law, and they need to give proper notices of the holding of those congresses. When they do the state congress, they can now talk about having a convention.
Following the judgment, the plaintiffs described the ruling as a triumph for democracy and the rule of law. But Honorable Austin Nwachukwu, a former member of the National Assembly and Imo State PDP chairman, went further calling for the dissolution of the PDP Governors Forum, which he accuses of hijacking the party structure.
Some elements in the party feel that they can pocket the party. Enough of this Governors Forum. Enough of this Governors Forum. They are tearing this party apart. They should allow the people elected by the party members to run the party. I don't see where a governor will assume the role of a party chairman, issue notices, issue meeting notices, and do all manner of things because they are governors.
Honorable Austin, myself, and Ame, we are the plaintiffs in this matter. We have been vindicated. And for us, this judgment is victory for democracy and victory for the rule of law. All we came to court to do was to insist that the law is followed in the administration of political parties. Those who manage our political parties will stick to the rule of law and abide by the constitution of our various political parties.
But the PDP leadership has vowed to challenge the ruling at the appellate court.
As a law-abiding citizen, we have noted it. Not that it has gone down well with us. Definitely, this is not what we expect. We will appeal it, let it be on the record, and that three people cannot subvert democracy. I want to say this emphatically, that this judgment today is a panacea to annihilating democracy in this country, because you cannot stop a whole political party from exercising its legal right. We have authorities whereby we have, it's supposed to be an internal affairs of the party. Just because one or two saboteurs are out to destroy this party, God will not let them be.
The ruling has once again highlighted persistent cracks within the opposition party, raising concerns about eternal democracy ahead of its halted national convention. For now, the PDP says it will appeal the decision, while the plaintiffs insist that the judgment must be fully obeyed before any valid convention can take place. In Abuja, Chimeze Zedima reporting for Signature TV News.
Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has instructed its members across the country to continue preparations for its forthcoming national convention, even as it announced plans to appeal to the recent court ruling that halted the exercise. A statement released on Friday by the PDP National Publicity Secretary, Dabo Ologunagba, described the judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja as a direct assault on the party's internal democracy and Nigeria's political process. The plaintiffs alleged that the party failed to conduct valid state congress in 14 states before issuing notice for the convention and did not comply with the mandatory 21-day notification required for such exercises. Ologunagba, reacting to the ruling, reaffirmed the party's commitment to upholding democratic principles, noting that the PDP has already directed its legal team to appeal the judgment at the Court of Appeal. He cited a recent Supreme Court decision that reaffirmed the autonomy of political parties in managing their internal affairs, insisting that the judgment does not affect the PDP's readiness to elect new national officers. A federal high court in Abuja has sacked the member representing Gumi Bukuyom federal constituency in the House of Representatives, Abubakar Gumi, for defecting from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress, APC. Delivering the judgment, the presiding judge, Justice Egolta, barred the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, from further recognizing Gumi as a member of the House. He also directed the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to conduct a fresh election to fill the vacancy for the constituency within 30 days from the day of the judgment. The judge, who granted all the relief sought by the plaintiff, condemned the attitude of some politicians who see defection as a normal practice. Gumi, in his response through his lawyer, filed a notice of preliminary objection and a counter affidavit, arguing that his decampment was due to the lingering unresolved internal and external crisis in the PDP, both at the national level and in his constituency. In our earlier bulletin, my colleague Uchenna Oloma had a chat with Enugu-based legal practitioner Louis Onia on the matter.
The wave of distraction may be something that some people will be too troubled or worried. Some of us, especially those in the legal profession, were not bothered. Personally, I'm not disturbed by the whatever they call a wave of distraction, because those who are defecting from one party to the other, irrespective of the party, are people who don't have hope. I'll give you a simple example. The Labour Party, for example, some of them came from ENUGU, my own state. They are in the House of Assembly, House of Representatives, and they don't belong to any party. As far as I'm concerned, the Labour Party, they don't have their executive. The party is not existing. They just succeeded in becoming members of the National Assembly by virtue of the fact that they wrote or they entered into governance or into the legislature via the good performance or credit of P2B. So they know that it's either they remain in the PDP, in Labour Party, or they will be washed away, by the next dispensation. So they have no choice, even though in my candid opinion, my view is that they made a wrong choice. It shows that our democracy is still shaky. Many people are very dishonest people. So, but notwithstanding the defection, at the end of the day, by when we get there, 2027 is around the corner. The people that will determine and decide are the people, not the politicians. They are not the politicians. Like some people will go with, how many of them, for instance, in my state, Enugu State, the governor left, which is the executive of the party, PDP, former party. They left with members of the House of Assembly and the National House of Representatives. The question is, how many are there? The point is that the governor selected his executive in the PDP. The governor selected who will go to House of Assembly in the PDP, that's in the Enugu State Assembly. The House of Representative members are people who won election by accident. So they have moved. The people will still decide who they are going to vote for in the next dispensation. So it has not for me, and some other minds, it has no effect. There's nothing except that it gives the impression that we are still not mature. Many of them are dishonest. After all, if I win the election through any means, honorable means, I'm in the Labour Party, for example, my duty is to nurture it in my own constituency. My duty is to nurture it. If I'm a member of the House of Assembly, my governor cannot vote for me unless he comes from the same ward or constituency with me. But I can vote for him or not vote for him. So the same thing with the governor. He can decide to vote for whoever is the president or not. So these gimmicks, these things they are doing, they are not sincere, they are not honest. But at the end of the day, the people will determine, the people will decide who is going back and who has gone out. The duty of the judge is to deliver judgment. The people will now, the supporting staff, they will know how to effect it. If like the present judgment we're talking about regarding the National Assembly member, if the people in that constituency, they insist that the man is already out, then he's out. He can't go there. They will institute another action against the president of the whoever is in charge of the House of Representatives Speaker. They can institute action against the Speaker to make sure you follow what the judgment says. You must work in accordance with the judgment. If they insist, and they will take him to court. That is a duty, a mandatory duty he must carry on. So if he does otherwise, he's contempt. So those who got that judgment, the people, the constituency will work towards ensuring that it is effected.
The Anambra State government has warned residents against engaging with fake online portal claiming to offer 25,000 naira campaign funds in exchange for personal details and purportedly linked to the state governor, Professor Chukwuma Soludo. In a statement issued on Friday, the State Commissioner for Information, Dr. Law Mefo, said the online platform, which has been circulating on social media, was fraudulent and not authorized by the state government. Mefo urged the public to disregard the portal and remain vigilant against cyber criminals exploiting the governor's names and reputation for fraudulent purposes. The Commissioner cautioned residents to verify any information or initiative attributed to the state government through official communication channels, including the government website and verified social media accounts. The scam portal, which promised residents 25,000 naira for participating in a supposed empowerment drive, had gone viral on social media earlier in the week, prompting concern among residents ahead of the November 8 governorship election in the state. The senator representing Kogi Central in the National Assembly, Natasha Akpote-Doha, has explained that contrary to speculations in certain quarters, her letter inviting Senate President Godswill Akpabio and other senators to the inauguration of projects to mark her second anniversary in the Senate was an act of courtesy. The invitation, she said, was only customary but also procedural, describing her letter as standard practice for such occasions in both chambers of the National Assembly. The senator, who was reacting to the insinuations in some quarters that the invitation was a political olive branch, expressed displeasure over what she described as unnecessary interpretations of a simple courtesy. She used the occasion to recount her experiences over the last 2 years, noting specifically that her 6-month suspension from legislative functions for breaching Senate rules was a huge loss to the people she represents. During Thursday's plenary, Senate President Akpabio read Natasha's letter, which invited senators to Kogi State for the inauguration of several constituency projects, marking her second anniversary as a serving senator. The Minister of Works, David Obahi, has directed Arab contractors handling the rehabilitation of the ENUGU-Port Harcourt Expressway to complete the remaining 4.5 kilometers Abia section before the end of November. Umahi expressed his dissatisfaction with the slow pace of work on the section, warning that the contract will be revoked if the deadline was not met. He assured the contractor of prompt payment, describing the President Bola Tinubu administration as a reliable partner that does not renege on its financial obligations. Umahi praised Governor Alex Otti of Abia for his unwavering commitment to the development of the state and for supporting the President's infrastructure agenda. He also commended the contractors for their integrity and quality of work, recalling how the company's management had previously prioritized completing existing projects over taking new ones. Umahi further directed the Federal Minister of Works, Controller in Abia, to ensure strict supervision, vying to return to the site weekly to monitor progress. In his remark, Otti reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting federal projects for the benefit of the Abia people. He also pledged his administration's full support to ensure the timely completion of the Aba segment of the road. The zonal manager of Arab contractors, Mr. Mohammed Elian, disclosed that only 5% of work was left on the project, expressing commitment to its completion by December. Elian commended Abia government for the improved security situation in the state and lauded the minister for his efforts towards the project's completion. Former governor of Abia State, Orji Uzor Kalu, has claimed that some Nigerians who were once involved in 419 and other dangerous criminal activities abroad have now found their way into politics in the country. Kalu alleged that several of these politicians had previously engaged in advance fee fraud and other serious crimes in South Africa and South America. In a video shared on his Facebook page, the senator said some of them were overseas engaging in all kinds of dangerous crime. The former Senate Chief Whip also urged well-meaning Nigerians to join politics for the right reasons rather than financial gain. He said the good people should join and make politics better than the way it is now.
Most people, some of them were overseas doing 419, doing all kinds of adulterous crime all over. And you know a leopard cannot change his skin. When people are used to taking money that doesn't belong to them, they can never change the character. So if you're expecting them to change, it is not true. They can never change. So I think that both the civil servants and politicians who are the ruling class, people always say politicians, should stand up to help to redirect the economic dynamics of this country. The economic dynamism is very prosperous if we do it right. Why should people stack dollars in their houses? Why should people be giving out dollars? It's not our legal tender. People should learn how to put the money in Nigeria's system, so Nigeria can now benefit of the money that we're transacting on. So I think that we are working very hard. Whether people complain, a lot of people that were in South Africa and Southern America, everywhere, doing all kinds of business are today in politics. But it's what we see. So let the good people come and join and make politics better. That's where it should be. So it's not for sense. This business is not for sense, but it's not for people that extremely have damaged themselves in cheating white men or other people, so, or black people. So for me, I plead with our people. Let us support our economic reforms, no matter what our political leaning will be, whether it's in anything or this or that we should come together and brew a new leaf and make what we are seeing today.
President Bola Tinubu says the integrity of the identity of Nigerian citizens should be in the driving seat of financial inclusion, access to critical government services, and the security of the nation. The president spoke at the council chamber of the presidential villa while launching Nigeria's identity authentication app, an initiative of the National Identity Management Commission. Correspondent Wambuize Ojoko reports.
The launch of the Identity Authentication Service by the Ministry of Interior reflects the priority which the Tinubu administration is placing on reduction of corruption and insecurity in the nation. At the launch in the council chambers of the presidential villa, the president said Nigeria must leverage technology to deliver services to its citizens.
Under the Renew Hope agenda of our administration, we are committed to leveraging technology to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability in governance. Central to this agenda is the modernization of digital infrastructure to eliminate unnecessary bottlenecks and ensure that every Nigerian, regardless of background or location, has access to essential services without frustration or bureaucratic delays.
Minister of Interior Tunji Ojo, who led a team from the National Identity Management Commission, told the president that the commission was developing Africa's largest database with security of data information that does not compromise ease of access as a major consideration. He said that since the inception of the Identity Management Commission, it has made effort to capture data of Nigerians, but has now increased both the volume and the quality of the data to best international standards, thereby creating a reliable data backbone for the country's socio-economic development.
Just about 2 weeks ago, for the first time since 1962, Nigeria migrated into a centralized passport production system. When we came on board, Nigeria had 96 centers. That created doubt It created problem in terms of the authenticity and in terms of the validity of our national pride, which is our international passport. But we're happy to tell you, Excellency, that 2 weeks ago, we launched it, 1,000 capacity per hour, which takes care of our demand, which is less than 5,000 a day. But today, I'm happy to inform you that that center has the capacity of 10,000 passports a day.
The minister also explained how the data is linked to other social services being provided for Nigerians to ensure citizenship integrity and a relationship between security and mobility.
The Lagos airport has been fully opened for the e-gate. Abuja fully opened. Kano airport, e-gate has been successfully installed in Kano airport. Port Harcourt is ongoing, and the e-gate meant for ENUGU is already on ground. So before the end of February, we assure you that every international airport in Nigeria will have the e-gates. Make life easier, ease of doing business, migration easier, and of course, working with the Office of the NSA, real-time transmission of migration data at the point of entry through these e-gates. The e-gates are not just for convenience, they are for national security enhancement.
The Director General of the National Identity Management Commission, Abisoye Koka Odusote, said the new application allows the citizen to validate their identity in real time using their mobile devices.
He should be able to validate your identity in real time using his own phone as an acceptance device. And that is what we're working on at the moment. And we will definitely sync with the relevant security agencies to be able to get that done. Another interesting component of it is that we want to make sure for tax purposes and also for travel purposes, we're able to, and also for property purchase purposes, we're able to then create a family tree which links you to your family members. So which means by the end of the first quarter of next year, you can see yourself and all your family members, your immediate family members, maybe your wife, your husband, or your kids, all linked together on the national identity. And you would also be able to order your cards, make whatever necessary key requests you want or changes in that application.
As ICT experts applaud the new service by the Identity Management Commission, especially in its reduction of human contact, they have also called for information protection that ensures the citizen trusts the service. In Abuja, Mwabueze Njoko for Signature TV News.
The African Democratic Congress, ADC, says it strongly opposes President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's recently approved of a 15% import duty on petrol and diesel. In a statement by Bolaji Abdullahi, the party's National Publicity Secretary, ADC said the policy will further deepen the economic hardship for Nigerians already burdened by very high cost of living. The party warned the president not to push the people to the wall. The ADC said while it supports private investment in the energy sector, policies meant to protect such investment must also protect the people and put their interests first. The party also questioned the rationale behind imposing the 15% tax under the guise of protecting domestic production when huge sums of money invested in making local refineries productive have not been accounted for and the refineries are not working. The ADC said the new tax will drive the pump price of petrol to over 1,000 naira per litre, a situation that will also drive transport and food prices out of the reach of the ordinary citizens. Still to come, 2 brothers killed, 27 arrested in ENUGU communal clash. Governor Fugbara promises to immortalize late football coach Mandy Sinclair. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, Wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
It's a new dawn at the Association of Movie Producers, AMP, ENUGU State Chapter. This follows the formal inauguration of new executives of the association under the leadership of ace filmmaker and actor Nkiru Sylvanus Riches. Our correspondent witnessed the inauguration. With over 10,000 members across 28 state chapters, including the FCT and the diaspora, the association is Nigeria's foremost guild representing, protecting, and promoting the interests of producers in film, television, and new media. Established nearly 3 decades ago, AMP continues to uphold values that strengthens and advance the Nollywood industry. Following its recent election, the 2025 Electoral Committee of AMP ENUGU chapter formally inaugurated the new executives at a ceremony held at the International Conference Center, ENUGU.
The newly elected executives, please now, you all are now inaugurated to take the control affairs of Association of Movie Producers ENUGU State Chapter, led by Mrs. Nkiru Sylvanus.
The event marked the end of the previous administration's tenure and the beginning of a new leadership era. Speaking at the event, the ENUGU State Commissioner of Trade, Investment and Industry, Dr. Sam Ogbowobodo, represented by Lucy Harry Ewu, said the ministry is open to partnerships with AMP to develop sustainable value chains, attract investors, and promote film production as a viable industrial subsector.
Our office is open to exploring ways the ministry can partner with AMP to develop sustainable value chains, attract local and foreign investors, and promote film production as a viable industrial subsector. Together, we can transform creativity into capital and passion into prosperity.
Our target is to make ENUGU a tourist attraction to people not only within Nigeria but across Nigeria can be boosted if most of the Nollywood films are written, produced in ENUGU State. It will go a long way in convincing the audience and the people that are watching it that ENUGU is a place to go for relaxation.
The general manager of Rangers International Football Club, Amobi Ezako, noted that ENUGU has always been a city where dreams are nurtured, adding that the movie industry has the power to inspire and unite people.
I charge you to lead with vision and integrity. Build an industry where young people can see a future, where ENUGU becomes the destination for creative filmmaking, and where your stories, like our matches, fill arenas with emotion, purpose, and pride. Together, let us make ENUGU a capital of creativity, where football meets film, where passion meets production, and where every young person learns that their talent, properly nurtured, can change the world.
Bishop Dr. Obi Onubogu, who gave the opening remark, described the event as a gathering of dreamers who use storytelling as a tool for education, restoration, and transformation.
Beware of distractions. All over our nation today, there are multiple distractions. Fake news, lies, and deceit. Please, in your own association, be honest, be true, and be loving.
Former chairman of the association, John Paul Wangana, charged the new executive to lead with integrity, humility, and courage, expressing confidence that the association will soon project ENUGU's entertainment scene to the global stage.
I promise to remain committed, a resource committed, and a father figure to all the executive body, and my counsel remains open always. Lead with integrity, listen with humility, and govern with courage. And I want you people to know that membership, without the membership, the elected officers cannot function.
The newly inaugurated chairman, Mrs. Nkuru Silvanus Riches, said the new leadership will work to reposition ENUGU as the hub of entertainment in Nigeria. She noted that collaboration among creatives remained the key to achieving the growth.
I don't really have much to say, but one thing I know is that to him that much is given, much is expected. And I believe that what people are expecting to see is results and not speeches. Because we have orators who have spoken about Nollywood, we have intellectuals who have spoken about Nollywood and the progress of Nollywood. But if we keep talking without results, we still stay in the same place.
With the new leadership in place, the ENUGU movie industry is poised for a renaissance that would promote authentic Nigerian stories, enhances professionalism, secures funding, and combat piracy.
Scene 115, Cam 1, medium to 2 short, Cam 2, medium short, take 1.
Action. Examination malpractice has continued to pose a major threat to credibility of Nigeria's education system. To address this challenge, many institutions have adopted the computer-based testing CBT method as a more transparent and efficient system of assessment. For instance, the West African Examinations Council (WAEC) says it is embracing the CBT fully by next year. But how effective is this approach in curbing exam malpractice? Correspondent Lina Wali sampled opinions from residents of ENUGU.
CBT, meaning computer-based test. That's the best approach. It will help to checkmate people that have intention to cheat in the exam hall. It will also make our educational system stronger. It will strengthen it, and then increase the quality of certificates we turn out, we produce, or we have in this country. And at the same time, it will improve the educational standard of the country. And then issue of exam malpractice will be a thing of the past, if really we are sincere with what we want to do. If well implemented, it's going to help the educational system. Schools will start now to teach the students or the pupils, to teach them to acquire skills, proficiency in use of technology, more especially the computer, so that when they are going to write these exams, they've already mastered the keys of the computer and there will not be issues. Then the people that are involved in setting the examination who also operate these systems must make sure that issue of glitches will be a thing of the past. We need to strengthen the technology and make sure that what happened last time in the 2023 election will not be something that will happen when they are going to write their examinations.
I would say it's a good development for me. At least it will cut down this malpractice and it will make students to read and know that they are coming for a challenge that will make them to achieve success. This private center or what, and most of them is in the village. And those people that prepare for that private center, they have all those, because of it's a private thing. I believe that they have that equipment of CBT computers in their own custody. That if wherever those people in the village want to write that exam, they can still go there. It will not be in that our local schools.
WAEC, well, it will still be the same story because we'll always come up with one story or the other. This is the reason why it's didn't go the way it's supposed to be. So if they should go by that CBT based, I think the examination process or the end, well, I will not say the entire, because some part of the country might, be successful with the examination, but some might be mad, and that will affect, if not the entire students, by rewriting or upgrading their results or remarking, it will affect that part of the country where the examination was mad. So I think that CBT-based exercise will not actually yield the results.
We should first of all have the infrastructure. There is no infrastructure to carry such program in Nigeria. But at the moment, we don't have lights. It's a digital system. It will be hard for the students to maneuver. If we have the infrastructure and everything that is connected to it, it's a good idea. But I don't think it will fly at the moment.
it won't be fair to others that are written on paper before, compared to now that they want to change it to, they want to make it CBT based. Writing in paper gives you more opportunity to write whatever you want to say it completely. There are people that are conceptual in whatever they are writing, but in the CBT based exams, you just go with what they provide for you, the options they give you.
To learn how to press computer and read from there. Just because of the young talent now, they normally used to go for that maybe weekend time or their end school. Like they will go and learn how to press computer. So they'll be getting some thought there.
The immediate past president of the Nigerian Army of Science, Professor Ekane Bride, has urged universities across the country to focus on solving the peculiar challenges facing their host communities. Bride, who is also the pioneer vice-chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Lafia, Nasarawa State, made the call on Friday while delivering the 20th convocation lecture of Bowen University, Iwo, Osun State. Bride lamented the inadequate uptake of research outcomes in Nigeria and called for stronger collaboration among stakeholders to bridge the gap between research and societal needs. She further stressed that for universities to truly fulfill their mandates of teaching, learning, research, and community service, they must align their strategies with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Two brothers have been confirmed killed in a violent clash in the Umuchi-Igbo Nike community, Enugu East local government area of Enugu State, with several houses and cars burnt. The Enugu State Police Command spokesperson Daniel Ndukwe disclosed this in a statement issued on Friday after the Commissioner of Police, Maman Gewa, visited the scenes of the violent clashes in Umuchi-Igbo Nike. He said that apart from the murder of the two brothers, several houses, vehicles, and other properties worth millions were set ablaze or destroyed, while 27 suspects have been arrested in connection with the crisis. According to the statement, the commissioner, during the visit, expressed concern over the scale of the violence and directed the State Criminal Investigation Department to conduct a thorough and discreet investigation into the incident. He also ordered a sustained manhunt for the fleeing suspect, assuring that all those found culpable will be brought to justice. Giwa further urged traditional rulers, community leaders, and members of the warring factions to remain calm, embrace dialogue, sheath their swords, and support the police in ensuring that justice prevails and peace is fully restored to the community. He noted that preliminary investigation have revealed that the attacks and distractions stemmed from a leadership tussle that has long divided the community. Ndukwe stated that normalcy has been restored in the area with police operatives deployed to maintain law and order. The Adamawa State Police Command has arrested a 32-year-old man, Anas Dauda, a resident of Jalingo Bay area, Lamode Ward, in Mobi South local government area for unlawful possession of firearm. The command spokesperson, Suleiman Ngoroje, said the arrest followed a social media post of the suspect displaying an AK-47 rifle loaded with 3 magazines while making threatening comments and boasting he could sell or lease the weapon for a certain amount of money. Upon receiving the report, the Commissioner of Police, Dan Kombo Boris, immediately ordered the deployment of operatives from the Mobi South Divisional Police Headquarters to trace and apprehend the suspect. The State Police Commissioner has directed the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation Department to take over the case for discreet investigation and diligent prosecution. Former Governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, has called for the urgent reform of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Fayemi, while speaking at the second edition of the African Political Square and the expert meeting on alternative futures for ECOWAS in Abuja, said the challenges of poverty, inequality, governance deficit, and insecurity in the West African region cannot be effectively tackled by the regional bloc in its current form. He added that the current state of ECOWAS underscored the need for deep reflection on how it can move beyond being an elite-driven institution to one that truly represents and serves its people. Fayemi stressed that there is an urgent need for a new citizen-centered approach that responds to the concerns of ordinary West Africans instead of focusing solely on the priorities of political leaders. United States President Donald Trump has declared Nigeria a country of particular concern in response to allegations of a Christian genocide in the country. Trump announced his decision on a post on the White House's X handle. The U.S. president stated that Christianity faces an existential threat in Nigeria, where thousands of Christians have been killed by radical Islamists. He asked U.S. Representatives Riley Moore and Tom Cole, as well as the House of Representatives Appropriations Committee, to look into the matter and report back to him. Trump further said that the U.S. is willing to save Christians in Nigeria and other countries from what he described as atrocities bedeviling them to save the population around the world. China's Shenzhou 21 space rocket and its crew, including the youngest member of its astronaut corps, blasted off on Friday atop a Long March 2F rocket from the Jingguan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China. It was the 7th mission to the permanently inhabited Chinese space station since it was completed in 2022. Missions on the spacecraft involved trios of astronauts on a 6-month stay in space, with veteran astronauts increasingly replaced by younger faces. First-timers Zhang Hangshang, 39, and Wu Fai, 32, China's youngest astronauts to be sent to space, were picked to participate in the program in 2020. The Shenzhou 21 astronauts will take over from the Shenzhou 20 crew, who had lived and worked on board Tiangong, or Heavenly Palace, for the more than 6 months. The Shenzhou 20 astronauts will return to Earth in the coming days. Biannual launches have become the norm for Shenzhou program, which has in the past year reached new milestones with the deployment of Chinese astronauts born in the 1990s, a world record spacewalk, and plans to train and send the first foreign astronauts from Pakistan to Tiangong next year. The rapid advances have raised alarm bells in Washington, which is now racing to put a U.S. astronaut on the moon again before China does. Both countries are also competing in nascent institution building efforts, with the US-led Artemis Accords on lunar exploration marched up against the Chinese and Russian-led International Lunar Research Station. Cuban military units worked through torrential rains on Friday to rescue people trapped by rising flood waters after Hurricane Melissa struck east of Cuba. Soldiers waded through flooded streets, lifting residents into military trucks as rivers overflowed their banks across Granma province. The rescue operation involved teams from multiple provinces and the Red Cross, according to Lieutenant Colonel Orestes Lopez, chief of the Granma Province Fire Department.
The river began to rise. There had been floods before, but the water had never entered my house. So when the river started to overflow, we went to another area, but night fell. We thought the water level would decrease, but look at how everything is now. We don't know how long it will last, as it's still raining.
We spent 2 hours watching the river water level rise until it calmed down. Suddenly, when we went out into the street, the water was up to our knees. After that, we began taking precautions, climbing as high as we could. Even so, we managed to rescue some things, but our houses are flooded, furniture, sheets, everything. Now that we've been rescued, I feel better, but I'm very worried. We don't know if we can go back, and if we'll have anything left in our homes.
We have rescued more than 3,000 people and we are continuing with the rescue and salvage operations. It is not only the rescue workers from Granma, there are also rescue workers from Holguin, Las Tunas, and the Red Cross, who are essential for the first aid work. We will not leave here until we have rescued the last person.
The fear is that the river water will not continue its course toward the sea, that it will back up and flood the area, which would be dangerous.
Nigeria's football community continues to mourn the passing of one of its finest tacticians, Pamande Sinclair, a man whose coaching career spanned decades and whose footprint remains deeply etched in both local and international football. As tributes continue to pour in, Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has joined the sporting world to celebrate the life and legacy of the iconic coach.
Pamande Sinclair's journey in football was one defined by passion, discipline, and impact. From his days leading Sharks FC and Rangers International to managing Heartland and Bayelsa United, he was known for nurturing young talents and promoting homegrown excellence in Nigerian football. In 1997, he briefly took charge of the Super Eagles as interim coach, guiding the national team during friendly matches in Tunisia and Zambia. His influence also crossed borders when he managed Equatorial Guinea's national team, the Nzalang National, cementing his reputation as one of Africa's respected football tacticians. Now, as friends, family, and football lovers gather to celebrate his remarkable life, the Rivers State government has pledged to keep his memory alive. Speaking at the service of songs held in honor of the late football icon at the Ecumenical Center, Abone Mawaf Road in Port Harcourt, Governor Fubara said the late coach left a legacy of service, discipline, humility, and mentorship, which, according to him, inspired generations of footballers across Nigeria.
I hereby, on behalf of the state and also as a friend to the family, to condole with you, assure you that wherever we need to come in to make the memory of this great man immortalize his memory in the state, we will do that.
He described the former Super Eagles coach, who passed away at the age of 89, as a man of great wisdom and dedication, who made indelible contributions to football development in Rivers State and Nigeria at large.
I'm here to support somebody who has been a very good friend to me, Scott Tommy. And coincidentally, it will be improper and not complete if the state does not feature in this kind of program, knowing the role late Pamande Sinclair played in Rivers State when it comes to football. It was one time our coach.
Governor Fubara also used the occasion to preach unity and peace, emphasizing that only peace has made it possible for his administration to continue its transformative work for the people of Rivers State. Sinclair, who passed away on Wednesday, the 16th of July 2025, was appointed interim coach of the Super Eagles in 1997 and took charge of the friendlies in Tunisia and Zambia following the exit of Frenchman Philippe Trouzier. He also coached a good number of indigenous top-tier Nigerian clubs, including Sharks FC, Rangers International, Heartland, Bayelsa United, Udoji United, and Niger Tornadoes, among others. He also managed the Nzalang National, the national team of Equatorial Guinea. And as the curtain falls on a lifetime devoted to football, Pamande Sinclair is remembered not just for the trophies he chased, but for the lives he touched and the discipline he instilled in generations of players.
That's the news this hour. I am Christopher Lele. Thank you for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
school.
International communities observing
Just finished the
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good morning, Nigeria. It's a rather hot but bright Saturday morning here in the city of ENUGU State. It's the first day in the month of November, and as the year is gradually wrapping up and coming to an end, I'd just like to say one thing. Keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. This is New Day, your favorite breakfast show here on Signature TV. I am Princess Ken Achoma. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Join us on our live broadcast at Signature TV on YouTube and also on SLTV channel 265. You're welcome, and in a moment we will commence with our newspaper headlines. Do stay with us. We'll be right back. You're welcome back. All right, starting on our newspaper headline this morning is the Vanguard. Our first headline is Court stopping a convention assault on democracy, PDP says. On page 9, have party rejects decision, asks members to continue preparations for convention. This is the handiwork of saboteurs. We will appeal decision, says Damagun. It's judicial brigadage, open recipe for anarchy, Bode George says. Delay is not denial, same PDP leaders see hope in court's decision. Why PDP cannot go ahead with its national convention. All this will be seen on page 9 of the Vanguard. Next is Dangote Refinery guarantees consistent PMS, diesel supply. This will be seen on page 3. Still on Vanguard, we have producing GMOs, scientific fraud, not agriculture, says Professor Cyril Otoikan on page 11. And lastly, on the Vanguard, we have quarter 3 of 2025. UBA delivers 538 billion naira PAT, robust balance sheet on page 6. We move over to the Punch. The first headline says, Trump hammers Nigeria again. Amid visa clampdown, U.S. President blacklists Nigeria over alleged Christian genocide. Trump's decision splits American lawmakers, politicians, and bishops. This can be seen on page 4. I will use comedy to expose what government hides, content creator Governor Amunike says. All right, digital pimps, Nigeria's booming sex economy, where syndicates uses tech to trap youths. This is seen on page 20 and 21. And lastly, on the Punch, we have my father. A son says that his father murdered his mom. Says, my father murdered my mom. I'll be fine if he's killed too. That's on page 21 still. All right, that's the much we can take on our newspaper headlines this morning. We'll take a break, and when we return, it will be time for our newspaper review. Do stay with us. All right, joining us this morning for our review is our in-house reviewer, the Oracle himself, Mr. Chris Madika. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Ochoma.
How are you today?
I'll tell you a story. There's this man who wants to describe a beautiful girl who is plump and beautiful like stars of the morning. You know, there's this particular classical song where they sing where people die. He said, fading away like stars of the morning. Whose luster? That's the light. Fade away at the first come of the morning sun. He says, so shall we all go out of this life, but we shall be remembered by the works we've done. We have watched PDP gradually fade away, and we are looking back at the work they've done. To know that the PDP is a party who once boasted that we ruled this country for 60 years. To know that this party used to be the biggest party in Africa. To know that this party has been in power for 16 years. And then suddenly, to know that this party cooked all the politicians in present Nigerian political scene. All, almost half, were cooked by PDP pot. To know this is how this party is just going. They will be talking. But I've told them, PDP know clearly that they went to plant seeds with squirrel in their bag. The squirrel that PDP has in his bag has made PDP to be seeding emptiness. And now the question will be, for how long can PDP stand with the squirrel in their bag, planting seeds? What were they expecting to get? I'm ashamed. There are certain things people will do. You start feeling ashamed on their behalf. Yeah. I'm ashamed on behalf of PDP because this is a party that commanded a large followership in Nigeria, even up till now, that people get confused. Even children those days used to learn how to talk with, PDP. You see children even VDV, FAWA, all those kind of things become the tagline. But then that tells us about transient nature of politics and politicians and even life itself. It shows we watch this great party fading away. It's sad, but it also draws a lesson for all of us. Look at how they're talking from both sides of their mouth, but they know the cause. And they have not addressed the cause, because once you attack the cause, instead of pursuing shadow, attack the cause. So can you imagine, they've not been able to hold convention for this long, and even this much touted convention has been stopped again by Nigerian court. So good luck, PDP. We are waiting. And then some of us who are poets will be couching and be sitting down, reflect and conceptualizing the last word they used to describe PDP. But that's the part of it. Okay. Let's move on.
Another topic I would like you to talk on is on page 15, still on Vanguard, terror in the heartbeat, kidnappers turn Edo forests into fear fields. I mean, do you have any take on that?
In the heartbeat of the nation, kidnappers turn Edo forest into fear field. You know that Edo State used to be one of the highest producer of rubber. You go into most Edo forest, find rubber plantations, hidden big rubber plantations, and the people go in there. You go into Edo forest, you find big farmlands where farmers go to plant and bring in large quantity of food. You go into Edo forest, you see other things that they plant there, cocoa. Edo has a share in production of cocoa in Nigeria. Now, imagine when all the forests in Edo State have been hijacked by terrorists and bandits. And now it become a fear where not even... I know of a friend who was a classmate at the University of Benin who was killed because he owns a cocoa rubber plantation. He was going to his farm and he was kidnapped and held for so long. There was no communication to even pay ransom. It was being looked until so many months later they found his dead body where he has decomposed and all that. It was sad. And our platform as University of Benin, students will mourn him from Edo. And he was a high, also ranking officer in Edo State government. So this is a clear case of so many forests in Nigeria has been turned into fear fields. It's not just Edo. Give me one forest in Nigeria where farmers can walk in to even fetch firewood to cook, where they can walk in to even cut wood to stake their yam. Just give me one forest in Nigeria that has not been taken over by bandits and terrorists. And our representatives, members of the National Assembly, cocoon themselves in National Assembly building, where they have also received threats that are not even safe there. And they don't think that emergency should be called in all ramifications in all spheres of Nigeria about bandits and terror and what to do. They just keep talking muchi. We are doing muchi. People are dying. And the worst are the wretched of the earth. People like us who do not have mopol, well starched, and with brand new AK-47 loaded with almost 5 cartridge packs to guard one National Assembly member who guards the farmers who go into Edo forest. And all the forests in Nigeria, they are not interested. We are saying, yesterday, it came up again that even the National Assembly received threats from bandits and terrorists that they are going to bomb that place. And up till now, we are not hearing in the headlines how they are making effort, what they are doing, and if you find a community where people are missing one by one and they are laughing and talking in low tones and celebrating, by the time they know it, that community will be empty. Nigeria is not at home. This may be the 20th time I'm saying it on this program. Why are we pretending? We have issues. And it's not just like I'm passing it a buck to the government and the security agencies. All Nigerians have a role to play. But the government must take the lead. That's why they're government and leaders. Let them tell us what to do. Some have tried to tell us, defend yourself. But the question is, yes, you have told us defend ourselves. With what? Even the Nigerian army, the Nigerian police, the customs, the air, navy, air force, all the DSS, all of them, do they have enough to use to defend us? Then they will. Are they making it free for all? Go and buy weapons, hold in your house, defend yourself. Is it not using pepper to cure madness? With hardship and hunger, problem that need to solve. Yes. If there's gone in the hand of a stressed Nigerian, corpses will take over the street of Nigeria. But God forbid. All right, we always wish for good. Let's move on.
All right, yeah, let's move over to Punch. Like this very bold headline. Trump hammers Nigeria again. Amid visa clampdown, U.S. president blacklists Nigeria over alleged Christian genocide.
There was the issue that came up. It was on this desk on Signature TV, newspaper review. It came up on the headline that what Trump is talking about. We came up in the headline about Nigeria being a nation of concern to the world, especially U.S., the big brother. And they were saying it's a lie. People are not being killed, decimating Nigeria population. I'm not interested in whether the people killed are Muslim or Christians. Nigeria is a country of concern now. The number of people that are dying in Nigeria through terror and bandit and insecurity is higher than countries at war. Even Ukraine was compared with Nigeria. We left treating the issue that Nigerians are being died. We were saying, hey, it was a Christian that killed, it was a Muslim. Is he somebody who is African traditional religion is killed or a theist? We left the substance, pursuing the shadow until America waited for Nigeria to really react to the situation and speak to the issue, and they take their decision the second time. Who are you to blame? Nigeria was not able to convince America that Nigeria is not a nation of concern where people, no matter who they are concerned. And some people in Nigeria were trying to be politically correct. We are saying, I'm a Christian, it's we that are being killed. The other one said, no, it's not only Christians that are being killed, Muslims are being killed too. This one said, is this a lie? Oh, nobody is being killed in Nigeria. This is what we've been talking. I watched a drama. A drama of issue. It was a drama, they called that drama Bribe. The women in that community that drama was trying to reenact felt that the men are always going to war. So they decided to deny them sex so that they will not go to war. So one of the men went to see the Oga and said, Oga, we hear here speaking of Igbo, things are spoiling. These women meant business. They've gathered themselves into a camp and surround themselves with army. Even some of the women who are trying to run home to go and meet their husbands were shot to death to show them that they meant business. So they said these women wanted to stop this war and with using sex. And that was what that drama spoke about. It was an adaptation of a Greek drama by Professor Yov Kerry of University of Benin Theatre Arts. That was then. He called it Bribe. Now, what am I saying? I'm referring to what one character in that book told your guy. He said, we are speaking Oyibo and things got spoiled. This issue came up. Nigeria, we are speaking Oyibo until Trump hammers Nigeria. He said, Trump hammers Nigeria again. That's punchy punch. And that's true to nature of punch.
Yeah.
Because at this time, America did not want to know whether it was because of Christian genocide or anybody. They just felt that nobody deserved to die in Nigeria for any reason. At the rate we are dying, avoidable death, because of issues of we cannot explain. People are being killed. Whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, you are a Nigerian, your blood run in your vein and you feel pain like anybody. And it was wrong for our leaders to be arguing who was killed, the Christian or Muslim. And I said, what kind of nation is this? Now America has taken decision and hammer Nigeria again. Probably until they go back, it will take a long time for the hammer America that landed on Nigeria. Before we suffer this wound, you know how hammer wound can be. You have a bump in your head, before anything dissolve, maybe another hammer will come. Let them begin now to look for black goats during the daytime. That's an advice. And also we are all involved. The community, the people of Nigeria know that we are not at home. Everybody should sit up and let's do something for once together. Yeah.
All right. One last before.
Is it the last exposed inside Lagos? That one you forgot to see it.
Oh yes.
Illegal inside illegal Lagos nursing home, where nursing home is run by a poultry farmer. What can't you hear in Nigeria? Kai. So when a nurse is trained by a poultry farmer, hey God, though.
Oh my God.
Nigeria, my country.
How are they comparing chickens to human?
No, but that's it. Well, if you know how to handle chicken, then you can handle Nigerian. And that's the life of it. And then such people, you come wear white, looking smart. You don't know this is a chicken nurse. Hey,
upgraded.
God. Oh God. Thank God they expose them. But we may have. There people watch out. We might have many nursing homes in Nigeria being run by even piggery, what they call it, people who run piggery. And the people who train cows and the cattle rearers.
Yeah.
There might be where even the ones who rear grass cutters, some nursing homes where people who rear grass cutters and snail are running. You know why? Suddenly, nursing has become the greatest career for every Nigerian.
Yes.
Bribe, sleaze to get admission to read nursing in Nigeria has they have upgraded it. Now it means it's a business now. Anybody can put up a small anything and run a nursing home. Maybe we think about our own nursing home. But I could go and find it where a piggery. Find one piggery somewhere, put a nursing home there. As far as the person finishes and come out to wear white, the person becomes a nurse. This is the kind of thing. And the world is watching us. And most of them that will wear white and want to try Japa to go there and start all over, because they know most of our nurses coming out of Nigeria are trained in a poultry house. That is wonderful. Nigeria, we're healthy. We are moving forward.
Yes, sir.
You know. Yeah. There is this Weekend Trust. That newspaper you didn't touch.
Oh yes.
You know.
ADC says how far.
ADC they're asking how far so far. And there is Weekend Trust that's asking that question. Does Weekend Trust have? Why do they single out ADC and asking them how far so far? We find a boss there. We're written ADC Coalition, brand new boss on a And then the exhaust, the fumes that are coming out there is the talk, 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 talk. That's the sound that it's making.
Yeah.
Whether it's moving somewhere or not moving, I think it's static. It's not in motion. So ADC and the people who should sit down all their big brains to analyze that cartoon. And their destination is 2027. But their boss is static, smoking. And the smoke is rising to the high heavens. And a lot of people are still inside the bus. One person is looking at the smoke. We can trust. For whatever reason you have to cartoon ADC this way, it calls for the attention of ADC. But my little knowledge of cartoon from what I'm seeing is showing that ADC is not making much progress.
Yes.
Their bus is static and the destination is known 2027. Which looks at close, very close to the bus, but then it's static. People are not even coming down from the bus, nor going in. I didn't even see a door. They're on that bus. From the side I'm looking at. No. There was no door. That means everybody inside the ADC coalition bus is already trapped. May God forbid. If I find there, I will jump through the window. If there's need anyway. But that's about it. How 13 states assemblies operate without a female legislators in 2025, and they will come and tell us gender equity, gender equality, social inclusion. With beautiful ladies like you, we sit down here analyzing this paper. You will not go to the House of Assembly to see what they are doing. Was it? And I was saying, women, where are you? On this issue of women sit up there, you have been used for too long. Why are you not in the picture of coalition now? Why should women continue to be cheerleaders? Go to all the world gatherings, every constitutional gathering in the world, we have women. 13 out of 36 states that are dealing with no single woman legislator in their House of Assembly. Cool. In 2025. That will tell you how we tell ourselves lies as a country. Because when you come, these are people who will come out and still face women. They will go for campaign. What do they normally tell them? To go and buy a cara. And then put 4 cups of rice and share to them, and they will be dancing for them. Why is it that the women, they don't consider that women should also go along with them? Own. It calls for attention. Yes. And the world will see it and think Nigeria is part of the world. In 2025, 13 states in Nigeria are dealing with no single woman. In such states, I know there may be no women in their commissionership, in their SS and PAs. There might not be. And before you know it, that's how the thing is rolling like that. And it's wonderful. Nigeria will help thee. But Governor Amuneke, you remember him? That's somebody who is using comedy to speak truth to authority. Punch. Yeah, on Punch he said, I use comedy to expose what government hides. And if you had watched his content, you know that he meant business. Governor Amuneke, congrats. A lot of fellow artists like you have decided to be praise singers. Anywhere they can, they go and start singing praise of them. They have not used what they have studied and their skill to touch and change the society. For Amuneke, he's going far. If you watch his content, he says Governor Amuneke. That's his character. And in every situation you watch Governor Amuneke, you see a country called Nigeria being critically lampooned and critically examined. You see reflection of Nigeria in all but in a comic way. You laugh at our stupidity. You laugh at our conscious effort to tell ourselves lies as a nation. You laugh at our conscious efforts to make sure we do not move forward. We go 1 step and go 20 steps forward. That's Governor Amuneke for you. And I doff my hat for Governor Amuneke for doing this. He's not targeting anybody. For those who want to go praising him, this guy is raising followership of people who see value in what you do. Governor Amuneke, congratulations. Keep doing what you are doing. The world is seeing you, and the world will recognize you in due time.
All right.
The final note?
Yes. As much as I would want to, just sit and listen to you talk, that's the much time we can take on our review this morning. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Princess Ochoma, the pompous.
Of course.
The man who want to describe a prompt and he say hey, pompous. But I will give you another story another day of those things. But that's it. God bless you for having been there with us this morning again to tolerate the shouting and passion and But that's all meant for us to move on along the good line of Nigeria. Join us on Signature TV, online, and direct to home on channels 265 on SLTV. Join us, we are going somewhere. I keep telling you, Signature TV is going somewhere. Join us, and God bless you as you join us. God bless you, Princess, and God bless me too. And then God bless everybody. But remember, God blessing meant for those who deserve to be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. New Day will be back after this break.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why yet? It's overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
What we are doing in Nigeria is a lot of people are taking risks. And in business, yes, they say, don't fear, take risks so that you grow. But you don't see the risks there and you jump into it. Say you have been told to take risks. It's when it is unimaginable. You don't imagine it. You don't foresee it. But these days, I pity people who are doing any type of business in Nigeria. Is it, if you rely on energy, I think in one of the stations, I was privileged to appear, one of the broadcast media, I was, the MD was, we were discussing informally. He was telling me, say, Louis, to run this business is no longer for. What is he spends on diesel alone on weekly basis, can pay his staff, all of them. So imagine that kind of, what kind of business are you running? Are you running a charity home? Apart from the issue of technology, energy, that government agents, you see somebody, a woman who is selling mango, fruits. They will come, you see another person standing, a man. Once it is 10, Madam will take go. That's Madam, bring money. What for? Some of them are agents of government. Some of them are friends of government, touts, used in the election. So they can look elsewhere. Security operatives will look elsewhere when you are undermining somebody's interest. So I wonder when people do business, it's like in Nigeria today, it's like, well, we have come out, we have started, there's nothing we can do.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome back. This is still New Day. Now, our first conversation for this morning is revitalizing Nigeria's cultural heritage through technology. And joining me this morning is Roger Okewole. He's a visual artist, and he'll be helping us talk about, discuss, and dissect this very topic. Good morning, Roger.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Princess. How are you this
Hello.
morning?
Hello, Princess. How are you? Nice name. Nice name.
Thank you very much. So we're discussing revitalizing Nigeria's cultural heritage through technology. How do we intend doing this?
Well, I'm a graphic artist. My main medium right now. Well, I always used pencils and paints back in the day, but now I use electronic media. By coincidence, the very iPad I'm using to talk to you now is my like my portable studio. And I started up an online store where I sell prints and I sell apparel with Afrocentric artwork designed to change the narrative, to kind of doing my small part to fly the flag for our cultural heritage. Not just Nigeria's. I see the title on the flyer, Nigeria's, but I tend to focus on sub-Saharan Africa in general. And this is a reaction. This is a reaction to mass media. I live in the States. I'm talking to you in the States. I'm talking to you from New Jersey. I stayed up till 3:30 for this interview. Since 3:30 a.m. here. So I I live in the States, and over here, I'm sure you know the Marvel movies are very popular.
Yes.
And let me show you the room I'm sitting in. You can tell I'm a fan of comic books. So yes, so I'm surrounded by that stuff all the time. And it occurred to me when the Thor movie came out, not so much for a child living in Nigeria, but imagine a Nigerian child living in the States. Why should that child know more about Thor than about Amadioha or Ogun or Shango? And also, given the current atmosphere in the United States, I think it behooves a person in my situation more to somewhat change the narrative, push back on we don't have a background, to do more to push us forward in the same media, in a media that talks to the youth. So I don't believe repeated paintings of wooden statues speak to the youth today. You have youth that here that were brought up reading Wolverine comics.
Yes.
And so I focus on pop art. There's a guy called Roy Lichtenstein. He popularized making pop art, quote unquote, fine art. And he had a very comic book based approach to things. And that's my approach. I don't do the traditional woman carrying calabash on her head to the river kind of African. That's not what I do. I do Shango actually made of electricity, so it'll appeal to the younger generation. And when I know I've achieved my mission is when I get asked questions about what I just drew.
Okay. So help me understand. I mean, the cultural heritage, I understand, includes food, attire, language, the dialect, and all of that. If we're centering mostly on the ancestry, what then happens to, because I understand that to some extent, there's an awareness of the food of African Nigeria. The attire is widely, advertised. So why do we need to, what are we trying to revitalize again? Because if you want to channel all the ancestry into digital, to me, I feel like it loses the essence of what the ancestral should be.
I have a two-word answer to you, Princess. 2 words: Black Panther. And that imaginary country in Africa called Wakanda. No African kid living abroad should think that bears any resemblance to reality. Is my approach, is my opinion. So when I watched the movie, I was very conflicted by that movie. I love the movie. I've been reading Black Panther well before anybody ever thought of making a movie. But I was very conflicted by the movie. I love the movie, but I was very conflicted. And I thought, in my medium, I'm not a professor of arts, but I thought that my part of changing the narrative, my part of adding to the narrative was to, in some way, portray our culture in a pop art setting, so that it would speak to younger generations. And that's my approach. That's the approach I have. I mean, I believe a poet would do it differently, a cook would do it differently, a fashion designer would do it differently. That's my avenue. And keep in mind, I have a teenage daughter, so she's brought up here, and I need her to be aware. She's a New Jersey girl. Let's face it, she's not a Surulere girl, but I need her to be aware of her background in my small way, and that's my main incentive. I get what you're saying about the clothing and the food and all that kind of stuff, but that's my approach to it.
Okay. So, tech, right?
Yes.
And culture.
Mm.
It's words apart, right? How are we transcending? What is the mode of, what kind of technology are we interpreting? Is it, you said drawings. How are
Yes.
we going to preserve this so that the youths and those in diaspora can relate with it? Because if you just leave it to persons in the US, it's something
Yes.
they're already familiar with. And us
Yes.
down here, there are some technologies and there are some things that you will draw, like
Yes.
the AI, its invention, we won't understand it. So how do you, marry both worlds, the Nigerian youth and those in diaspora?
So a picture speaks 1,000 words. So let me show you something. Let me see if I can do this. Let's see. This is gonna be a bit awkward because I can't share screens over this. Let's see what we can do here. Let me show you something. Can you see?
Yes.
That's my interpretation of Ogun, the Yoruba god of metallurgy.
Okay.
That weapon he's holding is a direct replica of ancient Yoruba weaponry. The armor he's wearing is now, you know how in Britain, in stately homes, castles and all that, they have suits of armor standing in halls, so we know what the armor look like.
Okay.
In order to do this, I had to look at museum pieces and interpret what the museum figurines were wearing, and I used that to create. Let me zoom in and use that to create this. So I did this electronically. This is electronic graphic design. And then let me show you something. I have this on t-shirts and I have this as prints. And the point I started out with was no one should know more about Mars, the Greek god of war, than about Ogun. No Nigerian kid living abroad should know more about Mars, the Greek god of war, than about Ogun. So let me show you something else. You asked about technology?
Yes.
So let me show you something else. I figured this would be easier to show. Okay, so I did a time lapse of me drawing his headgear. This is the exact same thing you just saw. I did a time lapse of it. And it shows that even though it's a computer, you still apply the old techniques. Can you see the stuff being added on? That was ironically, my daughter was at gymnastics class when I was drawing this. And that's the advantage of having an iPad to do this. So you carry your studio with you everywhere. And that's the advantage of the technology involved. So this is how I drew his headgear in the first place. See?
Okay.
So that's what I'm talking about. So I believe that this speaks to the youth that are raised on Marvel comics more than the stead traditional approach, because I believe that representing our culture in a modern pop art way will speak to someone who reads stuff like, you can see in my this is my studio. Those are comic books in the bottom corner. There's over 1,000 comic books in this room, over 1,000. So I believe a child like me living here, a Nigerian child like me, this will speak more to that child than anything else. That's my belief. It's just, you try. I don't pretend that my work alone will change the narrative, but I want to be part of the movement. That's my approach.
All right. I'm trying to learn. I'm learning. Now,
Yes.
We grew up to understand that to learn about your culture and your ancestry, you need to read. We need to visit libraries, archives,
Yes.
museums, see these things, feel them. Now
Yes.
that you're technology, if I beg
Yes.
to use the word, these histories, wouldn't it lose the effect of having to, really connect? When you go to the museum, you see these things, you feel it. If I have to read about Ogun, I have to read about Amadioha through a
Yes.
picture text.
Yes.
I personally, I will not really understand or feel that, okay, this is something that connects to me as a Nigerian.
So, hey, Princess, see the way I'm smiling? I look like a lecturer. A lecturer asked me a question, and I already knew the answer. So let me show you something. I have it right here. Are you in Lagos, Princess? Are you in Lagos?
No, I'm in Enugu State,
Oh, I'm
Southeast.
sorry. I'm a Lagos boy, so we
Yeah.
Lagosians are. Nowhere else exists. Okay. So I got this book at Terror Culture in Lagos. It's a big bookstore over there. It's called The History of the Yorubas by Reverend Samuel Johnson, and he wrote this back at the turn of the 20th century, in the late 1800s. The book was never finished. So I want to show you something. I decided to go through the book and represent different parts of the book in an educational fashion. So I'm going to show you something now. Let's do this. All right. So there's a section. Can you see? There's a section of the book that talks about the ladies that live in the Oba's palace. There are 8 of them, and I thought it was intriguing because I'd never heard of these ladies before. So I'm going to show you. These are ladies of palace. Now I'm going to show you this. It's hard to do this with one hand. So let me do this. Okay. There's Iya Oba. There's Arerite. There's Iya Kere. There's Iya Monari. There's Iya Nassau. There's Oru Kumefun. There's Iya Finkiku. There's Iya Lagbo. And then look at this, what I did here.
Okay.
I did a poster and I lifted this text from the book. I hope I'm not killing copyright, but I cited the book and I made it look like a parchment that was discovered, like Indiana Jones. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. So Princess. So here you can see I talked ladies of the palace. This is all from the book. History of the Yorubas. Ladies of the palace, they reside in the palace, but strictly speaking could not be grouped with the king's wives. And I gave their titles. And I believe that this is more accessible to your average. Keep in mind, I create my work for kids in the diaspora. So this is more accessible for your average kid living in New Jersey or Texas or wherever than necessarily digging through a bunch of history books on West Africa. That's my approach. I don't claim it to be the end all and be all, but it's my approach.
All right, thank you very much. Now, you said the books are for children in diaspora. But in the beginning, you said it's beyond Nigeria, diaspora, and youth general. How do we make this? How do we make this picture book available to the people you are trying to revitalize their cultural heritage? Because persons in the US might have relatives in Nigeria. And then we need to, when you read the book in the US, you need to ask us. And if you're asking me about something you read in a book and I'm not seeing the book, or I don't even know what is inside the book, I may not know what to answer you. So how do we make this picture book accessible and engaging to us here?
So I did something else. I stretched myself a little bit. My mom is Jamaican. My mom is not Nigerian. My dad was Nigerian, Yoruba. My mom is Jamaican. So I did something else. I did this one got me in a bit of trouble. I'm going to show you. I sometimes get myself in trouble. I did this one. You know how superstitious our people are.
Yes.
So I did this one to appeal to first. And this print is available on my website. I made the T-shirt for my daughter. I have an online shop which I'll share with you. I made the T-shirt for my daughter. She wore it to school. And her friends, actually, one of her friends called me from the school to compliment me on the design.
Okay.
This child is also a child. Her parents are also, I believe, let me think, where's Sanaya's parents from? I believe her parents are Ghanaian. I could be wrong, but at least one of her parents is Ghanaian. And she called me and she was impressed by the design. And then let me show you something else. Hold on.
Okay.
You can't do things one hand at a time. So hold on.
All right.
So this is Yemoja. So I chose Mami Water and Yemoja because both of these are not restricted to West Africa. They are both revered in the West Indies, Caribbean, and in Brazil. It goes well beyond West Africa. And if you see with Yemoja, I made her followers look like the Mami Water I did in the other design.
Okay.
And then I'm going to show you one other thing. And I sent this information to Aro before this interview was set up, so you should have it. This is my website. Hold on, let me show you this. Okay, so catalog. All right. So everything I sell, I call it the African Pantheon, which is a play on the Greek Pantheon, which you are always getting shoved at us in comic books and in movies and in print and constant. So this is my own answer to that narrative, and I have a lot more pieces here than I've showed you. A lot more. I don't know how much time I have, but
our time is actually up.
Yeah, okay, my dear. But yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I think I still have 2-3 minutes on the clock. So in essence, you're telling us that in revitalizing Nigeria's cultural heritage, it doesn't only teach, it also reminds us of who we are and where we are.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. As a visual artist,
yes,
this is me asking a very curious question. What does it feel like to be a visual artist, to tell stories through visuals?
I will tell you, that piece that I told you about Ogun, it was very, very satisfying. It is very, very satisfying because when you have an idea in your head and you successfully translate it to the art, it is very, very satisfying. Conversely, when you're not able to sufficiently translate it, it's very frustrating. So you go between the two emotions. It's like a pendulum effect. So that Ogun was very, very satisfying because exactly as I envisioned it is what I drew. And that was one of those really, really satisfying pieces of work that I did. Not all my pieces are like that. When I did the Orumila, I had to do 3 different versions of Orumila to finally get what I wanted to do, to show him as a divination deity.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure. I'm going back to bed. Thank you, Princess.
Do enjoy your rest.
Bye-bye.
All right. New Day continues after this break.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The Igbos would say, so today we see a lot of imported cultures, and within our cosmology, within our worldview, those things are not in existence. I'm not saying we cannot, learn from other people and progressives, but it's not everything out there that should be learned. When you look at it, you evaluate it through the spectrum of your worldview, cosmology. If it aligns, fine, because the Igbos have one of their major characteristics, Njepo. Njepo is sojourn. Across the world, there's this funny thing they always say, if you want to know a very habitable location across the world, there are three things you need to find at the Catholic Church and then the Igbo person. So anywhere you do not see these three identifiers, then that place is not habitable. But the Igbo, I don't know if you see the trend on social media now. So people identify you with their Igbo heritage. I've seen Igbo Taiwanese, Igbo Pakistanese, right? So Njepa means when you sojourn, you carry your whole essence, everything you have. That's why we go there. We find Ndi Igbo in America Association. Then SMD Igbo in America. So this is our attributes. And then when we are coming back, we bring all of the good we find in that location and bring it. That way, we are maintaining that balance, because one other principle Igbo characteristics is balance. That is why we have this dual complementarity. Ifekolo, Ifakudebeya, Inwe nwoke, Inwe nwanyi, Inwe elu, Inwe ala, Inwe Nigeria, Inwe America. So I mean, with that balance, the world is not tilted to one corner.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Thank you for still staying with us. This is still New Day. All right. If you enjoy the first conversation, the next should be more interesting and engaging, if I do say so myself. Our next topic for conversation this morning is the Enugu State, as we heard, topped the budget 2025 fiscal viability ranking. Enugu was topped first in the country. And to help us discuss this topic this morning he's the Deputy Country Director, Public Finance Analyst of the Budget Foundation, Vayala Kwaga. Good morning, Mr. Kwaga.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
My name is Princess. How are you this morning?
I'm doing very well. Thanks so much.
So, I'm in Enugu State, and I hear that my state came first, if it's position now. We came first on the budget ranking. They said Enugu can now operate on its own without the federal government allocation. How did this happen?
Thank you so much, Princess. So, I have to be completely clear. The aggregated fiscal performance ranking had Anambra actually come first, but Enugu was still, very, very high and performed very well, featuring in the top 5. So I think that is a testament to how it performed in the sub-indicators. So when we look at our index A, we look at our index A1, and we look at our index B and D, Enugu also featured in the top 5. So those indexes, look at the ability of the state to manage its operating expenses with only its IGR. So for the 2024 fiscal year, Enugu showed outstanding performance in terms of the amount of IGR it was able to produce vis-a-vis its operating expenses. So I must also, for full disclosure, these are statistical analyses. If a state has relatively small operating expenses but large IGR, of course they would score very well. This does not really speak to the quality of implementation, but it does show that Enugu State is strong on its numbers. Regarding Index A1, which speaks to IGR, year-on-year IGR growth, Enugu has also demonstrated some considerable effort in that regard, being in the top 5 and being in the specific position, that it is, as well as Index B, which looks at the state's ability to take care of its operating expenses and handle its loan repayments. So Index B conceives of financial management at the state level as if the state only had its loan repayments and operating expenditure. If it had a little extra more, then it means it's doing well because it can dedicate that to capital expenditure. So again, in Index B, sub-index B, Enugu performed outstandingly well. And then finally, in Index D, capital expenditure prioritization. In fact, on a per capita basis, Enugu is spending at least 30,000 naira more per capita on capital expenditure than it did, 10 years ago, which I think is something that Enugu State should be proud of.
So how does this capitation, how is it calculated? Is it from taxes of people, or, I'm trying to understand, because in the state where I am, things are difficult, right? Cost of living is still high. So where is the government now getting the money to, fund itself so much so that it is stopping first in the ranking? Because I don't know.
Brilliant question. And this really speaks to the challenge of statistical analyses and their real life impacts. So again, I must say that we are dealing with numbers as presented by the states. We are not on the ground to evaluate the impact of actual performance on the lives of citizens. Even though that's something that we are seriously considering for subsequent editions of the report, we intend to speak to people on the ground to really get a sense of what's going on. But I do understand your concerns. And, for the capital expenditure per capita analysis, for instance, it's a simple calculation of the amount stated as having been spent on capital expenditure in the state's audited financial statements divided by the total number of persons in Enugu State. So the devil is always in the details. And I think that's where your question really comes from. If the state is spending about 40,000 naira per capita, why am I not feeling the impact? It's because the mechanisms of public administration and governance may not always translate that spending into the specific targeted needs of people. And this is why we at the Budget Foundation, we stress or we urge citizens to be involved in the budget process, not just at the state level, but also at the local government level. States are receiving a lot more in terms of finances, especially from the Federation Account Allocation Committee, or FAC. In fact, between 2023 and 2024, states are receiving about 6 trillion naira, in additional revenue. This is revenue that is coming directly from the center, that is not really a direct result of, any work that they're doing, if you compare that with IGR. So going to the IGR question, for Enugu in particular, we've seen that there was an uptick in non-tax revenue. So you could divide internally generated revenue into two dimensions: tax revenue, which itself is monies that are collected by the states. Accountants will call that an exchange transaction, where you pay for something and you get something in return. So you have payee, you have direct assessments, you have land taxes. But non-tax IGR are those licenses, those fees, those rates, those sales, money from sales, for instance. And that we saw for the 2024 fiscal year was the strong point for Enugu. In particular, sales as a subcomponent of non-tax revenue was what shot Enugu's revenue up, very, very dramatically. And we see, within the last 3 years, a sort of a dip in terms of the share of federation account allocations, vis-a-vis Enugu State's total revenue. So in essence, I'm saying that IGR formed the bulk of Enugu State's total revenue for the 2024 fiscal year. But let me just end on this note. It's important that we have these conversations, because we want citizens to see just how much money is coming into the state, as a means to urge them, as a means to encourage them, as a means to, persuade them to begin to ask questions. Send letters to your parliamentarians at the State House of Assembly level. What types of evaluations is the Enugu State House of Assembly carrying out vis-a-vis, capital expenditure and the roads and the schools and the buildings and the security? Is that translating into impact for citizens? Because the State House of Assembly is the primary representative of the people. And I always say that if, legislatures at all levels, whether federal or state, were really doing their job very well,
Mr. Kwaga,
organizations like that.
Mr.
Yes.
Kwaga,
Yes.
I apologize. We would come back to the conversation, but we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects. Bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You're welcome back. We're still discussing on the ENUGU's topping the budget's 2025 fiscal viability ranking. Dr. Kwaga, Mr. Kwaga, pardon me. So you are trying to explain to us the effects this has on the, citizens of Enugu State at large. Kwaga, we can't hear you. Could you unmute your mic, please?
Okay. My apologies. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, I can.
So I was saying that this is where the levels of government need to come into action to ensure that the executive is held to account. The constitutionally empowered body to do that is the State House of Assembly. So, citizens of Enugu State, please begin to task your parliamentarians, to vet and to evaluate the work of the executive. Would also implore citizens to be more involved in the budget process. The citizens' budget is, a key part of the budget making process. And as we approach the end of the year, I believe that the budget call circular had been released, and the budget preparation process is underway. So we would also ask citizens to begin to write letters to your commissioners, to the governor, for information on how the government intends to budget for the 2026 fiscal year, and keep them to task as regards impact of this spending on the lives of citizens. Is the executive carrying out evaluations or monitoring and evaluations of its own work? Is there a monitoring and evaluation, department or agency in the state that is able to measure the impact and provide feedback from citizens to the executive? These are some of the things that would really ensure that the numbers don't just speak about numbers, but also lead to actual impact.
Enugu is ranked top over Lagos and Abuja. What do you think they did differently that Lagos hasn't been doing? Because Lagos is known to be the most, the busiest, one of the busiest, and I'm sure the generated revenue comes high. What do you think Enugu did differently to have topped this list in this past year?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Uh, I'm afraid we don't measure the FCT, we just look at the states, but we are thinking of including the FCT in our ranking. May I also point out that this year, Rivers State was not included in the ranking for obvious reasons. Uh, One of them being the court that declared the budget previously prepared by the then suspended governor as void, and also the state of emergency, which meant that a lot of documentation was simply not available, or as lawyers will put it, void. So the absence of Rivers from the ranking did create some form of vacuum, if you will, and states that may not have entered the top five entered the top five as a result of that absence. But more to your point of Enugu, in quotes, beating Lagos, again, I think we need to be very clear about statistics, and where you are looking at, absolute numbers, like I said in my introduction, where you have a state, say, for example, a Kano state that has a budget of 50 billion, but it has a smaller population, and it spends a large amount of that 50 billion on its smaller population, compared to a Lagos that has a large population but still budgets more because of the small size of the population. The where you divide that capex by the population, you get a higher number. So we ask citizens to take time to look into the report and note that it has limitations in terms of its methodology, and due to the different contexts of the various states. We have had feedback from readers of the report that say, oh, the states shouldn't be compared because many of them are fundamentally different. While those rebuttals, have some form of merit, we still think that this ranking is an advocacy tool that is able to show states their potentials, is able to show states where they are, at the present moment, and give citizens some evidence to begin to have conversations with their elected representatives and also with their chief executives, the governor and his or her commissioners.
This ranking, I'm sure the state would want to, keep up with the position. Do you think this is a one-off or something that they would want to sustain? And if it's something that every state, of course, wants to sustain, what effect would this have on the market woman who's just trying to make sales and make a living? Considering where we are already, and then for the next year and the years to come, what impact would this have on the average Enugu State citizen?
Great question. I mean, the first part of your question has to do with whether or not the state wants to remain in that position. I suspect that it does. I believe that it's a thing of pride for any state to top, a sub ranking, whether that be index A, index A1, B, C, or D. Really, the goal is for the state to be number one. In fact, we would love a situation where we have more than one number one. And that would mean that states are doing a whole lot better in terms of their IGR growth, in terms of their operating expenses management, in terms of their management of loans and debts and personnel and overhead, in terms of their debt management, and also in terms of their capital expenditure prioritization. So I guess states would want to be at least in the top five. What they need to do better, firstly, is they need to make sure that their audited financial statements are provided as at when due. We had a little challenge with just a handful of states in July of this year, because I'm sure you're aware that states are mandated to publish their audited financial statements, not less than 6 months after the conclusion of the fiscal year. So the audited financial statements for 2025, for instance, should come out not later than June of 2026. So where those documents are available, it would help us and also others carry out our analysis. But more to the point, states do need to see themselves as corporate entities. And this means not just that state executives and the legislature and the judiciary need to see themselves as fully functioning arms of government meant to improve the livelihoods of their citizens, but citizens as well need to see themselves as fully functioning components of the governance architecture and framework in a state. The government is there to serve you. The doctrine of social contract, speaks to that fact that governments were given authority over a group of people, but they come from that very group of people. So their authority is dependent and stands on the consent of the people for that governance in the first place. So the citizens are the primary stakeholder in this conversation. Like I said, letters, inquiries, attendance of meetings, whether they be budget, citizens' budget, taking a look at budget implementation reports, for instance. Your state publishes a quarterly review of how much money it spends and how much money it earns. We would encourage the citizens of Enugu State to take a look at these documents, quarter in and quarter out to get a sense of what really is going on. And speaking to the second part of your question on the impact on the market woman, for her to make sales, again, this report does not speak to the impact or the quality of implementation of public policy, but it does give you evidence to look at yourself and say, I work in so markets, say in Agmali. What has the government done to revamp the market, to make sure, access roads are tarred and are qualitative? What is the government doing to provide electricity and energy for me in that market? What is the government doing to provide access to finance for me as a market woman that I can take a loan and I can expand my business? The state of states shows you that this is the direction your state is going? What types of questions can you do to probe further in terms of what the state is actually doing in terms of infrastructure? Yes, the state may be paying salaries on time, it may be training civil servants, it may be, providing vehicles for them. I'm speaking of personnel and overhead, but what is it doing for the citizens? For instance, how much is it spending on education? How much is it spending on health? And we saw that states, across the federation were spending less on education per capita. They were spending less on health per capita. And this is a worrying trend. So what's the solution? The people of Enugu need to write to the Commissioner of Health. They need to write to the various Director Generals and the heads of health agencies in the state. They need to write to the State House of Assembly. Why was this budget not implemented well? Citizens need to have conversations with their elected representatives and the executives of the state on why budgets are not translating into tangible outcomes. What this report is doing is providing a signpost, basically an encouragement for states to begin to ask better questions.
Thank you very much. You said something about, I had a question in mind, but you already, mentioned it, but I would like you to speak more on it. You said the state having to set up infrastructures and reforms and policies to help. Now, knowing that Enugu is neither a oil producing state or one of these other states that has these major resources that that when you put things into it, it gives you back. What do you think Enugu has that would help them sustain this IGR that they've already started? Seeing that Enugu here, we're mostly traders, like the market woman who just wants to survive. How do you think they will sustain this? What do you think they have to help sustain this?
That's a great question. Unfortunately, I'm not an investment analyst, but my organization, in one edition of our State of States reports, I think it was our 2021 edition, we looked at reforms that states could carry out regarding their economies. And there is no state in Nigeria that does not have natural resources, whether that
Okay.
be timber and wood, whether that be certain types of crops, whether that be, natural resources in terms of generating hydroelectric power or solar power, whether that being its geographical position. For instance, Nasarawa State is like the gateway to the FCT, to the northeast. Could Enugu State also, work on it being like the access way, for the northeast and for the north central to the rest of the southeast? And let me just preface my statement by saying, and I'm quoting the deputy governor of the central bank, who was a keynote speaker at our recently launched report. He said, um, states can perform well, not necessarily because they have increased inflows, but where they are able to manage their existing resources effectively. So, where the state is able to create the environment for additional investments, there are numerous investments the state can go into. Like I was saying, in addition to the state's natural resources, in addition to the state's agricultural potentials, there are also new areas and new perspectives that the state can invest in. For instance, in technology, Enugu State could be that, premier tech hub for the country, where it's able to go into conversations with telecommunications firms to, for instance, work on their local internet infrastructure. I mean, why are states like Texas, for instance, always attracting big businesses in the United States? Is because the state government in Texas is able to persuade, the Elon Musks of this world or the Larry Ellisons of Oracle that you can come and invest in our state. We'll give you these incentives. We know you'll give us jobs. And we know that our IGR, our taxes, because you collect a lot of taxes where you have more businesses in the state. So a state doesn't need to have oil before it is able to perform effectively. In fact, if you look at the way our federation is structured, federal account allocations, sorry, I beg your pardon, federation account allocations should actually provide a buffer to states. So that's quote unquote money that the state is technically not working for, compared to how it works for IGR. So I would say that in addition to the state's natural resources, the state can explore regional economies. What does Enugu have that the rest of the states in the southeast do not have? What does Enugu have in terms of raw materials that it can transform and provide a value add that it can then export? Enugu State could consider going into conversations with some coastal states and say, hey, why don't we have, a super highway that connects Enugu State to the coast that allows us to export our goods without having to go to Lagos, for instance. These are the types of regional conversations we expect states to be having at this point in our democracy. We are over 25 years old having practiced of democracy. State governors do need to go beyond, waiting for federation account allocations and begin to look inward into how they can stimulate their economies. And let me just end by saying the non-tax components that Enugu performed fantastically well in can be further explored. When you break down non-tax revenue into sales, into fines, into levies, into rates, you see that Enugu State has a potential where it can improve its public administration. For instance, imagine where Enugu is able to provide 24 hours light. Imagine where Enugu is able to provide tarred roads that provide access from every local government in the state to the state capital and even to other states in the federation. It would mean that businesses would want to come to the states. And where businesses come, you have more tax revenue. You have more non-tax revenue. Where cars are applying your roads, where more cars are applying your roads, you're able to charge more in motor vehicle taxes, which form a component of tax IGR. Where you have more businesses, where you have more people, you're able to implement direct assessment taxation, which is a component of tax, tax regulation. So again, I said I was going to end. I'm going to end right now on this point. There also needs to be an improvement of the tax collection system. I was listening to an interview, if I recall, it was by your Minister for Finance the other day on, I think it was Channels TV. Yes, it was Channels TV, the business show. And he was saying that there have been serious improvements as regards, the collection of taxes and, non-tax revenue by your State Board of Internal Revenue. We would encourage Enugu State to improve this and make it a seamless digital, infrastructure. Eliminate the collection of cash. And this also means the state should come into collaboration with the local governments. So another reason why businesses do not thrive in Nigeria is because you have different people coming to collect different types of money from you. And we believe that states should copy the federal government in the harmonization of their tax, ecosystem. You're aware of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Reforms by Taiwo Idele and how they're harmonizing taxes at the federal level. This should be done between states and their local governments, so businesses know exactly what taxes are being paid. And finally, the state should demonstrate that there's a link and there's a connection between the taxes you pay or the licenses, fees, and rates you pay and infrastructural development. Where the state can demonstrate this, whether it be through stakeholder engagements, whether it be through symposiums or conferences or town hall meetings or even text messages, this would help and encourage people, to carry out their obligations to the state and ensure that Enugu, is able to climb to number one on the fiscal performance ranking.
Thank you so much, so much, Mr. Kwaga. It's been a great time listening and learning about fiscal and money and Enugu State. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Have a nice day, sir.
You too.
All right, this is still New Day. And coming up next is our week in retrospect. We'll be right back.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right. Now, on our week in retrospect, starting off on Monday, our first conversation on Monday was the 2027 political build-ups, revisiting the Igbo agenda. Our guest on Monday was Joachim Ezeji. Second conversation was the update on Anambra gubernatorial elections. And the guest for that conversation was Ugochukwu Ugweje. Let's listen to what they had to say.
Problem. He thinks he has his senior to be in followership. Let him come and test his popularity. These are people who are waiting in the wings to become president. So they want to foil every attempt. They think Igbo president will be an RAG among the elites. It won't be an RAG among the... In Nigeria, they decide who will be the president. No, they will. Because those guys you see have always not won an election by popular vote. They have always been, behind the under the table arrangement. Because Nigeria is growing. Nigeria is getting out of that kind of mechanical contraction where some people decide who rule Nigeria. But Nigerian policy is also structured that way because when you have primaries is a system that enables the elites to decide who should even be in the front row, who will be in the front line in the first place.
Now,
we really have a say in that because
and
they don't have
Dr. Ezeji, if you can hear me, from what you've said, you've made mention that the Igbo agenda is undermined by the Igbo people, and you've given some instances as to how. But I also want to get your opinion on why you feel that, why is it so? Why does it seem like the Igbos are divided among themselves? Because you've mentioned Peter Obi and how even the other Igbo politicians are not aligning with him as they should. So I'm asking you, why is it so? Why do you think that the Igbos look divided among themselves?
You see, one problem we have in Igbo land, everybody wants to be the king. Everybody wants to be the king. That is the thing. And you find some people, when you look at Audio Okali, the recent interview, from what he said, it's not just he wants to be the one that will be the president. If the president will come from Igbo land. Why do you think Governor Soludo is busy mounting all those talks against P2B? Because he feels he's a professor, he should be the one to become president from Igbo extraction. Then you look at Umahi, the way Umahi talks. Minister, he has been governor, minister, he feels Tinubu will make him president. So the thing is quite unfortunate. Even when you go to River State, our brothers there, you have somebody like Nyesom Wike, who feels he should be the president. The same thing with Rotimi Amechi. All of them are angling to me because they feel the Igbo that should be president should not come from the southeast. Probably it should be from the south. So that's the problem we have. Until we have a consensus, that's why I'm telling you, if there's an agenda for Igbo presidency, we'll decide who should go for us. But I can bet you that one will not be possible.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
People struggling. You see some of them selling pure water at the age of 70. So, and if a governor can think that, if somebody can think that way, that these people are suffering, that he wants to take care of them, but I think it's kudos. Those people will not leave the man that have remembered them to go and vote for somebody that even taxing them. Because carrying with hawking that pure water, they still tax them, they still pay. So these are the indices on ground I am looking at, or anybody will look at, to know whether the candidate is trying to vote for is the right candidate.
All right. Now, when you were speaking, you said that the indigents are saying that the governor should actually go unopposed, and some of them also said that they were ready to fight anybody that will come in between the elections, according to the citizens. So, with all of this that you have said, what do you think? How would you assess the security situation in Anambra State now, and come November 8th election?
No, where I said, I gave you instance, I said like in Abia State. That's the instance I gave. I said in Abia State, the indigents are clamoring that their governor, who is Alex Oti, will go in second term unopposed. Because he has worked. He worked, and they saw what he did. So it's not a story. It's not on the page of the newspaper. Neither is it talks on Channel TV. The evidences are there. These things he has done you can feel them, you can touch them, you can see them, you can walk on them. The roads are there, solid roads, done by Julius Major. So here, I really don't know. Here, there's a problem. Most of the jobs done were not perfectly done. So they will still need repetition. So under that circumstance, one is still saying, if this first tenor is like that, how would the second tenor be? Well, that is the problem. We are human beings. Politics is the study of human behavior. So people are thinking, if the situation is now, it's like this, what would the situation be if we now say, okay, let the incumbent continue without having a change? Where will it lead us to? Sorry, I don't know if I'm in line with your question, but if I'm not.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On Tuesday, we had a conversation with Alex Ejindo, still on the updates on the gubernatorial elections for Anambra State. Next was how TikToker exposed a father's shocking crime against his little daughters. This conversation was brought to us by Chibuzo Naona. Let's hear what they had to say.
ADC is seriously making his impact, but that doesn't take it away from the major parties, which is APGA, APC, and Labour Party. They're all working very hard.
All right. Apart from what you mentioned, are there any other developments? Has there been some form of defection or, some candidates trying to step down for the order? What is the security situation? And what has been the impact of all the campaign from all the political parties on the electorate so far?
I've not heard of anybody stepping down for any other candidate. All I see that they are campaigning vigorously. They are all working very hard to win. The electorates are all, yes, they are all listening and all waiting for actions. In Anambra State, people have their interests to pursue. It could be noble interest, it could be financial interest, everybody is waiting for the D-Day, which is November 8th. All of them are waiting for the D-Day. All I know is that it's not a tea party. All the candidates are working very hard to win people's interests. It won't be an easy election. You cannot calculate who will win now. But because they are not just relaxing, they are all working hard at trying to move people to their own interests and to their own, to win the election.
All right, now, Mr. Ejimbu, some people have brought up issues and observations about Soludo and how he's been handling his campaign.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Is Bozozo, and I have NGOs where we support people. We have been supporting people before now. I think only this year we have buy sewing machine more than 5. We have bought some oven. So the money, how we do the money is that if you bring your case, I present you to my followers, and I have wonderful people who believe on me, and they contributed the money, they give it to me, and as I'm using it, I'm showing them how I'm using it. I'm showing them the account. I use 1 naira, I use 2 naira, I use 3 naira. So they believe in me. We have been doing it since 2 years now. We have helped a lot of families. Even in ENUGU, we have helped a lot of people. In Lagos, even in Benin, they have helped a lot of people. So they believe me. A lot of people contribute. People I know, people I don't know. You can be contributing. Someone can come and say, "Oh, this case, wow, you are doing like this. I'm supporting with 100 naira. I'm supporting with 1,000." By the time we gather it, is a huge amount of money. We use it for good. So that's how we gather the money.
All right. Beyond this funding now, how accessible is this your NGO, and for anybody who is a victim or knows somebody that wants to get in touch or air her views, say what she has been through, what procedure will she take to get to you or your NGO?
Very simple. Just come to TikTok, search Bozozo. If you search Bozozo, I'm always live every day. But see, it is always live. I do the program Monday and Saturday. And I'm urging Nigerians to speak out. Come, we will give you a listening ear. But come with truth and proof. We will give you a listening ear. We are on TikTok. I'm only on TikTok. I'm not on Facebook or Instagram. Bozozo. If you come, you see me there. I'm always on live. Don't go to any other live that is not Bozozo. I'm always on live every evening. You will see me on live. You will see me on my camera. Come to my inbox, write to me. I'll respond, and I'll give you a listening ear.
Now, many countries like UK and Canada, they are starting this digital whistleblowing, and it's being formally integrated into law enforcement. Do you think that Nigeria should create some form of official partnership with social media platforms like TikTok, where you operate, to help fast track these kind of issues and also get verified information or reports? Do you think it's something that is viable in Nigeria?
Yeah, I think it's possible, but Nigeria don't have a system that works so good when it comes to creating partnership. But I believe if they can do it on this, especially on the child and single mothers and the women, if they can do it, that would be so nice. Understand? And I think that will improve to stop some certain things and make our women to understand what it means by speaking out, because most of them are in fear. Most of them are.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
On Wednesday, our guest Lillian Ibokwe spoke to us on the plight of widows in Nigeria, the Adoji River Initiative. And our second conversation on Wednesday was the child molesters and the law in Nigeria. Our guest was Perpetual Chime Okpara. This is what they both had to say.
We are nothing actually, so it's a problem they are facing. So it's basically cultural. As much as the sole perpetrators of this are we women also. As much as the sole perpetrators are we women. So what they face, it's cultural. It's the social aspect is there. The religious is minimal, or you can see there is no religious aspect. What they face is cultural aspects.
But you said it, what they usually face is majorly is disinheritance. But what about other practices? Are there some other ones that, apart from this inheritance issue, are there other ones that people don't really know about that are still happening in these local governments? Is there anyone that, apart from disinheritance, because I know that you've mentioned disinheritance is a major one, yeah. Are there others?
Yeah, there are others that are not pronounced. Yeah. For example, there are some communities where you tend to find out that a woman who loses her husband will be forced to marry the husband's brother. Even though it's not existing it's not something that everybody knows, but in some communities like Exiago, it's still existing, and they have their reasons why they did that. But now we are no longer looking at the reasons why they did that. It's now like it is everywhere. Everybody is now doing it. It is a must because it's against the woman. This is not what the woman wants. This is not her will. It's out of her own consent. She's not giving in consent to that. So it's a forceful will. You are forcing her to do what she doesn't want to do. Do you know? So it's now against her. It's a practice that is against the widows.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Best you don't settle out of court and you surrender whatever you are doing to the state, so that the state will do the needful in order to try the perpetrator and eventually convict him if he actually committed that offense. So there is no settlement in criminal case.
All right. Now, are there any functional child protection shelters or rehabilitation in ENUGU currently that is, doing everything in its power to help these victims?
Yes, we have shelters in ENUGU State being managed by the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. So whenever we come across a child that is being neglected, abandoned or maltreated, we keep them in that shelter for the time being until the issues are resolved around that child. Because we cannot keep a child in a violent home. We have to take that child away from that place where the child is, is not feeling well, and keep that child in our shelter, which is being managed by the government. And I want to use this medium to equally commend my commissioner, Honorable Mrs. Ngozi Eni, who is a mother, who is very passionate about the job she's doing. She has been at the forefront of, eradicating gender-based violence. And, she, everybody is happy with what she's doing. And also I want to commend the governor, who is a father and as a visionary one for that matter. He has been giving us our support in everything that we are doing, everything that is required in order to prosecute cases and take care of those children. He has been doing it marvelously well, and I say thank you to him.
Now, earlier on, you made mention that these criminal cases cannot be settled out of court, and if the families are caught doing that, they will be charged for aiding and abetting.
Exactly.
Now, we have situations whereby the mother is aware that the father or an uncle or a brother, any relation or anybody is harassing or assaulting her children and doesn't say anything about it. So why
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Still on Week in Retrospect. Moving on to Thursday, our first conversation was global effects of climate change on agriculture and Africa's preparedness. Our guest was Dr. Haruna Manu Isa. Next conversation was the halal economy, separating the facts from fallacies. And it was with Rukayat Saadu Dindi. This is what they both had to say.
So that we can cultivate our farms all year round. Until we achieve this feat, we cannot set to be climate proven. We cannot set to have climate proof ourselves against the boundaries of climate change. So there are pockets of improvement. Typical example is what Nigeria has done. And there are other examples in Kenya where they invest heavily in agriculture to change this narrative. But is that enough, considering our geometric population increase? Nigeria has a population of more than 250 million. And going by projection, by 2050, we'll be over 300 million. So the issue has gone beyond just rhetorics. We have to go beyond rhetorics and then get down to policy direction, heavy investment, and government focus on our agricultural sector.
Now, from what you said, I mean, we are quite a populous country, and if these systems are not put in place in our agricultural sector, it's going to affect crops and yields, and also it's also going to affect the food and what people eat. So if these crop yields begin to decline because of lack of preparedness, looking at the climate change situation, what would you say would be the ripple effect to Africans as a whole, both those in rural households, communities, and even our economy as an African nation?
It simply means
every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
In this one, in area of healthcare, people seeking alternative medicine. It doesn't matter whether you are a Muslim, you are a Christian, you are of diverse background, or you are an atheist. So what matters is at the time that one needs healthcare, you are looking at, oh, this orthodox is really not working. So what are the alternatives? So we are hearing something like alternative therapies. That is for medical line. For law, where I belong, we have seen people asking for alternative. Oh, when we go to court, there is delay in adjudication, then the jargon is too much, the cost is too outrageous, or it's not even just commercial friendly. For that reason, some people came up with idea of alternative dispute resolution, which has gained widespread acceptance as I speak today. So the list goes on and on and on. Now let me bring it back to the issue of alternative financing, which is what all this allied economy is about. Because we have played along the line with capitalism, capitalist system, that's capitalism. It has not saved us. The last time I had an engagement on this channel, we looked into the aspect of high profile of debt in Nigeria and then the impact on women and the vulnerable group. Just yesterday on my platform, Pioneer Law Hub, we had another robust section around the issue of infrastructural decadence, high rate of poverty, and
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And lastly, on Friday, our first conversation on Friday was Beyond Economic Reforms, Marching Words with Action. This conversation was had with Nick Agule. Second conversation on Friday was the imperativeness of life imprisonment for child molesters with Gostheim Okafor. This is what they both had to say.
Increased oil production by so much. We have reduced gas flaring by so much. We have now got farmers back to farm, and they are doing so much. We are now putting these rail lines in place. The steel plants, this is how many of them we are getting back. Those are the ways that the economy will work for all.
Now, when you were talking about these policies that would help with our economy, you made mention of oil production and the government also investing in refineries that can compete with Dangote to help with the fuel prices. But at the same time, Nigeria's economy for a long time has been heavily dependent on oil for its economy. What other sectors do you think can offer, more potentials for Nigeria to move beyond oil alone? And why do you think that those sectors have not been explored to its maximum capacity?
agriculture stands out. Nigeria is an agricultural hub for the world. Nigeria has capacity to feed not only herself, not only Africa, but the world. In agriculture, we have everything that is needed in place. We have the arable land, we have the weather. The climate is good because we have a sufficient amount of rainfall through the year. And when the rainy season is off, we have the water bodies that we can use for irrigation. We have the manpower. And then we have the domestic market for the agricultural produce, 200 million people plus. Then we have a global market of 8 billion people we can feed. If agriculture is given the right attention, meaning instead of allowing farmers to be bending down with their waste using hoe and cutlass, we mechanize agriculture.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Then everything will end. Because once anything is viral, the law is no respecter of anybody. The law is clear. The law has categorized it. If the girl is under this category of law we mentioned, the people, human rights activists, will not agree. Unless the girl falls into the last category. The last category is girl between above 16 to 18. That is why the law says 15 years imprisonment. If it's above 16, but not below 16. There are difference between below 16 and above between 16 and 18. Those girls I said that with arrangement, most of them have been married. The families have been giving them out for marriages. Families.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And that's all the time we have today on the episode, on today's program of New Day. Honestly, it was an interesting time talking about how to revitalize the culture through technology, and then also understanding how Enugu State came top on the fiscal viability of the country. All right. Hope you have a very, very productive day and a great week. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. But before I leave, I'll leave you with this special interview with Bishop Coker. Take care and see you next week.
Hello there. Thanks for joining us on another of our special interviews. I am Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from Abuja, Nigeria, welcoming you to this session with someone who has become that voice, who keeps taking us back to what it should be. That voice that talks truth to power. That voice that gives hope to the ordinary Nigerian. And that voice that is always remembering and reminding us that God still loves us, and with hope in Him, all things will be possible. My pleasure to welcome someone we popularly know as Father Coker, that is also Bishop Matthew Coker. He's the founder of the Coker Center and the convener of the National Peace Committee, among so many other caps that he is wearing. Bishop Kukah, my pleasure to welcome you to this special interview.
Pleasure to have you, Ben, and congratulations on your new television station. And I know God will do great things through you.
Thank you, Your Lordship. You know, a lot of people, when this program started, will be wondering whether Bishop Kukah has a twin brother, because you're dressed so differently today. Is there something particular that made you dress the way you have dressed today? You know, when you walked in, I was looking and waiting for your castle.
Well, let me tell you a nice anecdote which will answer your question. It's about this young 5-year-old boy who befriended his parish priest. He was always hanging around Father after Mass. So one day he says to his parish priest, come to our house. Mommy will cook for you. Unfortunately, he hadn't, cleared the matter with his mother. So he gets home and tells the mother that Father is coming. And the mother said, coming for what? He said, Father is coming to eat in our house. He said, I invited him. So the woman runs into the kitchen and starts cooking. And then, but he has always seen Father in his cassock in the church. Then on this particular evening, Father now dresses up, wears a kaftan, and then arrives at the house. Immediately, he knocks at the door. The little boy ran and opened the door. Then he sees Father in a kaftan. He doesn't welcome Father. He runs back to his mother and says, Mommy, come and see. Father has become a man. So, I'm wearing this to let you know that I've become. Well, today is Saturday, and I think at least it's a good way to create a distraction.
It's like, the masquerade, and suddenly
becomes a human being.
Bishop Kukah, really a pleasure, as always, to have you in a conversation. And, I've been very intrigued by what may have informed your decision to convene the National Peace Committee. And it's been a couple of years now since that committee has been in place, and the array of very important and consequential Nigerians that you brought into that committee has also helped the work of that committee. I mean, do you feel fulfilled? Do you feel like the mission, the objective, the vision you had when you came up with that body, that substantially you're fulfilled about it?
Oh no, I mean, none of us can be fulfilled until we breathe our last breath. People may be bored now listening to me say this, but this country, beginning with the Catholic Church, has been extraordinarily good to me. And that is why I am where I am. And because of the amount of resources that the church has invested in me, and the space that my country has given me, and the experience and the exposure that I've had, I can only be eternally grateful to God. But guess what? It's an aggregate of all of these things that has imbued in me a sense of optimism that I have. One, about what the church can do. Two, about what this country can do and what it can be. So to answer your question by a long road is to say I have served in about, 4 key presidential initiatives through President Obasanjo, President Yaradua, President Jonathan, all the way through to President Buhari. In the Catholic Church, I have served, even before I became a bishop, through 3 or 4 different popes. Pope John Paul II, Pope Benedict, who appointed me as a member of the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue as a consultant. I was still Secretary General then.
Of the Nigerian Bishops Conference?
No. At the level of the Vatican.
At the Vatican.
And I had the rare honor of serving over a 10-year period. And then Pope Benedict appointed me a bishop. And he also reappointed me to serve as a member of the Committee on Integral Human Development, which I was revalidated by Pope Francis. So I've had more than a fair share of the graciousness of both the church and the Nigerian state. And I think it's a combination of all of these things that have shaped my thinking about what the Catholic Church can do, what the state can do. So the National Peace Committee I wouldn't want to say it was an auspicious decision. I remembered Senator Ben Obi, who was President Jonathan's
political advisor?
Political advisor, but he also chaired an office called an Office for Intergovernmental Relations, which was a very strategic position. It was he who organized the conference here. I don't remember the date, but I think it was 1st or 2nd, early January. And I was invited to that conference. Unfortunately, I came to Abuja, but I already had a Kuka Center event, so I couldn't be at the event. And then at about 7 or 8 p.m., I get a call from Chief Emeka Anyoku, man I had the greatest respect and reverence for. So he calls me and he says, "Look, Bishop, where are you?" I thought he was going to scold me because he chaired that event and he knew I was coming. So he said, "We didn't see you at the conference." And I said, "I'm so sorry, sir. I really couldn't. I was not able to make it." So he says to me, "Where are you?" I was actually physically here at the Kuka Center. So I said, "I'm in Abuja." He said, "Okay. Do you know Kofi Annan?" I said, "Of course, I know Kofi Annan. I know of Kofi Annan, but I've never met him." And he said, "Okay, he's here. He would like to meet you." I said, "Me?" He said, "Yes." "Kofi Annan?" He said, "Yes." He said, "He's actually getting ready to catch a flight, but he's ready to wait for you." So I got into the car. I couldn't believe it. I rushed to the Hilton, and there they were. We shook hands, we embraced with Kofi Annan, and he said to me, he said, "Look, I've heard a lot about you. I've read about you. There needs to be a National Peace Committee in Nigeria." But this was against the backdrop of what had happened in Kenya in 2014 at the elections, which over 1,000 people had died. It was unprecedented. Politics hadn't gone so wrong in Kenya. And he says, "Look, we don't want what happened in Kenya to happen in Nigeria." And if you remember, there had been a projection way back in 2013, by Nigerians saying that the Americans had predicted that Nigeria would collapse in 2015. Unfortunately, 99% of the Nigerians who talked about, who believed and who absorbed this prophecy hadn't read the text. Luckily for me, I was here to speak at the birthday of my friend of blessed memory, Ojoma Duekwe. And after immediately I finished the lecture, I get a call from the National Security Advisor, General Gusau, who says, "Look, where are you?" I said, "I'm in Abuja." He said, "I just heard that you delivered a very incisive lecture." I said, "Oh, okay." He said, "Can you come to my office?" I said, "I don't know your office." He said, "Okay." Anyway, so I get to his office and he says to me, "Look, here, read and give me your comments." So I looked at it. It was the
so-called prediction.
From the so-called prediction. I read it and I think I sent him about a page or 2.5 pages of my comments. So I don't know. So I'm sorry I'm going on too long.
No, it's fine
to place this in context. So I knew what that document contained. And it was a document where I had a sense of, I think I knew actually those who wrote the document, largely because of my familiarity with some members of the intellectual elite in Washington who were always talking and thinking about Nigeria. So it's not the fault of Washington that it will make projection about what countries of interest are like Nigeria. So, but Nigerians took this. So Kofi Annan then said to me, "Look, there's this anxiety about Nigeria and the fact that it may not survive the 2015 election. So can you please help us?" He said, "Because I've asked around, you see, your name keeps coming up as a man that we should talk to." And I think he said something like, somebody whom everybody will answer your call. So can you please help us set up a National Peace Committee? And that's how it all started. So we shook hands, and that was it. And then I sat down and started thinking. We got to where we got to.
Was the United Nations supposed to fund it?
No. Funding issues didn't arise. Not United. Beautiful question, but it also tells you that money doesn't do much. It's ideas. Money can chase ideas. So the interesting thing is that we did literally everything we needed to do without spending money. The only thing I can say is I spent money making telephone calls, but beyond that, nothing. So I was able to call all of these people, beginning with General Abdul Salam, the Sultan, Cardinal Khan, Obitu Kiwe, Mrs. KJ. I mean, I was deliberate in my choice and assemblance because I paid attention to both gender and also regional spread. So we had a pretty decent team of Nigerian credibility and so on. So, when we had the first meeting, I was pretty clear in my mind about who should lead it. And I felt that Abdul Salam had the right pedigree. He was the one who facilitated our process and so on. And so we literally took off from there.
So when you look back after these years, that was actually the crux of my question. Do you think that substantially you have achieved
absolutely
those things you set out to achieve?
We've gone even beyond the goalposts we set for ourselves.
Oh, really?
Yes, because first, when we had our first meeting, the question, the recommendation, this came out of a recommendation that was made during that conference, in which Senator Benobi had brought Emeka Anyoko to chair and then Kofi Annan. So the issue was, after we've gotten all these people, what next? So we all sat down together. The first meeting, and when I spoke to General Abdul Salam, he was a little bit polite. He said, no, let's have an election about who will be chairman. I said, no, sir, no, there's no election. You will be the chairman. So when we got started, the short communique of that meeting said that there was need to set up a National Peace Committee for the 2015 election. So it was issue specific. The Peace
election specific
was for the elections, for the 2015 election. So 2015 elections, our mission was to make sure that violence did not break out. Two, we were to also try and ensure that the process was concluded peacefully. And that was why we thought about engaging INEC, the security agencies, and the political actors. Now, the dynamics, the whole process of what happened 24 hours before the election is a story for another day.
You might summarize it for me?
It's difficult for me to summarize it because we had this incredible challenge. On the day we wanted to have a meeting with all the political actors, especially because at that point, General Buhari was not ready to talk to President Jonathan. And we had gone to the villa and we had met with President Jonathan. General Buhari did not attend that meeting because it happened to be on Asiwaju Bola Tinubu's birthday. And since he was the driving force behind APC, General Buhari couldn't be here. He went to Lagos. We more or less concluded that, well, there's nothing we could do because we needed a meeting of the two of them to agree on. And then, because this meeting because President Buhari was not, General Buhari was not around, I then got a text from, I think it was Dr. Oyegun, who was chairman of the
APC.
I kept in touch with him. And I said, look, so I had a triangle of communication. I was keeping in touch with General Abdul Salam, keeping in touch with Oyegun, monitoring their return from Lagos. 8 o'clock p.m., 9 o'clock p.m., 10 o'clock p.m. We couldn't conclude anything. And then finally, General Abdul Salam sends me a text and says, listen, if I don't hear from you by this hour, don't call me again, which is very unlike him. But of course, I understood Salam is that, he's a man of extraordinary humility. You have something to do with General Abdul He just never tires of making sure that he's constantly in touch with everybody. So we literally bid goodbye. And we didn't know what we were going to do because we had already decided that there will be need to sign the two people to meet because the mood was quite tense. So I went to bed, but I don't know how many times I woke up that night. And then at about 5:30 a.m., yes, I decided to first of all do what I ought to do. That is to go to the chapel, celebrate Mass, and then come back. So I came back, turned on my phone, and saw that Abdul Salam had sent me a text to say that, I'm trying to remember now, that he had heard from Buhari's people, and that we should meet at at Sheraton. Buhari was ready. Now, we hadn't made a reservation at the Sheraton. But the guests some of our members were staying there. And President Jonathan's people had told me that the elections were going to be on Saturday. And this was Thursday, I think. And we needed to close this because President General Buhari was going to leave for Daura the next day. So I now try to reach General Buhari. Finally, I got with him. And he said, I got your message. I will be there at 8 o'clock in the morning. Was it 9 o'clock? I think maybe 8 or 9. So I'm all excited. Then President Jonathan's people had told us that President Jonathan is going to leave for, I think it was Delta at 11 o'clock. Was it 10? I think 10 o'clock. So, meanwhile, we have not drafted the text to be signed. So I have about 30 or 40 minutes within which to draft a document. We couldn't get President Jonathan to come and sign a document he hadn't read. We couldn't get President General Buhari to sign a document they hadn't read. So in between, we managed to pass the document for General Buhari to look at. My challenge now was to get President Jonathan. So I called Dr. Ruben Abati. This was now, luckily for me, when we went to see President Jonathan, there's a young man, one of the security aides, who came to me. And he said to me, oh, Bishop, I like you. I've been doing the things you are doing. So we chatted and chatted and chatted. And then he said, people say I look like you. So we just exchange numbers. Then we exchanged numbers. So I now called him because I tried to reach everybody I could. We're not talking about something to 7 of them. I said, can you help me trace the president? He said, Bishop, it's too early. I said, just go around and check his budget. Then at about 7:30 or thereabout, the bishop, he said the president is having breakfast. I said, can you please take the telephone to him and say it's from me? So President Jonathan answered the phone and I said, sir, we have heard from President Buhari's people, and can you please help us adjust the program to Delta? Because I know you are. Was he supposed to be at the Sheraton? Yes, because I'm now trying to get him to slow down on Delta. Because I said, Delta president you're the president. You can arrive Delta anytime, even if you wanted to arrive but we need to do this. Because if we didn't do it, if he went to Delta, Buhari would have gone to Daura. So President Jonathan now agreed that, okay, he will adjust his program. So I now called Dr. Ruben Abati. I said, where are you? He said, I'm in the villa. I said, listen, I'm going to send something to you. Do you have your iPad or whatever with you? He said, yes, I have my iPad. So I'm going to send something to you now. It's a text of it. Please, the president is having breakfast. Can you go and read out the text of this while he's having his breakfast. And Ruben agreed. And Ruben took the risk, read, and then came back to me to say the president is happy with. Now it's already going to 8 o'clock. So I make a quick dash. I'm already at the Sheraton. And then at about 10 minutes to 8, we're all very nervous. So I stepped out to see what is happening. Whom did I see? At the stroke of 8, there was President Buhari coming out of. So he saw me. He said, Bishop, how are you? I said, sir, I'm not happy. He said, what do you mean you're not happy? He said, I said, I have problem. This is the problem with military people. He said, what, do you have problem with soldiers? I said, sir, why do you keep so strictly to time? Because I said, I was just praying that you will be late. Then he said, but you asked me to come at 8. I said, yes, I asked you to come at 8, sir. But I wish you didn't come at 8. So, I mean, we go, we laugh. So, meanwhile, General Abdul Salam is really and I'm walking, now where the hell am I going to put General Buhari pending? So we hadn't booked for it. So I now went to I saw the cleaner. I said, listen, can you open the holding room? We had no reservation. But because they knew it was Bishop Kuka, whatever I asked for them, so they went and cleaned up the place. So that we took President Buhari there. Long story short, at about 9 o'clock or so, the Jonathan appears. The rest is history. That was the signing of the first peace accord. But the good thing is that when we finished, the next challenge was we were for the 2015 election. 2015 elections came and went seamlessly, hopefully, and everything went. President Jonathan took that spectacular decision, so we didn't have any crisis of. So when we finished, General Abdul Salam says to me, okay, now our job is done. I said, sir, yes, it's done, but we cannot all go home. He said, so what do you mean? He said, I think we should all convene and have a little bit of debriefing. So he said, at least we should let you thank everybody. So then I made a suggestion to him. I said, look, sir, I think that maybe this thing, from the things I'm hearing from people and the things I'm reading in the media, I think Nigerians really appreciated the work we did. But since, as the saying goes, the eye cannot see itself except through the mirror, why don't we ask different segments of the Nigerian society their feeling about what we did and so on? They said, that's fine. So I then got my phone, I called Shegun Adeni, so we set up a meeting with the media to just ask, how did we do? And then what lessons can we learn? I called a meeting of the members of the APC and the PDP. I called, fixed up an appointment for us to see the Senate President, Bukola Saraki that time, and then Dogara, who was the Speaker. Then we set up an appointment to see the President Buhari, President Jonathan, and then President Buhari. And we had those meetings. Guess what? Everybody from the media right through to, they said, this is a fantastic, you guys cannot go anywhere. This peace committee must remain. The last person we met was the president himself. Buhari says, forget about you. No, the peace committee must remain. Then he points to, I don't know, was it Babachiri? He points to his secretary to go. He said, find them an office immediately. That was how much accolade, so to say. So when we then went back to the Hilton, to the Sheraton to say goodbye to everybody, one of the things I said to the chairman, I said, please, you heard what the president is saying about us getting an office. Let's not take an office from government, or it will kill this process. And he says, what do you mean? I said, you know better than myself, but from my own little experience, if government gives us an office, two things will happen. We'll be on our way to the mortuary, because the president's handlers will want to now say they want their own people in the peace committee. I know why I brought everybody to this committee. It cannot be diluted by politics. But if we take office from government, you can be sure that will happen. Two, if we take an office from government, we must maintain a critical distance. So we cannot take an office from government, because we're not looking for money. Everybody who has met here, the only thing that the peace committee always tried to do was to just take tickets and so on. So luckily for us, so we now had a conversation. We don't have an address. So what are we going to do? Most of the work was being done by
the Kuka Center.
By the Kuka Center. So I think it was either Cardinal Onaikan or Archbishop or the Sultan who said, look, so why don't we just, since you initiated, why don't we just have a space at the Kuka Center? And that's how we became incubators of the National Peace Committee. And as I said, we are now over how many years now? 2015 to 2025, what, 10 years? We've gone through
and still kicking.
And still kicking.
So what's the lesson to learn from when people come together, talk about their differences, and even start to remediate a situation that could happen?
Look, when I was growing up as a kid, there was something in I came out of a very small village, but there was something that always happened, which was that if you wanted to get married, you didn't just go find a girl. Even if you did, the process was such that there was always a third person. So the girl will leave her father's house on the eve of the wedding or so, or even a week before the wedding, and she will stay in the house of an uncle or whoever who becomes
like a go-between.
A go-between before she delivered to you. Now, when the marriage finally takes place and she has a problem, she can't jump the queue and go straight to her family. She'll go through this person who will negotiate, and hopefully the journey to her parents will not arise. So you can finish everything and she comes back. Now, for me, it was a striking methodology for managing conflict. Because two combatants cannot resolve their problem. If they were able to resolve their problem, they will not be fighting in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So I see the Peace Committee as also a vindication of the need for an alternative to politics. Politics is too acrimonious, is too combative, is too, there's so much conflict and clash of greedy people with personal interests and so on. So the Peace Committee has tried to serve as a mediator. I don't think it has, because it doesn't have a statutory role to play, so to say. But it is to some great extent like the grandmother, just constantly appealing. That's the only voice we have. But I think the good news is that this voice has become so respected. And here, we now begin to deal with the financials. And this is where the European Union comes in as perhaps our most strategic partner. Beginning with the conversation I had with the Swiss ambassador. In fact, the Swiss ambassador was here last night. We started with the Swiss embassy, but they also had vast experience in negotiating. I mean, I know that at the level of the National Security Advisor's Office, they know what the Swiss are doing, but they're doing exceptionally good work. So they started by inviting me to their embassy. We had a conversation. That was even before this whole thing started. It turned out that they themselves had actually been contemplating the possibility of having a National Peace Committee, in which actually my name surfaced after we finished the conversation. That was before Emeka and Yoko
came into it.
So when this happened, they simply just said, look, we've been working on this, and now that it is here, let's go. So they started, and then the European Union has been our principal supporter and funder. So they're paying our rents, they're paying our bills, and our bills are quite minimal, largely because it's just about paying for tickets and things of that nature. But they have also been a source of great encouragement to us. But they've also freed the Peace Committee, from the exigencies of politics and the perceptions that people always have. Because, as you know, we don't manage transitions successfully. This group would have come and said, no, you work with these people, therefore we want a new team to work with. But their support has also made it possible for the Peace Committee to remain sufficiently neutral, as an arbiter.
And another interesting thing is that the Peace Committee didn't just stay at the federal level. It has gone to the subnational, to the states.
But this is an unintended consequence. Nigerians, with my little experience, especially at the Puta panel, Nigerians are always looking for a dustbin. So whenever anything comes up, they believe that this is the lamb that will take away all our sins. So we now have so much pressure of people. We are supposed little quarrel in Isukwato local government, the One Peace Committee to little quarrel in Darazo local government. They have in Canada.
Maybe you need to establish the peace committee in local government.
No. But it's good because but what I'm saying is that people always believe that one platform can resolve all their conflicts. The peace committee, and these are problems we are also dealing with. Are we just going to be dealing with issues concerning presidential elections? What about gubernatorial elections? We can't do all the electoral processes, but we have now become active in off-cycle elections because people have a bit of free energy.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be in Anambra, for example, for November. We were in Edo, we'll be in Ondo, and all those places where the elections are off-cycle. So they've given us an opportunity also to be on the ground. Secondly, because of the great demand, so to say, for arbitration and what people see the peace committee is doing, I take those calls from different parts of my settle quarrel as a positive thing. So that at least people know that you are there and they think there is something that you can do. The second point is that we have now made a bit of progress because the Kuka Center really very. One thing I'm very proud of these young people. First of all, I've never interviewed anybody for a job at the Kuka Center. But it's as if the director, Father Barkindo, as if they've read my mind and I think they know where we are going. So two critical things have happened here. Average age of the staff here is about 29, 30. So it's a young establishment. And then what is even more consoling to me is that 60% or maybe 70% of the workforce here is women. So on that level, I feel a sense of vindication that we are also providing platform for young people and their energy, their competence, their capacity. They are also learning the exigencies of politics.
And that could be a basis for sustainability.
Well, absolutely. So, for example, we have a very fantastic project which the European Union is also funding of our engaging with the politics, with the political elite. So we are involved, for example, with APC, PDP, Labour Party, even the ADC that has just come up, as the staff have gone to have a meeting with them. So we're trying to help political parties refine, the skills and then improve the level of legitimacy, because there is a crisis of how people perceive political parties to be and what they should be doing. So for me, right now, the peace committee is working in 6 states in Nigeria. Yes, and I think we're in Anambra, we're in Sokoto, we're in Zamfara, we're in Katsina, and other places where we're trying to step down some of the values and the skills that people require. I remember, I think we've done some work in Lagos State, for example. And the very good thing about Lagos State was that actually, I hear they asked the Kuka Center to do a program for the local government chairman and so on. So we're doing 2 things, not necessarily just the staff of the National Peace Committee, but the Peace Committee is also using the architecture and the staff of the Kuka Center, because this is what our interest is, to help to shape, to help to redefine and refine public policy. So in a way, the process is mutually beneficial to both sides.
Sometimes I wonder how you cope. Today you're in Ghana, another day you're in another. Most of the places I've met you are airports within and outside Nigeria. You're always on the move. But it looks like you don't let a lot of things just pass. You're like one person that if you don't really address an issue or you don't talk about a problem, you don't feel like you've done your job. You've been one of those that I could say they brought out that 3 or 4 letter word, speaking truth to power.
I don't like that expression because if you speak, but it has become popular. People say to me, "Oh, you're an activist, you speak truth to power."
But you do.
I don't know about that because power is not stationary. I'm trying to encourage people to take responsibility.
Okay.
And popular as that concept is of speaking truth to power, There's a sense in which it's like you're barking at the moon. No matter how sweet your voice is, the moon doesn't. So for me,
are you saying that people in power don't listen?
I'm getting there. Skills that we, because if you see the great work that people did in civil society, Clement Onwanko, Lisa Bakoba, the whole lot, Femi Falana, Abdul Oro, where are they today? The mistake that we made in 1999, I'm a priest, so I've never left my sanctuary. I did the things I needed to do, but I also know where my boundaries are. I'm not a political actor. I tell people I'm political, but I'm not a politician. And that arises from my consciousness of having read history, having read politics, having read political science, having read theology. So with all sense of modesty, I can say I understand the issues. And it's what drives my passion. So when you say I don't let things pass, I'm also not unaware of the fact that it is possible to be a guilty bystander. That's our problem. You know, so you can
sitting on the fence.
Sitting on the fence, you know, and that's why you remember the famous saying that John Kennedy appropriated, that some people say things as they are, and they ask why. I see things as they are. I dream things as they ought to be, and I ask why not. So it's my ambition has always been to see how because without education, I will not be a fraction of where I am today. I do appreciate, and honestly, it is so difficult for me to communicate this to people. The amount of demand that people make, I can tell, in a month, I don't receive less than 5 or so invitations to speak here, to write a forward, to write a book, to deliver a lecture, and so on and so forth. But I also think that God has compensated me by giving me what I call a small body, but also a fairly healthy body. So, and my commitment and obligation to God is that, let it be on record that the gifts you gave to me, whether it's health or whether it's a bit of education and other people around me, that gift, and the final day I can stand before you and say, I did my best. So if you see a sense of urgency in what I'm doing, it's because if you are a Catholic priest, I'm sorry, I've made this point. If you're a Catholic priest, you have an idea, and we can't pretend about it. 7 years of intense training about what God's ultimate plans for humanity and the human beings He's created are. We know that the church has conceptualized this. It's in its theology about drawing from what Jesus said. The reason why Jesus came to the world is not to perform miracles. I've come so that you may have life and have it to the full.
Abundant.
So it doesn't matter where you are and what your station. Of course, like the Americans said in 1776, that the ultimate reason why they are setting up a model of governance is that people can pursue happiness, liberty, and freedom. I see how people are constrained, how people's potentials are circumscribed. So when we sit down here, we talk about 25 million Almajiris across northern Nigeria. I'm not a spectator. On the 30th of last month, I brought President Obasanjo to Sokoto. The Sultan was there. We commissioned a hall with 250 laptops, an ICT center. It's my own little contribution to the people of Sokoto. And so if you can say it's my own, instead of just talking about figures and data.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Bureau of Statistics has just indicated that Sokoto State has 90% multidimensional poverty. That means 9 out of 10 people who are living in the state. Whether it's true or not, that's what the data is saying. I cannot be a spectator by saying, what am I going to do? People say to me, but even this money, you could have taken it to your village. There's nothing in my village, almost literally nothing. But I could have made that investment in my village, or made it in Kaduna State, or made it elsewhere. But right now, as a bishop of the Catholic Church, if I die today, I will not be buried in my village. I will not be buried in Kaduna, which is my diocese. I'll be buried in Sokoto. So I made Sokoto my home. It's the only way I can compensate the people. Let me put it that way. So, and I see, because I can see the grinding poverty, but I can also see the instrumentalization of religion, which is leading to all the violence we are facing in Nigeria. So for me as a Catholic priest, I say, I have yes, religious affiliation, yes, ethnic affiliation, yes. But it's not in our DNA to do anything wrong rather than seeing the face of God in all his children. And I often say to people provocatively, we are not a church because we are Catholic. Okay, sorry, we are not a church because we are Catholic. We are Catholics because we are a church. Okay, that is because the word Catholic simply means universal. So, and if we claim to be a church or a religion and we're only feeding off ourselves or looking after ourselves, which is the problem with religion today. That's why religion has lost its potency. Because religion is now become just glorified tribalism. So if you're only looking after yourself, then you are not living according to the principles of Christ. So for me, it's a combination of all these factors that make me look restless. But I think ultimately, I can only say I thank God. Because sometimes I go to speak. If I were speaking for money, 10 million naira would not make me leave Sokoto. 20 million naira would not be enough. It would not make me leave. And if I were to place some kind of worth on the things I do.
The things you do.
But most people will tell you, I've never told anybody, I'm going to speak, how much are you going to pay me? So people give me money. They are generous to me. But the moral ground I stand on is that nobody, whether you're president, governor, will not say that Mr. Cook have ever walked up to you and said, okay, I want to change my car, or I want to change my shoe. So my restlessness is the only way I can reward God for what he has done, because on the final day, he is going to ask me the questions, and these questions are not going to be what I see all in the 10 commandments. It will just be, as Matthew, I says in Matthew, 25, 35, 31, verses 31 to the end. I was hungry, he gave me to eat. I was thirsty, he gave me to drink. I was sick and in prison, he visited me. Am I doing all of this? Maybe not, but I'm not insensitive to those. And I think whether politics or economic, private sector, public sector, what is killing us is a lack of the human sensitivity about the worth of an individual. That what you want, no matter your station, whether you are president, whether you are governor, what you want for your child is what your driver wants for his child. So if we don't create an environment in which people can flourish based on their capacity and their competence. Not everybody wants to drive a Rolls Royce. Not everybody wants to live in a 10-story, in a 10-bedroom house. But there is something to be said about dignity, integrity, and how people raise their families and so on. And this is why the Catholic Church continues to offer a model that it talks about. It's all encoded in the teachings of the Catholic Church. Which is that we try to explain to people whether they are in politics or whatever. Europe is now talking about a post-Christian society, but you can see a correlation between that and the abandonment of the principles of Christianity that that Europe used when, after 1945, after the end of the Second World War. The Christian Democrats, as political parties right across Europe, framed their teachings, framed their politics and their manifestos on largely the principles of the social teachings of the church. So you can see a correlation between the moral breakdown of society in Europe and even for us here, because what we're witnessing even in northern Nigeria is a breakdown of the moral authority of religion. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that, that's what I was saying yesterday in my lecture. Maybe the Sultan didn't quite understand what I was saying when he said to me, we're talking about jihad. I'm not talking about jihad as seeking people to improve yourself. Yeah, that's not where we are at. We're talking about people who are slaughtering other Muslims and saying Allahu Akbar. We're talking about people, incidents in which in Sokoto and elsewhere, where the same, because they're saying Allahu Akbar. I'm a Christian and I'm proud of the fact that no Christian has ever raised a stick against anybody and said, in the name of Jesus, I'm breaking your head. Now, women are being raped in the mosque. People are being slaughtered in the mosque. And so when I warn against Islamism and the contamination of religion, it is that all of us need to see what Egypt is happening. See what is happening in Egypt now. I'm told that most of my friends, significant number of the northern elite, that's what I hear, are buying houses. People are no longer buying houses in Dubai. They're buying houses in Egypt. Because Egypt is building 6 different cities simultaneously. But that's because they cut off the head of that Islamic group that wanted to use Islam as a basis
to destroy Egypt.
That is what Algeria did in 1993. So when we have this ambivalent relationship with people, do you agree with Boko Haram? We don't know. And I said it during Buhari's administration. The only thing, because if Buhari went out of his way to make sure that all the security chiefs in Nigeria were all Muslims. You are president, you are a Muslim. The Senate president is a Muslim. The speaker is a Muslim. And then the deputy speaker is a Muslim. We didn't lose a war by being Christian. And this is a situation where the same Muslims will be the first. They started shouting about Wike being a minister because this is our home. How dare you bring in a Christian as a minister of the FCT? So you know, and I've always said to my friends in the north, let me tell you, I'm convinced that you might actually be better off. Northern Nigeria will be better off under a president who is not necessarily a Muslim and from northern Nigeria. Because look at the records from Tafawa Balewa till date. Look at the records. Who has governed Nigeria anymore? And what do we have to show for it? But you see, because of the kind of emotions people have, that's why the Tinubu and Shetima ticket has now become a serious embarrassment. Because those fanatical extremists who were celebrating that now we have 2 Muslims, they took off from Buhari's nonsense. Okay, now we have decided that my friend, I don't know whether to call him my friend, but our former governor, El Rufai, boasted that he took away the deputy gubernatorial position from Southern Kaduna and gave it to a Muslim, from Christians, and gave it to a Muslim. Okay? We have never had an appointment of a Christian from Southern Kaduna since the time of Jonathan. Now, when Tinubu comes and he's a Muslim and he appoints General Christopher Musa and makes him a chief of defense, I know the resistance. It's just out of the stubbornness of President Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. We have a university now in Southern Kaduna. I can tell you I'm not a bystander in the processes leading to the affirmation of that university becoming a federal university. The vice president, Kashim Shettima, was our main warrior. Am I going to sit here and be talking about, because I have seen that my future is not imperiled
because Muslims
by the fact that Muslims are in power. Did not improve because Muslims were in power. I don't want to take your time, but I can tell you it's a very simple story. One day somebody called me from Mina. We exchanged pleasantries. He said to me, please, Bishop, hold the line. There's an old man who wants to talk to you. I said, who is he? He said, no, just hold the line. He handed the phone over to me. I won't tell you the full story, but the guy, I think it's a Muslim. He definitely is a Muslim. He said to me, is it Bishop Kuka? I said, yes. He spoke to me in house. Is it Bishop Kuka? I said, yes. Bishop Kuka, yes. Real Bishop Kuka? I said, yes. Then I've been looking.
I didn't know there was a fake.
I didn't know what to say. Because, many people call me and they are wondering, are they really talking to me?
Yes.
So this old man says to me, he said, today I will sleep peacefully. Because there's nobody in this country that I hated as much as you. That I used to literally every time you're on radio, television, listen to you. I loved you, but that love descended to hatred. And I've been looking around. It's almost one day asking, is there anybody who knows you and who can find your number? They told me about this man. That's why I begged him to call you on my behalf. He said the first thing is after God, the only other person that I adored was Buhari. So when I heard you challenging Buhari, I said, who the hell are you to challenge what I consider to be God on earth? And they not only once, not only twice, not only did you? I said, who? So every time I saw you on television, I tell them to switch off the television. I don't want to. He said, now Buhari has finished and gone. I want to ask you a question. What did you see that the rest of us couldn't see?
While Buhari was president.
While Buhari was president. I said, I didn't see anything, sir. He said, can you forgive me? I said, issue of forgiveness does not arise because you didn't tell me, and you never said anything. But this is the first time I'm speaking to you. But if you want forgiveness, yes, I forgive you. He said, I'll sleep in peace. Thank you. Now, the point I'm making is that, you know, so when you talk about speaking truth to power, we also have to develop other channels. So I don't just speak truth to power. I have to develop the other diplomatic channels that can enable me, okay, because I have as much obligation to President Tinubu as I have to the people of Nigeria, to President Buhari, as I have to I will tell them. But I also know that merely speaking will not bring water to any community. Okay? Merely speaking and saying we have no road will not bring water because television is a moving whatever. If you missed it, you missed it. So you as a leader have to also have the other channels by which you can communicate other things.
Bishop, I was coming to this. There you are, saying it the way it is, not minding whose axe is God. But I don't see people talking about assassinating Bishop Kuka because of what he says. I don't see people or leaders say, that's my enemy. How do you walk around it? That you say all this to Buhari, and then Buhari still invites you to sit down and talk. You say this about Tinubu, you say this about this person. How do you do it? Because the younger generation, that was what you were trying to explain to me, that besides saying it the way it is, there must be other channels to make sure that what you're saying is not just word of mouth, that some kind of, positivity has to come from it. How do you balance it? How do you describe that art?
There are certain things that God does that if you try to use the human lenses to explain, you lose the text. And I've tried not to, because people ask me, how did you, and I can't answer that question. Because luckily for me, I learned very early in life, especially as a priest, never to try and suck up to those in authority so I can exchange favor. I used to, when people said to me, I was just a young priest in my early 6 months ordained, when I was elected by the priests in Kaduna, who were literally all white men, to chair what is called the consultors meeting, which is the advisory meeting in which the bishop sits. But in our own case, I became the chairman. I wasn't up to a year as a priest. And then I overheard some white person saying, Father Kuka, whatever he tells. From that moment, I literally distanced myself from my bishop.
They were saying that whatever you told
the bishop, whatever I told the bishop would be. And as a result, I never sat in my bishop's sitting room just one-on-one. I went when there was an issue. Then in my life, I just decided that I will leave the steering in God's hands. So there are certain decisions that were taken about me that I would have had a contrary opinion. And I remember when I finished from the Kennedy School, my bishop visited Washington. So I went to see, we spent the night in the parish together, and I told him all the plans I had. By then, the idea of the Kuka Center was in my head, but wasn't very clear. So I told him, I said, look, I've loved the United Nations, but there is something missing in the United Nations. There is no moral content to some of the work they are doing. In any case, this is Africa, where everything people talk about, they can't finish without mentioning God. And my experience in Okuta panel suggested to me that the United Nations needs to take cognizance of the role religion can play. So I called up my friend, Professor Gambari, and we spoke about it, and Gambari was more than happy to. So I now told my bishop that, look, I would like to spend 1 year when I finish from the Kennedy School. My bishop said, no problem. So we concluded this. When I finished from the Kennedy School, I called my archbishop. I said, look, I've graduated. I'm ready. I want to take a holiday. And I would like to rest before I start. My archbishop said, no, come back home. I'm like, what about our conversation? He said, no, I've changed my mind. Come back home. So I then called up Professor Gambari. And I said, look, Archbishop.
Okay, you had wanted to spend a year at the United Nations?
Yes. We hadn't concluded the arrangements yet, but because I wanted to understand how the United Nations, especially in the area of their peacekeeping. So I called up Professor Gambari to say, look, my Archbishop has changed his mind. Gambari shouted. Say, the problems of Nigeria will still be there when you go back. This is an opportunity. We cannot miss it. We'll have to work out. Give me the bishop's number. And I knew my Archbishop very well, that if I gave Professor Gambari his number and he called him, the Archbishop would say, stay. I knew that. So I cooked up a story. This is the first time I'm saying it publicly. I told Professor Gambari, and I hope he's not listening, I told Professor Gambari, sir, you know, I've had a discussion with my bishop. My bishop said that I should come for 1 year and then I can come back because there is something he wants me to do. So Professor Gambari said, you are sure? I said, yes, he'll be back in 1 year. So we ended. I carried my bags, came back to Nigeria.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Here an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort his...
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, the President of the 88th session of the UN General Assembly, Madam Annalena Baerbock, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, you can count on Kenya's full support throughout your tenure as you steer the Assembly into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in the aftermath of the unprecedented global destruction and devastating war, the international community came together in hope. They created this organization, the United Nations, as a shield against the horrors of war, as a platform for dialogue, and as a bridge to a better, fairer, more secure global community. What is often forgotten or not mentioned today is that the United Nations grew out of the failure of the League of Nations that existed between 1919 and 1945. The League of Nations did not collapse for lack of good intentions or noble objectives. Formed at the end of the First World War and as part of the Treaty of Versailles, it was humanity's first attempt to build a permanent international organization to stop aggression and war and bring nations together. Its ambitions were to achieve collective global security, disarmament, peaceful dispute resolution, and cooperation on humanitarian and social issues. Despite these ideals, the League of Nations failed. The United States never joined, other great powers came and went, and without enforcement authority, its condemnation carried little weight. When Japan invaded Manchuria, when Italy marched into Ethiopia, and when Hitler openly defied its rules, the League stood by, helpless and powerless. By the late 1930s, its credibility had collapsed, and with the outbreak of the World War II, it was rendered irrelevant. Madam President, this history is both a lesson and a warning. Institutions rarely fail because they lack vision or ideals. More often, they drift into irrelevance when they do not adapt, when they hesitate to act, and when they lose legitimacy. To remain relevant, institutions must be reimagined, must be reformed, renewed, and aligned with emerging realities. 8 decades ago, the founders of the UN sought to correct the failures of the League of Nations by creating a stronger, more inclusive organization anchored in the principles of, and I quote, "We the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war," end of quote. Today, we are gathered for the UN at 80. The question is unavoidable. Is the United Nations relevant to the demands of our time? Can it continue to serve humanity in the face of current realities? Or has it become a relic of a bygone era? Madam President, Excellencies, we meet against a grim global backdrop. Conflict rages in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and beyond. Climate disasters grow fiercer by the day. Inequality deepens, pandemics loom, and technological disruptions outpaces governance. Instead of trust, mistrust is spreading. Instead of solidarity, fragmentation is taking root. In place of hope, anxiety fills our global community. We are living, to borrow from the words of the founders of this institution, not in larger freedom, but in growing uncertainty. At this moment of turbulence, when we most need a strong United Nations, the organization faces its deepest crisis in credibility and capacity. Funding cuts have paralyzed its operations. Bureaucracy has slowed its response. The Security Council remains frozen in the post-war structures of 1945, unable to act inclusively, with fairness, and with speed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can, however, state with absolute conviction that the United Nations has been one of humanity's greatest achievements. For 8 decades, it has held back the specter of global war, calmed conflicts from Cambodia to Liberia, and stood guard in some of the world's most dangerous places through the courage of its peacemakers and peacekeepers. Few institutions in humanity's history can claim such a legacy. The United Nations has stood at the front lines of humanitarian crisis, from famine relief in the Horn of Africa to emergency shelter for millions of Syrian and Ukrainian refugees. It was at the forefront in the eradication of smallpox, coordinated global responses to HIV and AIDS, Ebola, and COVID-19, and continues to champion universal vaccination. Its agencies have advanced women's rights, protected children, safeguarded refugees, and set global norms on everything from disarmament to climate action. The UN Sustainable Development Goals remain a shared blueprint for human progress. These are achievements no nation could have achieved alone, however rich, however great, or however powerful. And yet, every institution, no matter how noble its origins or impactful its legacy, must adapt to changing times or slide into irrelevance. Today, the United Nations stands at a crossroads of renewal on one hand or decay on another. Put differently, after 80 years, the rhymes of time are calling on us to reimagine the original promise that inspired the founding of the United Nations, and that is the quest for global peace, development, and human rights. But this call must now be answered in a global context that is profoundly different from the post-war era in which the UN was conceived then. We would be denying the cold, hard truth if we say that the United Nations is delivering as it should. On peace and security, its voice is too often drowned by the rivalries of great powers, while some nations simply ignore its resolutions and do as they please. Too often, the UN's blue helmet, once a symbol of moral authority, no longer commands the same respect. From the conflicts in Gaza to Ukraine, to the crisis in Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, and the Sahel, we see actors proceed undeterred by the United Nations calls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya speaks from the experience of a nation deeply invested in multilateralism. For decades, we have placed our troops and police in harm's way for peacekeeping missions across Africa and beyond, from Somalia to Democratic Republic of Congo, from South Sudan to most recently in our neighborhood here in Haiti. Over the past 15 months, we are proud to have led the multinational security support mission in Haiti, not because it has been easy, but because solidarity is the essence of the United Nations. Madam President, the mandate of the MSS mission is coming to an end in a few days. As the lead nation, allow me to briefly share our experiences, the successes and the challenges, as both a cautionary tale and a living lesson about the strengths and weaknesses of the current global security governance architecture. For far too long, the people of Haiti called out to the world. Too often, their pleas were met with silence, hesitation, or half measures. Haiti became a tragic reminder of what happens when the international community looks away, prevaricates, or offers half-hearted support. When Kenya responded to the quest for the Haitian authorities, it was in the belief that we were joining a genuinely multinational effort. We welcomed and fully embraced Resolution 2699, by which the United Nations Security Council authorized the MSS with Kenya as the lead nation. Drawing on our decades of peace support operations, we stepped forward, stepped up, and deployed our officers to confront the rampant menace of gang violence in Port-au-Prince and its environs. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the mission has operated in a volatile environment under enormous constraints. It has been underfunded, under-equipped, and operated below 40% of its authorized personnel strength. Our police officers have valiantly shouldered responsibilities without the full logistical support that would accompany any mission sanctioned by the United Nations. Despite these challenges, and against all odds, the MSS has delivered results many thought were impossible. The presidential palace, once under siege from gangs, is today restored as the seat of government. The police headquarters and the police training center, once overrun by gangs, are now secure, with the academy resuming the training of new police officers, over 700 of whom graduated a few months ago. Schools that have been shattered by violence have reopened, with children back in class, learning and progressing. Roads once manned or blocked by gangs have now free-flowing traffic. Cases of kidnapping and extortion have reduced sharply. The airport and the seaport, once surrounded by gangs, are now abuzz with normal operations. Which begs the question, if so much could be achieved with limited resources and stretched personnel within just 15 months, what more could have been accomplished if the United Nations fraternity had truly acted together in solidarity with the people of Haiti? From this podium, I wish to assure all partners and actors that with the right personnel, adequate resources, appropriate equipment, and necessary logistics, Haiti's security can be restored. Gangs can be neutralized and the safety of streets, schools, hospitals, and homes secured. The continued harassment, abductions, and criminal acts undermining the lives of Haitians are unacceptable, unjustifiable, and must be stopped by this organization, the United Nations. Madam President, as the UN Security Council deliberates on the next steps, we must not lose sight of the fact that the situation in Haiti demands sustained, coordinated, and undivided international attention. A careful and orderly transition from MSS is essential to consolidate the hard-won gains so far achieved. I urge the Security Council and all partners to remain steadfast in ensuring that Haiti moves forward on a path of peace, stability, and renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, on human rights, our principle is clear and unwavering. The protection of civilians and respect for humanitarian law cannot be applied selectively. We cannot condemn suffering in one place and turn a blind eye in another. Kenya is gravely concerned by the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and by the immense suffering of civilians caught in the devastation of disproportionate military operations. At the same time, we call for the unconditional release of Israeli hostages. In line with the African Union and United Nations resolutions, we also call for a permanent ceasefire, for strict adherence to international humanitarian law, and for the launch of a credible political process. Only through such a process can the vision of a two-state solution be realized, where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace, security, and stability. Kenya is equally deeply troubled by the worsening humanitarian situation in Sudan, where innocent citizens are caught in the crossfire of a needless war. We fully endorse the Quad, comprising Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States, in affirming that there cannot be a military solution and that only political dialogue offers a viable path forward. We join the Quad in urging all parties, including SAF, RSF, and the external actors, to respect Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and firmly reject any attempts to divide the country, reaffirming our unwavering support for a unified Sudan for the benefit of all its people. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, those who look to the future with a clear vision know that climate change is not only the single greatest threat of our age, but also one of the greatest transformation opportunities of our time. The global stocktake has made it plain that the world is off track. Current national determined contributions are steering us towards temperature rises far beyond any safe threshold. This is the difference between survival on one hand and devastation for millions across the world on the other. Kenya and Africa are not passive victims of this crisis. We are taking bold steps showing that climate action is not only possible, but can also be the foundation for inclusive growth. We are building a climate-resilient society by embedding adaptation into every sector, from agriculture and energy to infrastructure and livelihoods, to sustainable mining and artificial intelligence. This ambition is visible on the ground. Today, 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable sources: geothermal, wind, solar, and hydro. We are expanding investments in e-mobility, climate-smart agriculture, clean cooking solutions, and green manufacturing. We are also pioneering nature-compatible solutions such as sustainable waste management and circular economy interventions. Africa, too, is uniting its voice. In 2023, in Nairobi, we hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where the continent adopted the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Action and Call to Action. Just 2 weeks ago, in Addis Ababa, Africa came together once more at the second Africa Climate Summit to reaffirm our commitment and strengthen our ambition for climate-positive growth. We declared Africa not just as a victim of the crisis, but as a source of solutions, with climate action driving economic growth, transformation, and job creation for our communities. Ambition, ladies and gentlemen, cannot stand on willpower alone. Implementing our new NDCs will require US $56 billion. That is why we call on the global community to unlock the US $300 billion agreed at Baku, and to accelerate negotiations towards the new $1.3 trillion goal under the Baku-Belém roadmap. Without affordable finance and without reform of the international financial architecture, the promise of climate action in Africa will remain constrained. Madam President, in the aftermath of World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions were created to stabilize the global economy and rebuild war-torn Europe. At that time, their design reflected the power and interest of the victorious nations, who were also their primary shareholders and beneficiaries. The IMF was tasked with upholding the gold standard exchange rate system, while the World Bank was established to finance Europe's reconstruction. Both have since evolved into development finance institutions, but their structures, decision-making, and governance remains dominated by wealthy nations. Today, the global context is vastly different. The global standard collapsed 5 decades ago, and Europe has long since been rebuilt. Yet, the governance of these institutions has not kept pace with needs of a multipolar world, especially the needs of poor and developing nations. The mismatch between shareholders and stakeholders has become starkly visible. For instance, during the IMF's recent allocation of special drawing rights, 64% went to wealthy nations. Just imagine, 64%. With little need for liquidity support. They didn't need the money anyway, but they got 64%. While the poorer countries received just 2.4%. What a disconnect. The imbalance highlights how the very institutions meant to safeguard global finance stability often perpetuate inequality, and instability. I have argued, and I say it again, that the current global financial architecture punishes poor countries with high interest rates and enormous conditionalities while rewarding rich nations with lower interest rates and softer lending rates. Its rules, priorities, and allocation mechanisms consistently favor those already prosperous, while trapping vulnerable economies in cycles of debt, high borrowing costs, and inadequate access to emergency support and concessional funding. It is imperative to transform these institutions into genuinely independent, apolitical global bodies that their operations are aligned with their global mandate. Such a shift would democratize decision-making, restore credibility, and allow the IMF and the World Bank to serve all countries fairly rather than reinforcing old hierarchies. But Africa is not merely waiting for external prescriptions. We are taking bold and deliberate steps to strengthen our financial independence, safeguard our stability, and accelerate our development. Kenya, for instance, fully endorses the establishment of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, launched with the Africa Union in February 2024. This alliance brings together our homegrown banks, Afrexim Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade and Development Bank, Shelter Africa Re, Africa Development Bank, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, and ZEPRI, institutions that embody Africa's determination to mobilize resources, finance trade, and build resilience on our own terms. At the same time, the Africa Union is championing 3 transformative institutions: the Africa Central Bank, which will issue a single currency and free our trade from dependence on foreign money; the Africa Monetary Fund, positioned to stabilize our economies and give us true financial sovereignty; and the Africa Investment Bank, designed to mobilize resources for infrastructure, industrialization, and integration that Africa needs to rise. And to complete this vision, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, one that understands our realities, values our uniqueness, and tells our story with fairness and truth, has already been established. Excellencies, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Africa also marks 20 years since the Ezulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, the 2 historic milestones that establishes the common African position on UN Security Council reforms. For 2 decades, Africa has spoken in one voice, demanding justice, equity, and representation in the highest organ of global governance. This demand, however, continues to be ignored, deferred, or endlessly debated to the detriment of both Africa and the legitimacy of the United Nations itself. You cannot claim to be the United Nations while disregarding the voice of 54 nations. It is not possible. Africa is no longer willing to wait on the margins of global governance while decisions about peace, security, and development are made without our understanding, without our perspectives, and without our voice. Africa's exclusion is not only unacceptable, unfair, and grossly unjust, it also undermines the very credibility of the United Nations, this organization. Africa dominates most of the Security Council agenda, provides some of the largest contingents of UN peacekeeping forces, and bears the heaviest costs of instability. Yet we remain the only continent without a permanent seat at the main table where decisions about our destiny are made. Africa deserves, ladies and gentlemen, at the very least, 2 permanent seats with full rights, including the right to veto, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council. The world must understand that reforming the Security Council is not a favor to Africa or to anybody. It is a necessity for the United Nations' own survival. If the United Nations is to remain relevant in this century, it must reflect today's realities, not the post-war power arrangements of 1945. Madam President, despite the stated and evident weaknesses of the United Nations, it still remains humanity's best chance at global solidarity. No other institution has the universal legitimacy or convening power of the UN. From coordinating humanitarian relief in times of war and disaster, to mobilizing the global response to COVID-19, to driving consensus on climate change through the Paris Agreement, the UN has consistently shown that the world can achieve together what no nation can accomplish on its own, however mighty or great or powerful. As Doug Hammarskjöld, the UN's Second Secretary General, once observed, and I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save it from hell." End of quote. That mission is as urgent today as it was 8 decades ago. At a time when conflicts are multiplying, when climate change threatens every economy, and when inequality is widening, the need for a functioning, credible, effective, and a multilateral system has never been greater. It is through the UN that nations have pooled resources to vaccinate billions of children, to protect refugees from through the work of the UNHCR, and to keep the peace in more than 70 missions across the world. Without the UN, these achievements, modest though they may sometimes seem, would not have been possible. That is why we must resist the temptation to give up on the UN or abandon it. We must make it fit for purpose, reform its structures, strengthen its mandate, and ensure its decisions reflect today's realities rather than the geopolitical map of a bygone era. As one of the hosts of the UN headquarters and the only one in the Global South, Kenya stands ready to do its part to enable the organization to go through this phase of renewal successfully as envisaged by the Secretary General under UN 80 reforms. In conclusion, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations must be more than a commemoration. It must be a turning point for the organization. Let us seize this moment to reimagine and rebuild the UN into a body that commands legitimacy, responds with speed, and delivers justice for all. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Madam President. When the founders of the UN convened 8 years ago, they did so to establish an organization, among others, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, dignity of human person, and equal rights of men and women, and of nations, large and small, and to lay the groundwork for a durable system that promotes justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and international laws. While over the following decades, we have become closer to the brink of war, the United Nations has stood the test of time, from decolonization to promoting the right to self-determination, from conflict prevention and securing peace to the provision of humanitarian assistance. The UN has continued to fulfill its founding mandate under very difficult circumstances. Therefore, the international community must honor the brave men and women who, under the blue flag, have been at the forefront in the securing of world peace. Namibia's journey to independence is one of the UN's most successful stories. It was through this very organization that our forebears tirelessly petitioned for the end of apartheid, colonial rule in Namibia, for freedom and independence of our country. At this point, I want to thank the UN family for having held a special session in remembrance of our founding president, Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma, when he passed on. Madam President, my personal journey with the United Nations begins in 1974, where I have had the privilege to serve my country and Africa in various capacities within the halls of this distinguished global organ. Today, I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you as the 5th President of the Republic of Namibia with a mandate to deliver services and to ensure justice of all inhabitants of our country. As a woman, I encourage every girl and woman by affirming that your voice matters, your vision is needed, as it will pave you a way to the helm of whatever institution you are serving. Madam President, Namibia's 8th administration is built on the strong foundation and legacy of our predecessors. Under the theme, Unity in Diversity, Natural Resources Beneficiation, and Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Development. That theme aims to shape and transform the Namibian economy through value addition and other economic activities. Hence, we have identified agriculture, sports, youth empowerment, education and training, creative industry, health services, land and housing as critical sectors supported by mining, energy, water, tourism, infrastructure development, transport, logistics, to sustain our economic development through our long-term development blueprint, Vision 2030. This vision is being implemented through a series of national development plans, NDPs. Recently, we launched the 6th NDP with its fundamental pillars clearly aligned to the global agenda, such as the SADC Regional Inductive Strategic Development Plan, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Some of our achievements include the launch and the operationalization of the National Youth Fund, which is to assist young entrepreneurs in their economic activities. In the area of education, we will abolish registration and tuition fees in all public institutions of higher learning and vocational training centers to ensure skill development. On energy, Namibia is diversifying her energy mix using all our natural resources. In addition, Namibia presented her energy compact at the African Energy Forum, thus enabling us to access concessional funding for national energy initiatives. Madam President, climate change is scorching our lands and drying up our rivers. Global instability is impacting our economies, our markets, and jeopardizing our livelihood. These are interconnected symptoms of deeper fragility in our shared system. They require our collective action rooted in apathy and shared responsibility. In this regard, I am glad to announce Namibia's bid to host the Africa Regional Hub of the Green Climate Fund. Furthermore, severe droughts, floods, and other climatics brought about by climate change cannot be overemphasized. Namibia calls for the implementation of the provision of the Namib Declaration on a strong United Nations Convention to combat desertification for a land degradation and neutral world. Namibia acknowledges the technological advance in all fields, but ethical boundaries must be respected. However, artificial intelligence must not be a substitute for human judgment or responsibility. We therefore call for a global standard that ensures that the usage of artificial intelligence remains transparent, fair for humanity. Youth unemployment, increased economic inequality, lack of adequate housing, quality education and health care, water, energy, and debt distress are among the common challenges that no one country can address alone. Through multilateral cooperation, our collective action must ensure that we all forge ahead to make the world a better place and to work together on those challenges in line with our theme, Better Together. Madam President, 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, we have made much to celebrate and to ponder on. Namibia continues to make progress in the area of women participation in politics and decision-making. Currently, Namibia's cabinet has 57% of women. As we gear up to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, adopted during Namibia's presidency of the UN Security Council, Namibia will host two high-level events in Windhoek and New York. I look forward to the participation of all member states in those events to collectively reaffirm commitment to women, peace, and security agenda. And through the Namibia International Women Peace Center, we will continue to advocate for the universal implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. Madam President, we know to the ongoing efforts of the UN to ensure that we remain fit for purpose, including the UN 8 initiative. We need an agile United Nations that is inclusive, respect of the UN Charter, and its purpose and principles must be our guiding star for our future endeavors. Madam President, we are meeting against a backdrop of profound global tension. The world is fractured by conflict, displacement, and economic instabilities straining multilateral cooperation and a serious issue for us to reach consensus. A global liquidity crisis threatens to plunge millions of people into poverty and insecurity. For Namibia, those crises are real. They impact our communities, test the resilience of our ecosystem, thus need urgent attention. In this context, the Southern Africa Development Community is committed to promoting peace, security, and stability in the Eastern DRC. Namibia welcomes the ongoing efforts by the AU, SADC, and AC to align the Rwanda and Nairobi peace process and encourage the continued strengthening of political and security aspects of the challenges faced in our region. We further call upon UN Security Council and good office of the UN Secretary General to strengthen negotiation and peacekeeping initiatives towards resolutions of all conflict, including those in different parts of Africa. The impasse in the UN security over the question of Western Sahara is an injustice. More than 34 years after the adoption of the Resolution 690 of 1991, the time for the holding of the UN referendum on the right to self-determination for the people of Western Sahara is now. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Ezuwine Consensus and the Third Declaration, which jointly constitute the common African position on the reform of the UN Security Council. We acknowledge the support from all interested groups for the common African position, which culminated in the recognition of Africa as a priority and a special case in the reform process, as reflected in the outcome documents of relevant United Nations process, including the Pact for the Future. We can no longer delay the urgent call to redress the historical injustice to Africa and address our call for equitable and balanced representation on the Security Council. Madam President, the Charter of the United Nations has laid the foundation for conditions necessary for peaceful coexistence and harmony among nations. Therefore, unilateral cohesive measures should not be used as a tool to undermine sovereign state, for this violates the Charter and the principle of the United Nations. In this regard, we call for an end to the continued illegal economic, financial, and commercial embargo imposed on the friendly people of Cuba and removing her from the list of states sponsoring terrorism. We call for an end to the illegal sanctions on Zimbabwe. We are also gravely concerned about the emerging threats against Venezuela and call for the removal of sanctions and the threats against that country. Madam President, the UN Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestine territory, including Israel, Eastern Jerusalem, has just released its findings that indeed a genocide is being committed against the Palestine people. Despite the clear provision of the Security Council and General Assembly resolutions and advisory opinion rendered by the International Community of Justice, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening, and access to humanitarian aid is severely limited. A failure to address the crisis in Gaza could become the moral failure that defines this era. We call on the UN Security Council to find consensus and help put an end to the lasting conflict between Israel and Palestine. Madam President, I call for a meaningful reform of the United Nations. Has a call for the meaningful reform of the United Nations has never been more urgent. This reform necessitated democratizing global governance, amplifying marginalized voices, and ensuring international law is not a tool for convenience, but a shield for most vulnerable. As I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Namibia's commitment to the international obligation and the multilateral order. Respect for international law is not just a legal duty, it's a moral imperative. We must reaffirm our commitment to the principle that unite us, mutual respect, and peaceful resolution of dispute, and solidarity in the face of common challenge. Let us remember that even the smallest nation have a voice. When those voices are heard and heeded, durable peace and justice will prevail. We have an obligation to make this our moment, not to despair, but renewal. We have the opportunity to restore hope, to build a future defined not only by division, but by unity and preservation of human dignity. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia.
We are local.
The international community is observing the Wait, market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every...
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barikumo Ado. In the headlines, FG reacts to Trump's tag on Nigeria as country of particular concern. Resident doctors begin indefinite strike, shut Nigerian hospitals. Canada's Kearney apologized to Trump over Reagan art, and Rio authorities identify bodies from deadly police raids. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The States President Donald Trump has declared Nigeria a country of particular concern in response to allegations about Christian genocide in the country. Trump announced his decision in a post on White House X handle. U.S. President stated that Christianity faces an existential threat in Nigeria, where thousands of Christians have been killed by radical Islamists. He asked U.S. Representatives Riley Moore and Tom Cole, as well as House of Representatives Appropriations Committee, to look into the matter and report back to him. Trump further said that the U.S. is willing to save Christians in Nigeria and other countries from what he described as atrocities, redoubling them to save the population around the world. Reacting to that decision by President Donald Trump, the federal government has dismissed the comments of Donald Trump, who accused Nigeria of widespread killings of Christians and designated the country as of particular concern. In a statement on Saturday, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Kimebi Ebifa said Trump's claims do not reflect the true situation in Nigeria. The government said it welcomes global concern for human rights and religious freedom, but stressed that the allegations were inaccurate. The ministry added that Nigeria will continue to engage with the U.S. to promote a better understanding of regional dynamics and the country's ongoing peace and security efforts. Last month, U.S. lawmaker Riley Moore called on Secretary of State Marco Rubio to halt arms sales to Nigeria, alleging the persecution of Christians. Meanwhile, Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris told CNN that terrorist attacks in Nigeria are not targeted at any specific religion. In a related development, the European Parliament's Committee on Foreign Affairs has urged stronger protection for vulnerable communities and greater accountability in tackling violence across the country. Meanwhile, human rights activist and former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore has reacted to U.S. President Donald Trump's recent comments declaring that Christianity face an existential threat in Nigeria. Sowore emphasized that the country's salvation lies in responsible leadership, not foreign intervention. Reacting to the post via his X handle on Saturday, Sowore described Trump's concern as misplaced and warned against reducing Nigeria's complex insecurity to a religious issue. He vowed to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, saying the United States cannot stand by where such atrocities are happening. Former Abia State Governor Orji Uzor has alleged that some Nigerians previously involved in fraudulent and criminal activities abroad have now joined politics at home. In a video shared on his Facebook page, Kalu claimed that many of these individuals had a history of advance fee fraud and other serious crimes in countries such as South Africa and South America. Said people who were once engaged in such acts rarely change their character, noting that those accustomed to taking money unlawfully are unlikely to act differently in public office. Kalu called on both civil servants and political leaders to help redirect the nation's economic path, saying Nigeria has the potential for great prosperity if managed properly. He also urged many Nigerians to enter politics for the right reasons, to serve the nation, not for personal financial gain.
Most people, some of them were overseas doing 419 doing all kinds of adulterous crime all over. And you know a leopard cannot change his skin. When people are used to taking money that doesn't belong to them, they can never change the character. So if you're expecting them to change, it is not true. They can never change. So I think that both the civil servants and politicians who are the ruling class, people always say politicians, should stand up to help to redirect the economic dynamics of this country. The economic dynamism is very prosperous if we do it right. Why should people stack dollars in their houses? Why should people be giving out dollars? It's not our legal tender. People should learn how to put the money in Nigerian system, so Nigeria can now benefit of the money that we're transacting on. So I think that we are working very hard. Whether people complain, a lot of people that were in South Africa and Southern America, everywhere, doing all kinds of business today in politics. But it's what we see. So let the good people come and join and make politics better. That's where it should be. So it's not for sense. This business is not for sense, but it's not for people that extremely have damaged themselves in cheating white men or other people, so, or black people. So for me, I plead with our people. Let us support our economic reforms, no matter what our political leaning will be, whether it's in anything or this or that we should come together and brew a new leaf and make what we are seeing today.
The Association of Resident Doctors has commenced an indefinite strike to press home their demands. President of NART, Dr. Mohammed Suleiman, disclosed this in a statement on the association's social media account on Saturday. The decision comes after the expiration of a 30-day strike ultimatum issued by NART. According to Suleiman, the strike has become inevitable for the repeated failure of the federal government of Nigeria to honor its promises and implement the agreements reached with them after several rounds of dialogue, appeals and ultimatums. On Thursday, Abuja resident doctors said they would join NART in its indefinite strike due to unmet demands by the Federal Capital Territory Administration peculiar to them. Immediate past president of the Nigerian Academy of Science, Professor Ekanem Braid, has urged universities across the country to focus on solving the peculiar challenges facing their host communities. Braid was also the pioneer vice-chancellor of the Federal University of Technology, Lafia, Nasarawa State, made a call on Friday by delivering the 20th convocation lecture at Bowen University in Osun State. Braid lamented an inadequate uptake of research outcomes in Nigeria and called for stronger collaboration among stakeholders to bridge the gap between research and societal needs. Further stressed that for universities to fulfill their mandates of teaching, learning, research and community service, they must align their strategies with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The Ministry of Works, David Umai, has directed Arab contractors under the rehabilitation of the ENUGU Port Harcourt Expressway to complete the remaining 4.5 kilometers Abia section before the end of November. Umai expressed dissatisfaction with the slow pace of work on the section, warning that a contract will be revoked if the deadline was not met. He assured the contractor of prompt payment, describing President Bola Tinubu's led administration as reliable partnership that does not renege on its financial obligations. Umai praised Governor Alex Oti of Abia for his unwavering commitment to the development of the state and for supporting the president's infrastructure agenda. He also commended the contractors for their integrity and quality of work, recalling how the company's management had previously prioritized completing existing projects over taking new ones. Umai further directed the Federal Ministry of Works Controller in Abia to ensure strict supervision, vying to return to the site weekly to monitor progress. In his remark, Oti affirmed his administration's commitment to supporting federal projects for the benefit of the people of Abia. He also pledged his administration's full support to ensure the timely commission of the Aba segment of the road. Zonal Manager of Arab Contractors, Mohammed Alian, disclosed that only 5% of work was left on the project, expressing commitment to its completion by December. Alian commended Abia government for the improved security situation in the state and lauded the minister for his efforts towards the project's completion. It's a new dawn at the Association of Movie Producers ENUGU State Chapter. This follows the formal inauguration of a new executive of the association under the leadership of ace filmmaker and actor Nkiru Sylvanus Riches. Correspondent Christopher Lele witnessed the inauguration.
With over 10,000 members across 28 state chapters, including the FCT and the diaspora, the association is Nigeria's foremost guild representing, protecting, and promoting the interests of producers in film, television, and new media. Established nearly 3 decades ago, AMP continues to uphold values that strengthens and advance the Nollywood industry. Following its recent election, the 2025 Electoral Committee of AMP ENUGU Chapter formally inaugurated the new executives at a ceremony held at the International Conference Center, ENUGU.
Newly elected executives, please now, you all are now inaugurated to take the control affairs of Association of Movie Producers ENUGU State Chapter, led by Mrs. Nkiru Sylvanus.
The event marked the end of the previous administration's tenure and the beginning of a new leadership era. Speaking at the event, the ENUGU State Commissioner of Trade, Investment and Industry, Dr. Sam Ogbuwobodo, represented by Lucy Harry Ewu, said the ministry is open to partnerships with AMP to develop sustainable value chains, attract investors, and promote film production as a viable industrial subsector.
Our office is open to exploring ways the ministry can partner with AMP to develop sustainable value chains, attract local and foreign investors, and promote film production as a viable industrial subsector. Together, we can transform creativity into capital and passion into prosperity.
Our target is to make ENUGU a tourist attraction to people not only within Nigeria but across Nigeria can be boosted if most of the Nollywood films are written, produced in ENUGU State. It will go a long way in convincing the audience and the people that are watching it that ENUGU is a place to go for relaxation.
The general manager of Rangers International Football Club, Amobi Ezako, noted that ENUGU has always been a city where dreams are nurtured, adding that the movie industry has the power to inspire and unite people.
I charge you to lead with vision and integrity. Build an industry where young people can see a future, where ENUGU becomes the destination for creative filmmaking, and where your stories, like our matches, fill arenas with emotion, purpose, and pride. Together, let us make ENUGU a capital of creativity, where football meets film, where passion meets production, and where every young person learns that their talent, properly nurtured, can change the world.
Bishop Dr. Obi Onubogu, who gave the opening remark, described the event as a gathering of dreamers who use storytelling as a tool for education, restoration, and transformation.
Beware of distractions. All over our nation today, there are multiple distractions. Fake news, lies, and deceit. Please, in your own association, be honest, be true, and be loving.
Former chairman of the association, John Paul Wangana, charged the new executive to lead with integrity, humility, and courage, expressing confidence that the association will soon project ENUGU's entertainment scene to the global stage.
I promise to remain committed, a resource committed, and a father figure to all the executive body And my counsel remains open always. Lead with integrity, listen with humility, and govern with courage. And I want you people to know that membership, without the membership, the elected officers cannot function.
The newly inaugurated chairman, Mrs. Nkuru Silvanus Riches, said the new leadership will work to reposition ENUGU as the hub of entertainment in Nigeria. She noted that collaboration among creatives remained the key to achieving the growth.
I don't really have much to say, but one thing I know is that to him that much is given, much is expected. And I believe that what people are expecting to see is results and not speeches. Because we have orators who have spoken about Nollywood, we have intellectuals who have spoken about Nollywood and the progress of Nollywood. But if we keep talking without results, we still stay in the same place.
With a new leadership in place, the ENUGU movie industry is poised for a renaissance that would promote authentic Nigerian stories, enhances professionalism, secures funding, and combat piracy.
Scene 115, cam 1, medium to 2 short, cam 2, medium short, take 1.
Action.
In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Have been confirmed dead following a violent clash in the Muchiboneke community, Enugu East local government area of Enugu State, where several houses and vehicles were also set ablaze. According to the Enugu State Police Command, 27 suspects have been arrested in connection with the incident. Police spokesperson Daniel Ndukwe said the Commissioner of Police, Maman Giwa, visited the community on Friday to assess the situation. Giwa noted that beyond the 2 fatalities, property worth millions of naira were destroyed in the unrest. Commissioner has ordered a full investigation by the State Criminal Investigation Department and a manhunt for fleeing suspects. They appeal to traditional rulers and community leaders to embrace dialogue and support efforts to restore lasting peace. Preliminary findings indicate that the violence stemmed from a lingering leadership dispute within the community. Police in normalcy has since returned to the area, with operatives maintaining security and public order. Examination malpractice has continued to pose a major threat to the credibility of Nigeria's education system. To address this challenge, many institutions have adopted the computer-based testing method as a more transparent and efficient system of assessment. For instance, the West African Examinations Council (WAEC) says it is embracing the CBT fully by next year. But how effective is this approach in curbing exam malpractice? Correspondent Lillian Mwale sampled opinions from residents of ENUGU.
CBT, meaning computer-based test. That's the best approach. It will help to checkmate people that have intention to cheat in the exam hall. It will also make our educational system stronger. It will strengthen it, and then increase the quality of certificates we turn out, we produce, or we have in this country. And at the same time, it will improve the educational standard of the country. And then issue of exam malpractice will be a thing of the past, if really we are sincere with what we want to do. If well implemented, it's going to help the educational system. Schools will start now to teach the students or the pupils, to teach them to acquire skills, proficiency in use of technology, more especially the computer, so that when they are going to write these exams, they've already mastered the keys of the computer and there will not be issues. Then the people that are involved in setting the examination, who also operate these systems, must make sure that issue of glitches will be a thing of the past. We need to strengthen the technology and make sure that what happened last time in the 2023 election will not be something that will happen when they are going to write their examinations.
I would say it's a good development for me. At least it will cut down this malpractice and it will make students to read and know that they are coming for a challenge that will make them to achieve success. This private center or what, and most of them is in the village. And those people that prepare for that private center, they have all those, because of it's a private thing. I believe that they have that equipment of CBT computers in their own custody. That if wherever those people in the village want to, write that exam. They can still go there. It might not be in that our local schools.
Wayek, well, it will still be the same story because we'll always come up with one story or the other. This is the reason why it's didn't go the way it's supposed to be. So if they should go by that CBT based, I think the examination process or the end, well, I will not say the entire because some part of the country might, be successful with the examination, but some might be mad, and that will affect, if not the entire students, by rewriting or upgrading their results or remarking, it will affect that part of the country where the examination was mad. So I think that CBT-based exercise will not actually yield the results.
We should first of all have infrastructure. There are no infrastructure to carry such program in Nigeria. But at the moment, we don't have lights. It's a digital system. It will be hard for the students to maneuver. If we have the infrastructure and everything that is connected to it, it's a good idea. But I don't think it will fly at the moment.
It won't be fair to others that have written on paper before, compared to now that they want to change it to, they want to make it CBT based. Writing in paper gives you more opportunity to write whatever you want to say it completely. There are people that are conceptual in whatever they are writing, but in the CBT based exams, you just go with what they provide for you, the options they give you.
To learn how to press computer and read from there, because of the young talent now, they normally used to go for that maybe weekend time or their end school, like they will go and learn how to press computer, so they'll be getting some thought there.
Still to come, court sacks them for a rep for defecting from PDP to APC. Police arrest man threatening Adamawa residents with AK-47. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The state government has confirmed the abduction of a deputy speaker of the State House of Assembly, Samaila Bambo. Confirming the development, the chief press secretary to the governor, Ahmed Idris, said he had received information about the incident and was awaiting a full briefing from the state director of security. He added that the state government was on top of the situation and making efforts to ensure the lawmakers' safe release. Sources from Bagudo, the hometown of the deputy speaker, said a gunman stormed the town on Friday evening, shooting sporadically. According to the sources, Bambo was abducted shortly after observing his evening prayers and leaving the mosque for his residence. A federal high court in Abuja sacked a member representing Gumi Bukuyum Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Abubakar Gumi, for defecting from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the All Progressives Congress APC. Delivering the judgment, the presiding judge, Justice Obiora to barred the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, from further recognizing Gumi as a member of the House. Egwatu also directed the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to conduct a fresh election to fill the vacancy for the constituency within 30 days from the day of the judgment. The judge, who granted all the relief sought by the plaintiff, condemned the attitude of some politicians who see defection as a normal practice. Gumi, in his response through his lawyer, filed a notice of preliminary objection and a counter affidavit, arguing that his decampment was due to the lingering unresolved internal and external crisis in the PDP, both at the national level and his constituency. In our earlier bulletin, my colleague Uchenna Chimdi Oloha had a chat with an ENUGU-based legal practitioner, Louis Onya, on the matter.
Now, this judgment is coming at a time one can describe as a ceasing of defections to the ruling APC. So, what is your reaction to this judgment and the wave of defections?
Well, the judgment is a welcome development. It still shows that that all is not lost. There is still hope in Nigeria, and the wave of defection may be something that some people will be too troubled or worried. Some of us, especially those in the legal profession, were not bothered. Personally, I'm not disturbed by the whatever they call wave of defection, because those who are defecting from one party to the other, irrespective of the party, are people who don't have hope. I'll give you a simple example. The Labour Party, for example, some of them came from ENUGU, my own state. They are in the House of Assembly, House of Representatives, and they don't belong to any party. As far as I'm concerned, the Labour Party, they don't have their executive. The party is not existing. They just succeeded in becoming members of the National Assembly by virtue of the fact that they wrote or they entered into governance or into the legislature via the good performance or credit of P2B. So they know that it's either they remain in the PDP, in Labour Party, or they will be washed away, by the next dispensation. So they have no choice, even though, in my candid opinion, my view is that they made a wrong choice.
So what impact would you say that this has on the country's democracy and governance?
Well, it shows that our democracy is still shaky. Many people are very dishonest people. So, but notwithstanding the defection, at the end of the day, when we get there, 2027 is around the corner. The people that will determine and decide are the people, not the politicians. They are not the politicians in my state. ENUGU state, the governor left, which is the executive of the party, PDP, former party. They left with members of the House of Assembly and the National House of Representatives. The question is, how many are there? The point is that the governor selected his executive in the PDP. The governor selected who will go to House of Assembly in the PDP, that's in the ENUGU State Assembly. The House of Representative members are people who won an election by accident. So they have moved. The people will still decide who they are going to vote for in the next dispensation. So it has not for me, and some other minds, it has no effect. There's nothing except that it gives the impression that we are still not mature. Many of them are dishonest. After all, if I win an election through any means, honorable means, I'm in the Labour Party, for example, my duty is to nurture it in my own constituency. My duty is to nurture it. If I'm a member of the House of Assembly, my governor cannot vote for me unless he comes from the same ward or constituency with me. But I can vote for him or not vote for him. So the same thing with the governor. He can decide to vote for whoever is the president or not. So these gimmicks, these things they are doing, they are not sincere, they are not honest. But at the end of the day, the people will determine, the people will decide who is going back and who has gone out.
All right, Barrister Onya, now we see that some of these judgments end up not being enforced or implemented. Why do you think that is so, and what is the impact of that as well?
It's just because of the nature of society we are in. After all, the duty of the judge is to deliver judgment. the people will now, the supporting staff, they will know how to effect it. If like the present judgment we're talking about regarding the National Assembly member, if the people in that constituency, they insist that the man is already out, then he's out. He can't go there. They will institute another action against the president of the whoever is in charge of the House of Representatives, Speaker. They can institute action against the Speaker to make sure you follow what the judgment says. You must work in accordance with the judgment. If they insist, and they will take him to court. That is a duty, a mandatory duty he must carry on. So if he does otherwise, he's contempt. So those who got that judgment, the people, the constituency will work towards ensuring that it is effected.
The Oyo State government has officially handed over 90 hectares of land to the federal government for the construction of a proposed Monia inland dry port in Ibadan, the state capital. Deputy Governor Bayo Lawal handed over the land along the Ibadan-Oyo Road in Akinyele local government area to the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Boyega Oyetola, was represented by the ministry's permanent secretary, Michael Olufemi. Lawal described the project as a major economic driver that would boost agriculture, industrialization, and infrastructure development while easing congestion at Lagos ports. He urged all stakeholders to support the successful delivery of a dry port. Representing the minister, Olufemi said the Monia Inland Dry Port is a strategic project that will bring shipping services closer to importers and exporters in the southwest, strengthen regional trade, and create jobs. Commended Governor Seyi Makinde for aligning with the federal government's renewed hope agenda and supporting national economic growth. Also speaking, the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, represented by Director of Inland Transport Service, Amodu Yaya, said the project will generate employment, stimulate industrial growth, and boost the state's internally generated revenue. He added that a dry port would improve cargo clearance, enhance logistics efficiency, and strengthen the agricultural value chain once completed. The Nigerian Army has intensified its operations across the north-central region, destroying a major bandits hideout in Taraba State and arresting 7 suspected cultists in Benue. The coordinated offensives are part of ongoing efforts to tackle insecurity in the region. Troops of the 6th Brigade in Jalingo and the Joint Task Force Operation World Stroke carried out the latest raids targeting bandits, violent gangs, and criminal networks across Taraba and Benue states. In Taraba, soldiers under Operation Lafia Nakuwa conducted a clearance operation in remote border communities of Takum local government area, acting on credible intelligence. The troops uncovered and destroyed a major bandits hideout around TY Farm in Tati, recovering weapons and other items used by the fleeing criminals. Brigadier General Kingsley Uwa, commander of the 6th Brigade and Sector 3 Operation Wild Stroke, commended the troops for their swift response and reaffirmed the Army's commitment to securing vulnerable rural communities. They also urged residents to share timely and credible information to support military efforts. In a related development, troops of Operation Wild Stroke raided a suspected cult base in the North Bank area of Makurdi, Benue State, arresting 7 suspects linked to armed robbery, drug activity, and cult-related violence. Force Commander Major General Moses Gara cautioned youths, especially students, against cultism and drug abuse, warning that such behavior fuels insecurity. He assured that the Joint Task Force will sustain clearance operations to stabilize communities across the Taraba-Benue corridor. The Army says both operations come amid renewed efforts to cut off arms trafficking routes connecting Benue, Taraba, Nasarawa, and border forests leading into Cameroon. The Adamawa State Police Command has arrested a 32-year-old man, Ernest Dauda, a resident of Jalingo B area, Lamode Ward in Mubi South local government area, for unlawful possession of firearm. The command spokesperson Suleiman Nguroje said the arrest followed a social media post on the suspect displaying an AK-47 rifle loaded with 3 magazines by making threatening comments and boasted they could sell or lease the weapon for a certain amount of money. Upon receiving the report, the Commissioner of Police, Dan Kombo Morris, immediately ordered the deployment of operatives from the Mubi South Division Police Headquarters to trace and apprehend the suspect. State Police Commissioner has directed the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of the State Criminal Investigation Department to take over the case for discreet investigation and diligent prosecution. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung said on Saturday that leaders at the Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation gathering hosted by his country had been able to reach a consensus on trade and investment smoothly. He said the leaders had adopted 3 agreements on AI and demographic change, including a joint Gyeongju Declaration. During a news conference, Lee said that South Korea would overcome challenges in relations with China and look forward to Beijing taking a bigger role in dealing with North Korea. Later in the day, Lee is expected to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. The United States has the most important role for South Korea's relations with neighboring North Korea, although China and Russia also play a part, Lee added. Lee also said that he was no longer worried about ties with Japan after meeting new Prime Minister Sani Takaishi for the first time this week.
This year, through the Gyeongju Declaration, we restored cooperation among APEC members and broadened APEC's horizons as a platform to tackle humanity's shared challenges by launching the AI Initiative and the APEC Joint Framework for Responding to Demographic Change. Even if we try to resolve issues on the Korean Peninsula solely through dialogue between South and North Korea, there are clear limits. That is why the role of the United States is vital. Of course, China and Russia also have important roles to play. But the most crucial role is that of the United States. China is geographically very close, and our economies are deeply interdependent and cooperative. Going forward, even if there are minor external obstacles, we intend to overcome them and move toward greater benefits and more far-reaching change. I also believe China's role is essential in consolidating peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. After the summit with Japanese Prime Minister, my concerns have been dispelled. From here on, I am confident that the Republic of Korea and Japan will work together and advance our relationship to a much better stage. While squarely facing the issues that exist, we will look to the future while holding hands together, enabling our 2 countries to develop a mutually beneficial partnership.
Relations between Seoul and Tokyo have sometimes been strained by historical, diplomatic, and economic disputes dating back to Japan's 1910 to 1945 occupation of the Korean peninsula. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Saturday that he had apologized to President Donald Trump over a political advertisement targeting Americans that had drawn the ire of the U.S. leader. Carney, speaking to reporters after attending an Asia-Pacific summit in South Korea, said he had made the apology privately to Trump when they both attended a dinner hosted by South Korea's president on Wednesday. The ad, commissioned by Doug Ford, Ontario's outspoken conservative premier, was sometimes compared to Trump, uses a snippet of Republican icon and former President Ronald Reagan, saying that tariffs caused trade wars and economic disaster. Carney also confirmed that he had reviewed the ad with Ford before it aired, but said he had opposed using it.
I did apologize to the president. President was offended by the act, or by the ad rather, and it's not something I would have done, which is to put in place that advertisement. And I'm the one, in English, I'm the one who is responsible in my role as Prime Minister for the relationship with the President of the United States, and the federal government is responsible for the foreign relationship with the U.S. government. So things happen. We take the good with the bad. I saw him. We had dinner. We had dinner together. You saw it. There were a few of you were there, and we had a very good dinner. It was very cordial. And I spoke to him at the dinner privately, obviously. Privately, now it's public.
In response, Trump announced that it was increasing tariffs on goods from Canada, and Washington has also halted trade talks with Canada. A closely contested New Jersey governor's race between Democrat Milky Sherrill and Republican Jack Citarelli has set new spending records and drawn political heavyweights as both national parties seek an early gauge of voter sentiment 9 months into Republican President Donald Trump's term. New Jersey and Virginia are the only states holding gubernatorial elections on Tuesday. Democrats locked out of power in Washington are hoping to have a clean sweep and can provide a burst of momentum ahead of next year's midterm battle for control of Congress. Focus in New Jersey has been especially intense after the state swung towards Trump by a greater margin from 2020 to 2024 than all but one other state. Republican and Democratic gubernatorial campaign arms have funneled more than $34 million into the general election, according to campaign finance records, helping fuel what is projected to be in excess of $200 million spent on the election, including primary contests.
We've always expected it to be close. Remember the race 4 years ago was decided by a very slim margin as well when Phil Murphy won in 2021. We expect this to be close through the end, but certainly based on what I'm seeing and what we're seeing throughout the state. I've been out talking to voters. There's a lot of energy out there for Mikey's campaign. It's really resonating with New Jerseyans, and we expect her to win on Tuesday. She's closing strong. You know, it's important to note that right after the primary, when they began to poll in this race, she's never been down in any single poll, public or private. She's always led the race, and that certainly hasn't changed as of today. And while we've always expected it to be close, she certainly appears to be in the driver's seat. And the reason she's in the driver's seat is because she's focused exclusively on a message that New Jerseyans are resonating with, which is affordability, how to actually make it easier for people to afford their lives in a day and age when it's so expensive for most working families to actually get ahead. She's giving them hope that under her administration, she's going to actually be able to bring down costs and make it easier for people to afford their lives. From Mikey Sherrill to Abigail Spanberger to Zoran Mamdani to other candidates up and down the ticket, you see the great degree of difference within our party and how just rich and diverse our party is as it relates to ideology and race and ethnicity and everything in between. We are running candidates that really represent all of America, and so of course they'll try to make it's just with the Republican playbook. They'll try to make one of those candidates into the face of the Democratic Party, but the reality is there's many faces of the Democratic Party. All of them represent different parts of our party and different geographies, and certainly represent their states or cities, and that's the most important thing to me. All of it, again, we have a very, very diverse party from an ideological perspective, racial and ethnic and everything in between. As I said, the Republican Party is very homogenous. The more they want to try to do this, the more it plays into our hands because our party looks like America and sounds like America.
Rio de Janeiro authorities say on Friday they had identified most of those killed in the deadliest police operation in Brazil's history as protests were called to denounce a high number of casualties. The operation targeting the Commando Vilhelmo gang controls the drug trade in several favelas, poor, densely populated neighborhoods woven through the city's hilly terrain, killed 121 people on Tuesday, including 4 police officers. Felipe Correa, Secretary of Rio's Civil Police, told reporters that by Friday morning, 99 bodies had been identified. Of those, 42 had outstanding arrest warrants and 78 had prior criminal records, he said.
About the narco-terrorists who were neutralized, 117 narco-terrorists were neutralized. We have identified 99 so far, of which 42 had outstanding prison sentences. At least 78 had a significant criminal history with several serious crimes, including homicide, drug trafficking, robbery, and criminal organization, among others. It took about a year of investigation and nearly 60 days of planning until we found the day to carry out the operation, which was last Tuesday. To recap, there were 113 prisoners, including 33 prisoners from other states and 10 juvenile offenders. Of the total, 54 had criminal records. It is worth noting that, to our knowledge, all of the prisoners had been remanded in custody at the custody hearing and were kept in prison, which shows that the arrests made during the operation were lawful and all arrests were made within the law.
United Nations officials and security specialists. A narrow skip slides among massive rocky outcroppings on the Tocantins River, where the catfish and peacock bass throng and the eddies don't wax and moan. Regulators in Brazil have been given the green light to blast a channel on the Tocantins River on one of the largest tributaries in the Amazon basin and turn into an expressway for Brazil's booming tropical farm belt.
I live in an island. All around here is water. There's no way for us to leave here except by canoe. We live off fishing, so I think Ed's note, referring to Brazilian project to open the Araguaia-Tocantins riverway to barges, will cause a lot of harm. I'm against the project.
Many women survive by cracking coconuts. They're selling the palm trees, poisoning them.
With this situation regarding the Araguaia-Tocantins waterway, we will also be losing space on the river to the barges that will transport all this agricultural production, and that will leave the traditional population that lives off fishing and preserving the environment on the margins. This is a concern for us. We are uncertain about tomorrow.
Opening the Araguaia-Tocantins riverway to barges year-round could clear the way for soy and corn exports through the Amazon basin to rival the Mississippi River, cutting freight costs and cementing Brazil's supremacy in a global grains trade. Federal prosecutors, however, are trying to halt the $7.3 billion project, including another 110 miles of dredging, as they urge courts to consider impacts on riverside communities who live from the river and use it for transport on a daily basis. Brazil's government has forecast that the Araguaia-Tocantins riverway could start carrying some 20 million metric tons of corn and soybeans to northern river ports each year, cutting down on long polluting truck routes. The impact on emissions, however, is not so simple, as delegations will discuss over 500 kilometers downriver in Belém in November during the United Nations COP30 climate summit. Cuba's top prosecutor accused former Economy Minister Alejandro Gil and other unnamed accomplices of crimes ranging from espionage to bribery on Friday in one of the largest publicity disclosed corruption scandals to hit Cuba in decades. Gil was sacked by President Miguel Diaz-Canel in February of 2024 and had been seen or heard from in public over a year. The intrigue rattled the highest ranks of Cuba's ruling Communist Party and its normally hermetic politics. The top prosecutor did not provide a date for the pending trial, nor did it provide any further detail about the nature of the charges. Statement did not disclose the identities of remaining accused. Gil, once a close confidant of Diaz-Canel, spearheaded a major monetary reform in Cuba in 2021, largely seen as disastrous for the Cuban economy. The former economy minister's case is among the highest profile scandals to rock Cuban politics since 1989, when General Arnaldo Ochoa, a hero of Fidel Castro's 1959 revolution, was tried and executed by a firing squad for drug smuggling. Attorney General said in a statement on Friday that those accused will be provided due process according to Cuban law. Cuban military units worked through torrential rains on Friday to rescue people trapped by rising flood waters after Hurricane Melissa struck east of Cuba. Soldiers waded through flooded streets, lifting residents into military trucks as rivers overflowed their banks across Grama province. The rescue operation involved teams from multiple provinces and the Red Cross, according to Lieutenant Colonel Otesis Lopez, Chief of the Grama Province Fire Department.
The river began to rise. There had been floods before, but the water had never entered my house. So when the river started to overflow, we went to another area, but night fell. We thought the water level would decrease, but look at how everything is now. We don't know how long it will last, as it's still raining.
We spent 2 hours watching the river water level rise until it calmed down. Suddenly, when we went out into the street, the water was up to our knees. After that, we began taking precautions, climbing as high as we could. Even so, we managed to rescue some things, but our houses are flooded, furniture, sheets, everything. Now that we've been rescued, I feel better, but I'm very worried. We don't know if we can go back, and if we'll have anything left in our homes.
We have rescued more than 3,000 people and we are continuing with the rescue and salvage operations. It is not only the rescue workers from Granma, there are also rescue workers from Holguin, Las Tunas, and the Red Cross, who are essential for the first aid work. We will not leave here until we have rescued the last person.
The fear is that the river water will not continue its course toward the sea, that it will back up and flood the area, which would be dangerous.
Nigeria's football community continues to mourn the passing of one of its finest tacticians, Pamonde Perekeme Sinclair, a man whose coaching career spanned decades and whose footprints remain deeply etched in both local and international football. Tributes continue to pour in. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has joined the sporting world to celebrate the life and legacy of the iconic coach.
Pamonde Sinclair's journey in football was one defined by passion, discipline, and impact. From his days leading Sharks FC and Rangers International to managing Heartland and Bayelsa United, he was known for nurturing young talents and promoting homegrown excellence in Nigerian football. In 1997, he briefly took charge of the Super Eagles as interim coach, guiding the national team during friendly matches in Tunisia and Zambia. His influence also crossed borders when he managed Equatorial Guinea's national team, the Nzalang National, cementing his reputation as one of Africa's respected football tacticians. Now, as friends, family, and football lovers gather to celebrate his remarkable life, the Rivers State government has pledged to keep his memory alive. Speaking at the service of songs held in honor of the late football icon at the Ecumenical Center, Abone Mawaf Road in Port Harcourt, Governor Fubara said the late coach left a legacy of service, discipline, humility, and mentorship, which, according to him, inspired generations of footballers across Nigeria.
I hereby, on behalf of the state, and also as a friend to the family, to condole with you, assure you that wherever we need to come in to make the memory of this great man immortalize his memory in the state, we will do that.
He described the former Super Eagles coach, who passed away at the age of 89, as a man of great wisdom and dedication, who made indelible contributions to football development in Rivers State and Nigeria at large.
I'm here to support somebody who has been a very good friend to me, Scott Tommy. And coincidentally, it will be improper and not complete if the state does not feature in this kind of program, knowing the role late Monday Sinclair played in Rivers State when it comes to football. He was one time our coach.
Governor Fubara also used the occasion to preach unity and peace, emphasizing that only peace has made it possible for his administration to continue its transformative work for the people of Rivers State. As the curtain falls on a lifetime devoted to football, Pamonde Sinclair is remembered not just for the trophies he chased, but for the lives he touched and the discipline he instilled in generations of players.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Smokunta. We have interesting stories for you today, and of course, that edition you don't want to miss out on, Playlist Pow. Of course, every Wednesday we tend to bring that to your doorstep. We have an interesting conversation we'll be having with a very distinguished guest of ours. But first of all, let's delve into the stories of the day. Popular rapper Eriga has shared his view on polygamy, claiming that it is harmful to women and children. Speaking from his experience growing up as in a polygamous home, the rapper explained that in polygamy there are always aggrieved parties, and most times the women and children, not the man, were involved. In a recent interview, Eriga revealed that he is trying not to be like his father by avoiding polygamy. Eriga advocated for men to avoid the complexities of polygamy by embracing monogamy, which he claimed is less complicated and more fulfilling for all parties involved. Now, this has been going on and on social media, and that's because of the whole saga that happened earlier this month or last 2 weeks on social media of Regina Daniel crying out on social media that, oh, she's not a queen in her husband, Senator Ned Woko's house, but in her own house, she is a queen. And of course, this has also kept on going on after an interview the senator had recently, where he said he pitied most men that are into polygamy. It's quite funny, but yeah, he said that. He said he pitied most men that are married to just one wife. Now, Eriga is speaking from his own point of view as somebody that has experienced polygamy in a family. And he said most times the women, the mothers, and the children tend to suffer. And that's because most people are looking for how do I put it now, relevance in the family. I'm the favorite wife of the man, I'm the favorite son of our father, I'm the richest son of our father. They're all looking for relevance, they're all looking for a place in their father's house, all because of polygamy. But when you get married to just one woman and maybe few children, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, name them, you know that nobody is trying to fight for whatever. You know that, oh, if you have a first son, you have a first son. If you have a first daughter, you have a first daughter. So there is nobody that is trying to fight, oh, I'm the favorite wife of our husband. Oh, it's my turn to make dinner. Oh, it's my turn to sleep with our husband and all that. It is you and your wife. And I don't even know how they tend to have peace in that home. I really don't know, because there is always a commotion in that compound. Yeah, some people would say most times there is peace in that home. How are you trying to tell us that all the years in that family there is peace in that home? It is not possible. It's either the wives are fighting or the children are fighting, because your first wife has a first son and you have to give him his rights as a first son. Your second wife has a first son, you have to give him his rights as a first son. But of course, they always recognize the first wife's first son, because yes, let's say they tend to call them the legitimate wife, because other ones, they tend to see them as, oh, they came afterwards, right? But then again, polygamy is not even healthy mentally, psychologically, physically, because at the end of the day, somebody must go home with bruises. All right, so Nigerian musician Black Bones has responded to allegations of harassment, emotional abuse, and cyber stalking made by a woman who reportedly rejected his advances. The woman, identified only as Jane Doe, recently petitioned the Nigerian police force against the singer. In a petition submitted by her legal representatives, Bristol and Mort Glass CS, Jane Doe accused Black Bones of subjecting her to months of harassment, invasion of privacy, bullying, and the unauthorized circulation of private videos. Reacting to the claims, the rapper, in a lengthy post on his Instagram story, denied the allegations, stating that he is cooperating fully with the authorities to see that truth is established. He further claimed that the allegations are being sponsored by his professional rivals. While admitting to once having a romantic affair with Jane Doe, Black Bones said their relationship ended amicably and respectfully. Okay, if your relationship ended amicably and respectfully, why would she come up and say she experienced harassment, bullying, invading of privacy, and all that and all that? Fine, let's think outside the box. It could also be true that his rival did this, but the chances are literally slim. The chances are slim. We can't say for sure. We are the netizens. We are the people that, oh, you brought this to our table. So we just tend to have some idea about it and maybe think inside and outside of the box. But we can't say for sure until the real truth is out. Thank God you're working with authorities, and she too, she's working with authorities. So let's see if your rival did this, or whatever allegation she has laid against you is correct. So fingers crossed. Trust me, I'll bring that up to you when the time comes. All right, moving forward, legendary Nigerian musician Innocent Idibia, widely known as 2Baba, has written a deeply emotional open letter to commemorate his 25th anniversary in the music industry, expressing profound appreciation to everyone who has played a part in his remarkable journey. In a touching piece titled Open Letter of Gratitude, 2Baba at 25 years in the industry, the multi-award winning artist reflected on his musical odyssey, the people who supported him, and the lessons he has gathered over the years. He described his career as one filled with gratitude, memories, lessons, and love, while acknowledging that his success story would not have been possible without the faith and support of those who stood by him even in uncertain times. In his letter, 2Baba recognized several industries figures who were instrumental in his rise to fame, including Nelson Brown, Baba Keke, Kenny Ogbube, D1 Dayo Adeneyi, Eddie Lawani, and DJ Jimmy Jacks. He credited Nelson Brown for discovering and believing in Plantation Boys, the trio that launched his career alongside Fast and Black Bones. Wow, this is great. 25 years in the music industry. Yes, we know, oh, 2Baba is this, 2Baba is that. He has a track record of this, he has a track record of that. He broke up with his ex-wife, and he's married to a senator. That, of course, social media keeps going on and on and on, and that's because as long as you are a celebrity and you tend to put everything about you out there, people would always have something to say, or a video about your private life would definitely come up on social media. But aside that, let's not forget that he is a legend when it comes to music. I mean, 25 years, it's not 25 days. Neither is it 25 months. It is 25 years. That's somebody's age, actually. Right, so let's give him his flowers. I mean, congratulations to him. It's not easy. Being in this industry, we tend to see most of the up-and-coming artists, most of the top charting artists saying that the music industry is not a child's play. It is not easy. It is not. Some said it's more like the devil's work, so to say, right? So for someone to stay in that music industry for over 25 years, he deserves his flower. In fact, we are supposed to pop a wine for him, because he gave us that music about African queen that got every black woman feeling like a queen that she is. All right. Embattled American rapper Sean Diddy Combs has been scheduled for release from prison. The date of his release was disclosed on Monday, October 27, 2025, 3 weeks after he was sentenced. According to the Federal Bureau of Prison, Diddy, who is currently serving a 4-year jail term, is scheduled to be released on May 8, 2028. The embattled singer was sentenced to 15 months imprisonment on 2 counts of interstate prostitution. He was arrested by federal agents in September 2024 in New York following a grand jury indictment. The rapper has been detained since his arrest. I'm sure most people are not even happy about this news that he's going to be released, because they expected him to maybe be stoned to death, be hanged, or be shot. You know, because of the whole thing we heard about him, prostitution, trafficking, racketeering, and all that, right? We are not, I mean, 2028 is in 2025. That's like in 3 years' time. So he still have more months to be in prison. But of course, most people do not want him to come out of prison, because they feel he's going to continue with whatever he did that got him there. And possibly the life of those that must have come to speak against him in court are also in danger. But I'm sure he's not going to do that. I mean, you wouldn't want to go back to prison, would you? So let's keep our fingers crossed. Still 2028. That's far, but I mean, Let's keep our fingers crossed till 2028 and let's see how that goes for Sean Diddy Combs. Alright, a former Big Brother Naija housemate, Faith, has received a brand new innocent car he won shortly before his disqualification from the reality show, which ended on October 5th, 2025. That despite being sent packing from the Big Brother house on Thursday, October 2nd, after a clash with fellow housemate Sultana, Faith will not lose the prize he earned before his exit. In a chat with the show's organizers, the 25-year-old will still retain the 38 million naira innocent car. It was also revealed that the car is electric when Faith asked if it was charged before spotting the display showing the battery status, visibly excited about his new ride. The news comes after fans and critics doubted he would receive the prize, citing that the winner of Big Brother Naija Season 10, Imisi, received her car just days after the show ended. Social media fans of Faith, who call themselves Faithful, celebrated his latest win, dismissing the doubt and criticism that had trailed him. And of course, so many people said his village people are after him, right? Because it was just hours after you won this vehicle that you were in a fight with Sultana. People were like, you would have just controlled yourself, and they were like, he's not going to get this particular gift and other awards that was given to him in the Big Brother house. But surprisingly, they've given the car to him, right? Congratulations to him, and we already know that he's been doing exploits in his medical field, helping people that find it difficult to eat and all that. He's been working with NGOs to make that possible. All right, that's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, it's Playlist Power, so stay with us.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today on Playlist Power, we'll be exploring some of Nigeria's top music artists and the hit songs that made waves in 2022. Yes, I'm not doing recent music today. So first on the list is Finesse by Fuse and Benson. Finesse is a song by Nigerian record producer Fuse. It was uploaded on TikTok in February 2022 and commercially released on 3rd March 2022 through Reedy Mako. The song was produced by Mikel and features vocals from Nigerian Afrofusion singing Benson. During his debut week, the record gained popularity across TikTok in Europe and America with the hashtag Folake Challenge hashtag. All right, listen to it.
Outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, I mean I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. My girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even warning. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm a quest and feet, I just want it. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I care for the night. work, now my business. All I shall know you go right to. All I care for the night.
Well, I care for the night too. Alright, up next on the list is Last Last by Burna Boy. Last Last is a song by Nigerian singer Burna Boy. It was released through Atlantic Records on 13 May 2022 as the second single from his 6th studio album, Love Damini. Burna Boy co-wrote the song with producer Off and Out, Chopstick, MDS, and Ruben. Burna Boy notably performed the song at the 2022 Billboard Music Awards 2 days after its release. The official music video for Last Last, directed by Burna Boy himself, was released alongside the song on 13 May 2022. Take a look.
You go bow for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, oh. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt, oh. I'm a me happy adult, oh. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the girl insult, oh. I'm a mind that's you be talk, oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know.
Alright, up next is Calm Down. It's a song, Calm Down was actually sung by Rema and Selena Gomez. Calm Down is a song by Nigerian singer Rema from his debut studio album Rave and Roses 2022. It was released on 11 February 2022 through Johnson World, Maven, and Interscope Record as the album's second single. The song charted across Europe, reaching number 1 of the Belgian Ultra Top 50, Dutch Top 40, and Dutch Single Top 100. In the United Kingdom, Calm Down peaked off as number 3 in the UK singles charts and spent 27 non-consecutive weeks in the top 10 of the charts. A remix of Calm Down with American singer Selena Gomez was released on 25th August 2022. The new version reached number 1 on both the Billboard US Afrobeat Songs and the Billboard Global XL US charts and peaked at number 3 on the Global 200 charts. Listen to it.
In my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, no day for me, young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, gon' give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. You got me like whoa, 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 whoa. Shawty gon' give me your lo, 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 lo.
This was one of my favorites, honestly, as of 2022. All right, up next is Bandana by Fireboy and Ashake. Bandana is a song by Nigerian singer Fireboy, DML, and Ashake. It was released on 14 July 2022 through YBNL Nation and Empire Distribution as the 4th and final single of Fireboy DML's 3rd studio album, Playboy 2022. The video was released on August 17, 2022. Take a look.
Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking, all my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly.
Yes, finally is Buga. Buga by Kiss Daniel. Buga is a song by Nigerian singer Kiss Daniel featuring vocals from fellow Nigerian singer Techno. It was released on 4th of May 2022 through Flyboy Inc. and Empire Distribution as the second single from Daniel's fourth studio album, Maverick 2023, and was produced by Reward Beats, Blazy Beats, and Young Willis. Take a look at it.
Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Koniko kala. Kala ko yellow dilla. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, you come, person matter, person we don't mind. But when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, Koni Bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me see you, de Buka. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo.
Let me see you, de Buga. Oh, lo. All right. Next is Shumba by Ashake. Shumba is a hit Afrobeat song by Nigerian singer Ashake, produced by Magic Stick. The song's synopsis is centered on Ashake's romantic and sexual interest in women. Wow. Which is conveyed through a mix of Yoruba Pidgin and English lyrics. He positioned himself as Mr. Money, an affluent figure who offers good times and encourages his love interest to relax and not be shy. The hit song was later remixed and featured a guest verse by Burna Boy. Listen to it.
Unakasumbala jano de waste time, ona. Me I want fire bazooka, ona. Mr. Money no de waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Say baby don't find no de too shine, unaka. Show why me ni. Mr. Money no de waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Hello, you carry back a lot of filo. I'ma check a phone, no go de ghost you. Ready to pay what 10 kilo. Kumatingaza, Shinasa in your falapa. Agata from Osapa, Funibulala, Nishelo Japa, Omo Ajabota, Lubi Migapa. I don't like the nonsense, we are Kubota.
Alright, that's what we have for you in the playlist pile this hour. We're going a short break, and up next, the conversation we had with our guests. So stay with us.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Here with me is Nkiru Silvanus, right? Once the beating heart of Nollywood, ENUGU was the city where stars were made and timeless stories came alive. It was in these streets and studio that the golden era of Nigerian film was born, and where faces like Nkiru Silvanus, fondly known as Bleble, rose to fame with unforgettable performances that defined the generation. But today, the cameras have gone quiet. The once busy film location stands still, and Nollywood spotlight has shifted elsewhere. What happened to the city that gave birth to so many stars? Why did Nollywood move on from ENUGU, and what does that mean for the future of the industry and actors like Nkiru Silvanus, who built this legacy there? Today, we take a look back on Nkiru Silvanus' journey as an actress and what drove Nollywood away from ENUGU. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You know, you actually look pretty impressive on the screen.
I hear that all the time. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's our pleasure to have you. So let's talk. Let's know actually what drive you to being an actress.
Well, I would say it started when we all watched Living in Bondage.
Okay.
You know, we were little then, and then we used to watch from the windows, and then our parents would be like, "You get out of that window." People would be like, "You're too small to be watching movies." And growing up and getting into secondary school, we find out that dramatic clubs and societies, the flair, the zeal. I think the decision to become an actress came after I watched Omotola in one movie then while I was in secondary school. I think he was abused.
Okay.
She was abused in that movie. So yeah, I watched it as she was young, and I was like, I want to be like her. So immediately I finished secondary school, my next goal when I got admission was to start attending auditions until the dream came to life.
Yeah, impressive, actually.
Yeah.
Impressive. So looking back at your early roles, what projects or moments do you consider your true breakthrough in Nollywood? Would you say is when you acted Bleble?
Yes, when I did A Cry for Help, that was a turning point for me. Before that particular movie, I've done like one or two other movies, but they were also out there, but they weren't as popular as A Cry for Help. So A Cry for Help came, and then I think God just used it to skyrocket my career.
Yeah. So what was the biggest challenges you faced? I mean, we know that being an actor is quite engaging. It takes almost your time. There's a whole lot of actors and actresses that have said, oh, being an engineer is even more easier than being an actor. Even our superstar Ira Star said she gave accolade to all actors because she was featured in a movie that's coming up very soon. So now, what challenges did you face, you know, trying to be at that spotlight and playing those roles?
Well, there are a lot of challenges. The truth is that no matter what you find yourself doing in life, you meet challenges, right? So there are a couple of challenges. One is trying to work so hard to make sure that you fit into the environment you have found yourself and be successful in it. And then having to do with the competition that is within the entertainment industry, because for you to stand out there, you have to be competitive with your acting, not with your lifestyle, actually. And then the shouting from directors, in fact, it's back in the days when we started, we dread directors, because once they come on set, you must comport. They are always screaming, shouting, trying to get the best out of you. And sometimes you cry, you weep, and all that. And then you also have people by the side who would want to talk you down, to tell you that you're not fit for this industry, you can't make it. So it takes self-determination and courage for you to keep pushing until you push into success. So it wasn't that easy, but peer pressure, everything was putting together, but I personally kept on pushing until the breakthrough came.
Yeah. Absolutely, I totally agree with you, right? Yeah. But we tend to notice that you played more of tragic role, crying role, and you played it so well. I don't know how you do it. I can't just wake up and start crying. Right? So tell us, was that the only part they saw in you to play, or did they just feel like, oh, you have the face for that, you have the right voice for it, and I mean, your eyes never dry water? I don't know.
Actually, I think I'm not really a crybaby.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I'm tough.
Okay.
Inside, I'm someone who perseveres. I'm someone who don't give up. You know, I'm not someone that pressure puts by the side. I know how to dog it out when it comes to pressure. So when my father saw my movie, the Cry for Help, he looked at me like a million times and said, "Are you sure that this is you? Because the you I know will not be crying at every provocation, and this is not you." So it took a lot of discipline for me to get into that character, and probably because I did it so well. So and considering my age at that time, so everybody now saw that naive, innocent, traumatized young woman in me. So every role, and of course because people loved it, appreciated it, so it gave me that particular image of that kind of naive poor girl on the street that needs help. So every script that has to do with crying, suffering, and all that, the first name that comes in mind is Nkiro Sylvanus.
I mean.
So the script keeps rolling in,
yeah.
And at some point I wanted to stop acting those roles, but I told myself the most important thing is to interpret a role, encourage someone out there. There's someone on the street who probably is going through the same thing I'm interpreting in a movie, and there's light always at the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
So it's not just about me showing off my skills. It's not just about me trying to be beautiful on the screen. It's about me passing a message and encouraging someone out there to be positive about life, that no matter how low you are, no matter how people spit on you, a time will come when the sun will rise and your morning will come, and then you will get
absolutely absolutely right. All right, now you made mention of you trying to venture into other roles.
Yes,
but did they give you that opportunity to maybe explore?
Well, that's the funny part of it. Each time I try to, they'll be like, let's give her this one. No, don't worry, just do this one. We want you to do this one, you know. So it's that kind of thing that is in their mind. I think if I'm ever going to play a different kind of role, I'll be the one to produce that movie myself and give myself that particular role. Of course, I've done a few for myself. I'm here to release them because they are high technical movies, so I'm taking my time. So I just decided to not go out entirely from the image that the people know about me, but at least try to do something a little different.
Yeah. So you're no longer the cry blessing. No. You're now the laugh tough.
And I laugh a lot.
I noticed actually. All right, now let's come back to ENUGU and why Nollywood left ENUGU as a site for where they shoot movie. And I wonder, because in the early 20s, late 90s, ENUGU is a place where they shoot movies. I mean, our veteran actors, Patience Ozokwo, Nkemo, will name them, you, right? So what really happened? Why did they shift from ENUGU to Delta State, Lagos State, Abuja, and all that?
Okay, I think I have a little idea. I might not know it all because different people have different experience and whatever they encountered or went through before they left to shoot in other places. But what I can say is at some point a lot of producers started complaining about community tasking.
Oh.
So they go to communities to shoot movie. They tax them as a community. They must pay a certain amount before they can come into the community to shoot. And then when they pay that money, they also have to pay individual houses to shoot. So making movie started becoming too expensive for filmmakers. And you know that most of these people are their personal funds that they are investing. And the market is not that huge. It's not like a market where you roll in millions and then you have them back almost immediately. It's like we were all struggling to make ends meet, especially when it has to do with those low budget productions, which is what we circulate around within the country, except of course you shoot a high profile movie that you have to take to the cinema and probably to other more expensive platforms where you get huge amounts of money and return of income. So in that kind of movies, the amount you spend is not really much a problem to you because you know you're going to get it back. But for these regular ones, the one we use to entertain ourselves within our circles, so we were finding it difficult to continue with that kind of environment. And sometimes when we are coming out from locations, we find out that people try to fight us. You know, you see some youth waiting by the road.
Why though?
Some of them want you to give them money. Some of them steal from us. I remember a certain incident where some cameras were stolen. So when it was becoming a random thing, you know, becoming rampant actually. And then a lot of people started leaving Enugu to go to other places to shoot movie. But the governors, I think when that regime finished, another government came into power. A lot of things got taken care of, stabilized. But now the thing is, when you have left a place to another place and that place is comfortable for you, coming out from that place to a different place or where you left, you must have a good reason to come back. So that's what we're trying to see what we can do right now to encourage movie makers to come back, that the city is perfect, is calm. In fact, Enugu is one of the safest in the southeast, the most calmest in the southeast. It's a place where if you've lived in Abuja, you can live in Enugu because Enugu is calm. But if you've lived in Lagos, you can't live in Enugu because Enugu and Lagos is contrast.
I mean,
Enugu is just one of the best places you can live within the southeast, honestly. So now we are trying to encourage them to come back, that things have been set right. You know, the present administration is, I'm not trying to praise anybody, this is not politics, but the present administration is doing very well. It's doing very, very good and is interested in entertainment. So he's helping us,
Okay, so, you know, we made mention of Lagos and Enugu being opposite people. But people tend to say that Lagos has more infrastructure, their government or the PR for entertainment tend to do more when it comes to entertainment, and not just for actors, content creators, musicians tend to see Lagos as a promising place. So would you say that their PR or infrastructure could be another reason, aside from insecurity and taxing, could be another reason that most of these entertainers tend to go to Lagos?
I think Lagos is just all about hype.
Okay.
You understand? You know, it's just like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is popular. So no matter what you do, somebody will always say it tastes better. So Lagos is like overhyped. You understand? And when it comes to creative arts, like the ones we do, everywhere it's your office. You can shoot a wonderful movie even in my local village, and it will go viral and people will watch it. So people are not really interested in the location where you make your content, but they are interested in the quality of what you are making. So I wouldn't say that Lagos gives them a better environment, but I might say it gives them a better network. probably because of the companies that are there, investors. It's easier to source investors when you're in Lagos because of the of course you mentioned it, the infrastructure, the companies, the investors, people who are willing to invest in all these and then the market as well, because you have the cinemas and all that where people can actually go to relax in the evening, watch movies, and movie makers also find it easy to access those platforms. If we can have those kind of things around the Southeast, of course there will be nothing different between making content in Lagos and making content in the Southeast.
So do you think work are being put in place to make those things available in Enugu State?
Of course, Enugu is, in fact, is a whole lot that is happening in Enugu. I think it's going to be a different topic on its own, because a lot is being put in place to make Enugu the hub of filmmaking again, and the government is not joking about it.
I feel proud, kinda. All right, now let's come back to Nollywood. In your perspective, would you say that Nollywood have grown? They're no longer that baby they used to be when it comes to all these platforms like Netflix, Amazon, MovieBox, and the likes?
Yes, I think what is happening to Nollywood right now is, I would say, growth, technology, like. Things are we are going digitalized in the world, so we are just following the trend. So before now, Nollywood was capable enough to generate enough income for the filmmakers. I mean, we are over 250 million people in Nigeria. So if we can even make movies that over 10 million people will buy and watch. I'm talking about in the days of the CDs and the DVDs. If you can make a movie where just only 10 million out of the 250 million will buy and watch, you're already making a lot of money. Not to talk about when you have over 100 million people watching your movie. I think what was wrong with Nollywood at some point was marketing. It was the market. It was the strategy to sell the movies, to push it out. We had monopoly of the market at some point, where a particular group of people were controlling the market, and they were being selfish about it. They didn't want it to go beyond them. They wanted to control it. So it was like a kind of monopoly, and it affected the growth of Nollywood at some point. Yeah. But these platforms that came up has also given filmmakers within the country a sigh of fresh breath, where people now make film with the conviction that they are going to make their money back. So they don't have to wait on queue for one marketer to reject the film or accept it, because at some point you should finish. Whatever happens to your film depends on them.
Okay.
Whether they buy it from you or they don't buy it from. So if they reject it, it's like you've wasted your resources. Yeah. So, but with the YouTube and like the Netflix, like the Amazon, all of them now, so we have options. And there's so many other platforms that people don't know about that are also interested in buying Nigerian movies, because we are everywhere. Some people say, oh, Nigerian movies, you guys are stereotype, you keep telling these stories. We tell great stories. There's so many stories out there that when you have the opportunity to watch, you'll be amazed at what is coming out from Nigerian filmmakers. We are really, really doing well, but we can get better.
I'm actually proud, honestly. I can testify for that. But then again, you know, this whole rise of almost everybody wants to be a producer and director. There is this hold up, let me speak in Nigerian language. There's this traffic in YouTube, right? Every single day, a producer is dropping a movie, and it tends to look like we are losing our originality, our flair, the interest and all, in as much as they tend to diversify sometimes and not just talk about love, right? Now, would you say that they are following trend, or they are just doing all this to get ends meet and keep Nollywood going?
I think most of these people, they are doing it because of the money.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, this believe that the more once you keep updating your page, your channel, you get traffic and you make money. So the more videos you update, the more money comes in. So most of them are no longer interested in the quality of what they are pushing out there, and that is also what will bring the death of of that platform, because when people get tired of it, they will start looking for something else to watch. So, but we're trying to see how we can control it. But unfortunately, it's also difficult to control what goes on YouTube, because YouTube does not belong to Nigerian filmmaking. It's a global thing. So it's also a difficult thing to do. But we're trying to see what we can do to make sure that our producers at least produce good quality films. At least we're starting as the current chairman of the Association of Movie Producers in Enugu State. We're trying to see what we can do to make sure that what comes out of Enugu is quality. In fact, that has always been the case. Any movie that comes out of Enugu used to be quality. Even as movies have moved to Asaba right now, they still tag it Asaba movie, because when you see it, you see the quality. You know, no, this is not it. But if it's coming from Enugu, there's always that, because we know this game. We know this game.
Not you feeling yourself right now.
I'm telling you, this is our thing. It's something we love. It's passion. You know, it's not just about putting my face out there. It's about feeding people what will impact them and change their lives.
All right, so let's come back to this insecurity in Nollywood and, of course, in the States as a whole. You know, they find it difficult now, most women, to feature into movies. I mean, to even be at the spotlight. That's because they tend to face a whole lot of harassment when auditioning. You know, there was a time that Ngozi Ezeonu said it's because of what you wear. And, of course, someone dressed, there's a very revealing outfit. So now, would you say that most of these upcomers, they've lost it, or they tend to forget the rules and regulations that has to come with you coming for audition and being an actor?
Well, you know, there's this notion about entertainment, especially when it comes to movie making, actors. You know, maybe it's because of the role models that they look up to. Maybe it's because they think that entertainment is about losing morals. It's about being naked. It's about beauty, your body, your assets, you know. So when you're too exposed out there, you put ideas in the mind and the head of our young men and young women out there, you know. Everybody begins to feel that you're up for take. And so when what you're attracting comes to you, you start screaming. So I think when people, all these young and upcoming actors, when they begin to understand that acting is a noble work, and it's where you can also work and maintain your prestige, your integrity, and your family values. You know, you can actually present a picture of how you want people to address you and relate with you. You know, I don't think I can ever see myself exposing vital parts of my body on social media, you know, for people to just click on it and like it, you know. So that's not what sells me. What sells me is my talent. So the more you focus on your talent and less focus on exposing your body, it helps also people to address you appropriately and have respect. And when it comes to harassment, I also think that harassment is a general thing all over. You know, whether you're in the entertainment industry or you're not in the entertainment industry, women and men as well get harassed, because we seem to talk about women harassment all the time. Men are also being sexually harassed, you know. So this harassment is everywhere. So when it comes to the entertainment industry, you know how it is. I just don't want to go into much details.
Okay.
So people get attracted, people get aggressive. You just have different kind of people. It's just about individuals, you know.
Okay.
And how you are able to manage it. And also report to the right authorities when you're being harassed.
Right. Emphasis on that, actually. Now, I mean, I agree with you, right? Now, let's come back to the whole money, infrastructure, taxes, and all that. We once had an actor here who was lamenting, shouting, screaming that most times producers, they don't care about the upcomers. They keep you there without food, without water. In fact, they waste your time, and they focus more on the celebrities, those that are already in the spotlight, and giving them money. Now, what would you say that could be the reason? Is it because, I mean, you might just have too sane to play in this role, or just because the person is still trying to blend into being an actor?
Okay. I would, first of all, what I want to say about that is about choices you make for yourself.
Okay.
You know, when you reduce yourself to the level where people have to step on you, I don't think you have anybody to blame. You definitely have yourself to blame for it. I can't go on a set where somebody is looking down on me. You abandon me. I don't get to do my work. You don't.
Yeah,
feed
but
me.
you're a celebrity.
No,
I mean,
I'm just using myself to give an example.
For them.
Let's say I'm just a regular person that is not out there. I'm talking about who I am.
Okay.
You know, and I allow myself to sit on a particular location, and then someone is neglecting me. You don't give me food, and then the next day I take my shower and I come back to the same set again. I mean, I should put a value to myself and say, no, I'm not for this. Because first, if you know what you have, what you just need is time and the right opportunity. And if you keep pushing, the time and the right opportunity will come. I think what these upcoming actors should do is try to invest in themselves. What I mean investing in this is not about buying clothes and buying shoes. It's about intellectual investment.
Okay.
Read up books, go to classes, watch interesting movies, define who you want to be, and then place yourself where you want to be. You know, it's not about being aggressive or being disrespectful. It's about knowing what you want and how you want it and how you want to channel your life. You know, I make a lot of sacrifices. People also have to understand that success comes with a lot of sacrifices.
Yeah.
It doesn't come with you wanting everything to work for you just immediately you get into it. I mean, you have to go to auditions, stand in the rain, starve, work, persevere, and then success will come. You know, I used to tell people that the best answer to someone who's looking down on you is success. So the moment someone is looking down on you and like, what can you do? You don't need to say anything. All you need to do is work hard to be successful. They will regret it. One day they will look and say, oh God, I remember when I did this. When they see, they can't even talk because they know that you have gotten to that level where you have earned their respect. So it's all about you defining yourself, actually, because there's nothing, absolutely nothing we can do about it, you know, because we can't be everywhere at the same time, you know. Of course, we have rules presently in the entertainment industry where at least an actor on your set deserves one meal.
Yeah.
At least one meal. You know, you don't have to starve an artist the whole day. But the normal thing is that we say feed an artist twice, at least the breakfast and the dinner.
All right, thank you so much, Nkiru Silvanus. I had a great time having this conversation with you, but of course, our time is up.
All right.
I'm sure you had a great time doing this with me.
I did as well. I did.
Okay, thank you
Yes.
so much for
Thank
coming.
you. Thank
The show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more interesting conversations like this, and of course, trending stories from the entertainment industry and social media. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, enjoy the rest of your day, and of course, I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Faitemi market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Inside Health on Signature TV, a show where we break down complex health topics into bite-sized information meant to help you take charge of your health and your welfare. You're welcome once again, and today we have an interesting topic. Are you a nursing mother or an expectant mother? Well, this is for you. We're discussing pump, store, feed, breastfeeding lifeline for working mothers. But our guest is a seasoned nurse, and using teaching aids, she's going to explain what it means to express and store breast milk hygienically and effectively. Don't forget, we want you to be a part of this conversation. My name is Chigisi Agorom. I invite you to go on over to our social media platform on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok at Signature TV Official. Go like, comment, share. And if you've not subscribed, I wonder what you're waiting for. We are also live 247 on SLTV channel 265. And you can, of course, download the Signature TV app from the Google Play Store. So you can get notifications once a new episode drops. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues after this break. Many thanks for joining us. Don't forget, this is still Inside Health on Signature TV, and today we have an interesting topic. We are discussing breastfeeding lifeline for working mothers. Our guest is Nurse Ginidi Kanwa Izelagbo. She's not a visitor, she's a regular face on the show, and she's here to give us her insight and, of course, give us understanding of how to safely express milk, store it, and feed babies. Thank you so much for joining us, Ginidi Kanwa. It's good to have you back.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so when you stormed the studio, you came in with interesting apparatus.
Thank you.
Teaching aids. So
Yes.
tell us exactly what we are looking at, what we have before us, and what you're going to use it to, teach us. How you're going to use it to teach us exactly what we're expecting on this episode.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
I'm happy to have you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, one of the models I brought with me is
Yes.
a model of a baby.
Yes.
You can see that, a newborn baby. So, a male or female, a newborn baby. So this is one of the models. I'm going to use it actually to describe and explain how to breastfeed your baby when you are doing your breastfeeding. Okay. So the next one is a model of the breast. You can see that's very nice.
Are we supposed to be worried that this is indecent exposure? Are we supposed to be
No,
worried?
it is a model. It is a model.
Okay,
So I believe the reason why we are here is for more understanding about breasts, the breastfeeding process, how everything is done. And this our model is not just about this. We have to go inside. You can see that, to explain further what is inside it.
Inside the breast.
Yes.
Okay.
And how breast milk is being produced.
Okay. So the perspective you're looking at today is actually for working class mothers.
Okay.
Mothers who, after 1 month, 2 months of delivery, they are rushing back
To
to
work.
work. And you know that exclusive breastfeeding has been, top priority for both cognitive and physical, growth and development of the child. So we are discussing how nursing mothers can express the milk, store them, right, and give it effectively. But before we go to that, I want you to explain the physiology of, breast milk. How does it become? How does it start flowing?
Exactly.
And you know that there are some women that they find it difficult for it to flow after they give birth and things like that. So tell us, what's the physiology of breast milk?
Breast milk.
Yeah.
Okay, first and foremost, all of us know this as one of the reproductive organs in the body, which is breast. Okay, as a medical student, you hear mammary gland. That's another name we call it medically. So during pregnancy, actually, or even as a young girl, we have our breast, it grows. So it's a process of hormonal changes in the body. It helps in the growth of the breast. You have the estrogen and the progesterone. It helps the body to grow and all that. So once the breast is full to maturity and all that, and a woman is now pregnant, during pregnancy, there is presence of estrogen and progesterone, which maintains the pregnancy. Okay. So within that process of everything, there are some hormones that should be acting on the breast at that point in time. Progesterone is acting on it, maturing it to breastfeed. Yes, preparing it to breastfeed after delivery. Get the point? So immediately after birth, the baby is out, the placenta, everything is out. There is release of what? Oxytocin, prolactin. These are two major hormones that helps in the mechanism of milk production in the breast. So
but they are not there during pregnancy.
They are not there during pregnancy. Oxytocin actually helps in contraction.
Yes, oxytocin, right?
Thank you. So when oxytocin is in pregnancy, there's
a problem. There's a risk of losing
the child. So it comes immediately after birth. Okay. So once it comes and there is, when you talk about milk production, it's a hormonal changes. It's a hormonal action with a physical
manifestation.
Thank you. When we talk about physical manifestation, it has to come with massaging of the breasts for the mothers, stimulation of the nipple. This is a nipple.
Okay, so calm down. So the pregnancy has been carried to full term. Delivery happened. Everything went well. Now it's stimulation of breast milk. So you're saying that it doesn't come automatically.
No.
It has to be stimulated.
Yes.
Tell us that process.
Okay, the process is kind of a feedback mechanism. There's a process. It sends a signal to the brain.
What sends a signal to the brain?
The body sent a signal. There is a drop in estrogen and progesterone that led to what? Delivering of a baby. So another hormone needs to spike up. So it's a kind of a positive and negative feedback mechanism. So it hits the pituitary gland in the brain. There is a release, there is a need to release hormone. And the hormone that will be released now is what? Prolactin, which goes straight to the breast for production of breast milk. Understand? Production. Okay. So now, when the prolactin is being released, it goes straight into the breast and leads to what? The production. There are some cells inside this breast. At the edges here, there are some cells, tiny cells. We can't see it with this. It's called arsenal cells. It
Arsenal fans.
Yeah. Not that kind of spelling of arsenal.
I think it will help,
it will help them to understand.
Yeah.
So that cell inside this breast produce breast milk.
So breast milk is actually produced.
Yes.
Within the breast.
Yes, within the breast. So what the oxytocin does, which is the second hormone, remember I said it's prolactin first. Thank you. The oxytocin now acts on what is called the myoepithelial cells. You see, like a cell is like just a tiny something, something like a net, a basket is covering it. Those things that is like baskets covering that tiny cells, oxytocin now acts on it. What does it now do? Contraction. It will now be squeezing those cells to release that milk. You get the connection now. So
now,
if
do
there
the
is
mothers have a feeling of this contraction?
Thank you. Because once oxytocin is released, as it's acting on the breast, it's also acting on the uterus.
Yes, right?
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to get excited. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you. So it's acting on the uterus, causing that contraction that they feel.
Yes.
But we know we call it involution because the uterus is going back to the
normal position
where it was before the pregnancy. So the oxytocin helps in that contraction for the uterus to go back, reducing vaginal bleeding. It reduces what? Postpartum hemorrhage. The same way the oxytocin is acting on that myoepithelial cell I talked about,
the breast.
contracting it to squeeze and release that breast milk.
Whoa.
So once it's being released, you see all this, you will have what is called the latiferous ducts.
Okay, before we get to the ducts,
Thank you.
Is this, we've not gotten to the myth, segment, but I can't help it. I just have to ask this question.
No problem.
Is this a myth when it's said that if you don't want to take in as a nursing mother, make sure you're feeding your baby because it blocks. It's like a negative feedback to taking in or conceiving.
Yes.
Is that really true? And to what extent?
It is true. When you learn about family planning, this you said is under family planning. So when you learn about family planning, we have natural and artificial method. This one you just talked about is a kind of a natural family planning. That woman don't need to do anything. And that is called lactation amenorrhea method. See the word lactation, meaning somebody is breastfeeding. Amenorrhea means absence of menses method. So what does it do? Because there's now an increased level of what? Prolactin and oxytocin. There's a reduced level of what?
Progesterone and estrogen.
So that person cannot take in.
But how effective is this? Because I've heard women cry out. They've not even weaned their young ones and they are pregnant.
It is highly effective. But see what happens. You have to be highly educated and informed about it. So many of them might not really tell us the truth. In between, exclusive breastfeeding is not easy. That's why you have to be mentally ready and prepared for it. So within the line, you might see so many of them who might be tired. The baby will be crying. They'll just say, give baby small water. Let me rest small. You don't know within that period they are doing that, the hormonal level is dropping. Do you get it? And the estrogen and the progesterone is always ready to spike up.
So there's no vacuum
at all. So you see that period of let me rest small, give baby small water. Ask them question, but you see that they'll tell you in between that they give water, but it's not much now. You see the thing? But that period of breakage, constant breastfeeding, it makes the body to always, the prolactin and estrogen is always high in the body. Not giving room for estrogen and progesterone to come up. So once you've given it a room, it will cripple in. And the next thing is pregnancy.
Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. All right, let's talk about the ducts.
Okay.
Because we've talked about the arsenal cells. We've talked about the basket covering the cells. Now we're down to the ducts. Tell us about that.
Okay, first, at least you see these are beautiful age. For even a breast to function, you have to have these our muscles here. You can see these muscles. It's known as the pectoralis muscles. Okay.
Is this what holds the breast in
Yeah,
place so it doesn't
together with
fall? It doesn't fall.
It will fall.
We'll get to that.
So
what goes up must surely come down.
Exactly, exactly. So these muscles and the ligaments holds
hold
the
the breast
breast.
together.
Okay. So what it does is, okay, after this you have your ligaments, you have your adipose tissues.
That's the
you can see
fats.
the fats. Okay. Then we have our lactiferous ducts.
You can see it.
Yeah, you can see it transversing. All of them are coming down to this place.
To the nipple.
So we have we have the lactiferous ducts, the lactiferous tubules.
Okay.
All these things, inside of it are those arsenal cells I talked about that produces the breast milk.
Okay.
So once it's produced, the oxytocin acts on that basket, squeezing it. So you see that once they are being produced, it will be coming down and gushing down to this level here. That's known as the lobes. We have up to, each of the breasts have like up to 15 to 20 lobes. Okay. So once it comes down to this place. So let me close it for you to understand better. You'll be seeing in your breast, you have your nipple.
Yes.
You have the areola.
Yeah, the black
thank you.
area.
This pigmented area.
Yeah.
Then we have our breast. So those lobes I talked about, like up to 15 to 20 of them, is beneath this. Are you getting the point? So that is the reason why during breastfeeding, we health educate the mothers. While you are putting your baby to the breast, see our baby wants to suck, and you want to put your baby to the breast. Make sure that the mouth is not just covering only the nipple. Let the mouth grasp the areola too, because as it grabs it and squeeze on it, those lobes
on the other one, the lobes.
Those lobes that are filled with milk will start gushing out. So, but you see that once the baby's mouth is just here, the baby will be struggling to get the breast milk. Do you get the point? So that's what is called latching, positioning. So the baby's mouth needs to cover the areola. As their mouth is going like this, up, down, up, it will be clamping on this.
Stimulating, like massaging.
Thank you. So as it's hitting on this, those lobes, that's up to 15 to 20 lobes that is underneath here, the breast milk will be releasing. And not just as it's releasing, it will be still be sending signal to the brain. This lobes is about to be empty or is about to be empty. It will send the signal to the brain. Prolactin will go, the arsenal cell keep producing. Wow. But you know, for this actually to be more fun and enjoyable, the woman has to eat healthy, enough hydration, enough food intake.
Talking about that, it's as if I just have a lot of myths in my head. We have not gotten to that segment yet, but I can't help it. Is it true that women with larger breasts produce more milk? I mean, you just have to answer this one.
Yeah, they even say that it's the women with the small breasts actually produces much more milk.
Is there any truth to all those things?
None. There is nothing. It's just like you said, it's a myth. So whether if it's large or small, it depends on a lot of things. The health condition of the mother, her nutritional intake. You know, we have stages of lactation, production of milk. You know, we didn't even talk about the first breast milk that is released. It's known as the colostrum. Good. So after that, we have what is called the transitional milk.
That first milk, is it meant to be given to the child or to
immediately? Very rich. In fact, it contains all the immunoglobulins, the enzymes that the baby's gut needs to mature. The newborn baby needs it immediately. It's yellowish and it's very thick. It gives the baby the enough immunity they need at that point in time.
Interesting. Now, there are women that, I think I cut you off from your train of thought, but I'm sure we'll circle back to it.
No problem.
There are women that they really find it difficult to start producing milk after they give birth.
Okay.
What's the solution to that?
Okay. Well, first and foremost, just like I talked earlier, there are so many things that can lead to that. During antenatal, we health educate mothers. We tell them about their nutrition, which is always number one. Then two is that so many of them don't even know that during pregnancy, you should be massaging your breast.
Really?
Yes. This, our nipple, now, it has dots. It has an opening. During pregnancy, it's normally blocked. So many a times, the milk is already produced, but it cannot come out because those dots are obstructed.
Feeling some sort of pain.
That's why you massage. While bathing, you use soapy water. The soap, you rub it. You rub the nipple. As you're rubbing it, you soften it. You use towel or the sponge you're using to bathe. Rub at those areas. Even if maybe at night you don't feel like bathing, use Vaseline or oil. Just as you're doing it, be pulling out the nipple. Those areas that are being blocked, normal. It's just like a normal physiology that happens in the body. The cell body dies, another one is produced. The same thing it also does there. So as you're doing that, it gives room for what? For the breast milk to come out. So it's not possible that a woman can actually give birth and breast milk is not being produced. You might actually say that the amount cannot be as large as that point because of a lot of some certain factors. Even, this breastfeeding comes with the psychological
state of the mother.
Yeah, exactly. So
if
all those
she's happy, she produces more.
You get it. So all these things still boils down to the health of the mother. Okay, the physical, psychological,
mental,
emotional. Yeah, exactly. It contributes a whole lot.
Okay, so before we talk about how to express milk, let's talk about another myth.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just on fire with myths.
No problem.
Today, so they say if a mother is not able to express milk as much as required, she can go on a particular diet. For example, she can go on palm wine or pap. You should know better than myself. Is there any truth? Is there any connection with palm wine and stimulation of production of breast milk?
Well, I won't say there's really much there, but the thing still boils down to what? All these things they say we should eat. Look at it, the nutritional value are there. And it still boils down to that nutrition. There's some content in that food that helps in stimulation of breast milk. I'll use myself as an example. When I give birth, do you know what? If I take oats, you know oats, if I drink it with enough milk, God, that whole day I'll be running.
Oh my God.
You see, that whole day I'll be running.
So I remember a very funny story. I just started work and my mom was with my daughter. So I overstayed. I was supposed to come back 2 p.m. So for some reasons I overstayed. So my mom was angry somehow. So by the time I came back, my breasts were almost exploding.
You were
and
soaked.
I was looking for my baby. My mother said, "No,
you will punish you." You see it? So it depends. So everything works for everybody. What works for you might not what is going to work for me. But the fact still remains that
nutrition.
There's someone that will tell you that just give me swallow. You see a woman, yes, she'll just eat swallow in the morning. That whole day she'll be running. And that's why we encourage you. See, they'll even tell you to take enough tea. In that tea, they'll tell you to put enough milk because it stimulates your body. Helps those cells, helps those things to heat it up and do what? Start producing breast milk. And you still notice that the water that you're taking, the content of tea is what? Water. So you still see that you need hydration, enough water. All those things adds to what? Production of breast milk.
One more thing.
Okay.
Can mothers that are HIV positive breastfeed their babies?
Of course, very well.
What?
Yes. Before then, they used to advise them not to. But their exclusive breastfeeding is not expected to reach up to 6 months. Why? There is tendency that the baby will start producing teeth. And the tendency of that teeth grasping on the nipple and causing an injury is there. You see the reason why they try to limit.
Are you saying that
and then
the virus is
Thank you. That's what I want to say now.
Yeah.
But before a woman that is HIV positive is allowed to breastfeed the baby for as long as that,
possible.
Yeah, they have to run some tests to ensure that the CD4 count is very, very
it's
low.
High? CD4 is high or low?
It's
high.
very, very, very low now.
Okay.
It shouldn't be high.
Okay, but the viral load.
Sorry, the viral load is low. The CD4 count is very high. So that it will not give room for the virus to creep in.
Yes,
you get it? And then coming with the injury.
That's a dicey one,
So coming with the injury, because when there is, the baby can take in the blood, and that is what you try to avoid.
So what happens when a mother, if she wants to breastfeed, she's like, pain around the nipple? What exactly is happening to her?
That is still the hormonal changes that are taking place in the body. Because it's just like, how will I even put it? The baby is trying to force out something that is just packed up somewhere. Imagine something that is packed up for a long time. So we need to force it out, extract it out somehow. So the pressure that is coming there, because that hormone that is being released, just like the oxytocin I talked about, it comes there causing the contraction. Contraction is now. So as that pain, they are feeling it at the uterus. The same pain, they are feeling it at the breast. So that thing, And if you notice that once the pain comes, the next thing is that it subsides. Once the baby starts and that thing is extracted out, it will now calm down.
Calms down.
Yes, the body is now, okay, I know what is happening, and it flows. But that first time, especially at least within the first few weeks after delivery, the pain is always much because you've been shut down. Your body has been shut down for a very long time. No extraction, no forceful. So that's
okay. So for the highlights of of the interview, right? How would you advise a nursing mother who is a working mother as well? What is the best way, stepwise process of expressing milk, storing it, and feeding the child?
Okay. Well, as much as it's just that the country has made it a way that a woman now goes out to work. You know, during the olden days, a woman stays in the house for like 1 year or more, 2 years.
2 years until that child starts working or something.
Exactly, because exclusive breastfeeding is breastfeeding a baby from birth till 6 months.
Yeah.
And then continue breastfeeding till 2 years. Together with complementary feeding and supplementary feeding. That's World Health Organization standard. But today, to even breastfeed for 1 month, they had for the women. So a lot of struggles.
She's working. She's stressed.
You get
She's
it.
breastfeeding.
She's breastfeeding. Even now, they have other children too. She take care of other children too.
And they say to be a man is not easy. I wonder. What it means to be a woman.
None is easy. Whether a man,
really.
a woman,
you have your own cross to carry.
Exactly. So as a working mother, many a times they give them a maternity leave that lasts for just 3 months.
These days,
it's not even up to 3 months.
No longer 30 working days. The
weekends
are inclusive.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's not even up to 3 months.
It's not up to 3 months.
So as much as possible, people that find it difficult are people that don't have support system. Because
that's where the family comes in. Yeah?
Exactly. For a woman that is working, or any woman, whether you are working or not, for you to be able to exclusively breastfeed your baby, you need to have a good support system. From your husband, number one. It goes a long way for the woman. The mental state of the woman. The husband's support is highly needed.
Thinking postpartum depression.
Oh God, a lot.
Story for another
yes,
day.
because it also contributes to that. A woman that is depressed, mind you, these are the neurotransmitters that works in the brain. You see that even the breast milk cannot produce. Because everything, the neurotransmitters are down. They are so depressed. So they can't even do what they are meant to do. Okay? So you see that they need all the support as much as possible. That is why during antenatal, if they come, many times we encourage them, if you can talk to your husband, okay, they need to be involved. Because when you talk about family, you can't do only with the woman and the children. The man should be there. Okay, so that husband support is highly needed because he'll be the one that many times there are so many. I'm saying, there are so many of them that are wonderfully trying. Okay, as the woman is leaving for work early in the morning, as much as possible, she has to breastfeed the much she can. That is why early in the morning we tell them, we have to educate them to eat as much as possible. As that period they are preparing, getting ready, you can use. We have this pumping machine. We have the automatic one. We have the manual one.
You don't express with your hand. You must have to do it with the
you
machine.
Must for you to be able to get enough. Because you might see that now you need to go to work at least before 9:10. You should be at work.
Yes.
Okay. So and then now I hear that those women, if they go to work at least 12:01, they dismiss them because of the child. But even at that, so you see that early in the morning you are getting ready for you to sit down and start squeezing your breast. You can't even get enough that can sustain the child till that hour that you're going to come back. And just like I was talking earlier, there's types of breast milk. Okay, the first one is the colostrum, which is just that first few weeks of delivery. The next one is called the transitional milk. It doesn't last that long. The next one that lasts very long till that 6 months is what is called the matured milk. Okay, and that matured milk has two types. You have the fore milk and the hind milk. The reason why I have to use this and to be able to make people, for you to understand is that if the woman is now squeezing and squeezing, you see that she might end up squeezing out only of the fore milk, which is the first one. Okay? You see that the hind milk might not come out because much will not come out and she'll be rushing and she'll just keep it. Okay, give it to baby. Let me rush and go to work and come back. That fore milk is very watery and it's easy to digest.
So it means the child needs more of it because it won't hold the child for a long time.
Yes, so the child needs more of the hind milk. And for you to get that woman has to sit down for a stretch 1 hour.
Whoa, expressing milk.
Yes, that's why we auto-educate.